There's some hoes in this house, there's some hoes in this house, there's some hoes in this house. I said certified freak, 7 days a week. Wet ass pussy, make that pull like game week. Yeah. Yeah, you fucking with some wet ass pussy. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass pussy. Give me everything you got for this wet ass pussy. Beat it up, baby, catch a charge. Extra large and extra hard. Put this pussy right in your face. Swipe your nose like a credit card. Hop on top, I wanna ride. I do a Kegel whilst inside. Spit in my mouth, look in my eyes. This pussy is wet, come take a dive. Tie me up like I'm surprised. Let's roleplay, I'll wear a disguise. I want you to park that Big Mac truck right in this little garage. Make it cream, make me scream. Out in public, make it seem. I don't cook, I don't clean, but let me
Sorry, what the fuck?
Gobble me, swallow me, drip down the me. Quick jump out for you, let it get inside. I tell him where to put in every time where I'm about to be. I run down on the baby running me. Talk your shit, bite your lips for a call while you ride that dick.
I gotta start.
Never got a fucking fourth
Let's
thing.
start.
He already made his mind up for a K. Now get your
Speedrun this shit.
your coat for this wet ass pussy.
Okay, where am I?
Pictures of this wet ass pussy. Pay my tuition.
I should have named all of the layers correctly. Now it's hard to like replace the layer and stuff. Damn. Anyway, let's hide this thing.
Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass pussy. Give me everything you got for this wet ass pussy. I'm talking wop 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 on this wet ass pussy. Macaroni.
Man, I should fix this line.
Give me everything you got for this wet ass pussy. Hoes in this house, there's some hoes in this house, there's some hoes.
It's too thick, this too thin. Maybe I should go back and clean up the file a bit. Yeah, this look weird. Yeah, maybe I should go back. Hold on. Let me open the file. Fix the art a bit. Hopefully nothing is fucked. Hopefully. It's replaceable.
I can see it in your eyes. Just take me by surprise. And
It was so long to open up.
friends, they tell me they see you planning to get on one knee. But I wanted
This is too thick, and this other thing is too thin.
so make sure I have
It's
no
not
clue when you
large.
baby, take my
Hold
hand.
on.
I want you to be my husband, 'cause you're my Iron Man, and I love you 3000. Baby, take a chance, 'cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie. Now we're having dinner, and baby, you're my winner. I see the way you smile. You're thinking about the aisle. You reach in your pocket, emotion unlocking. And before you could ask, I answer too fast. And all my friends, they tell me they see you. You're planning to get on one knee. So now I can't stop thinking about you. I figured out all the clues, so now I ask, baby, take my hand. I want you to be my husband, 'cause you're my Iron Man, and spoilers, please. Baby, take my hand, I want you to be my husband. 'Cause you're my Iron Man, and I love you 3000. Baby, take a chance, 'cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie, baby. No spoilers, please. No spoilers, please. No spoilers, please. And I love you 3000.
How did I ever get so lucky to wake up with my best friend? Pour your coffee with the milk and sugar and pray this will never end. My heart was like a one-room apartment. Then you knocked down the walls and planted a garden. Now I can see everything I've missed out on. Because you know me better than anybody else. Life was so cruel before I met you. I was so lost. Now you showed me how to take care of myself. I'd end up lonely and bitter if I even considered anyone else. Life's funny when you're with somebody. The days go by so fast. I'll write your notes with your morning coffee, saying, baby, this love will last. My life's been like a dream vacation since you grabbed my bags right at the station. Now I hope I'll never wake up without you there. Because you know me better than anybody else. Life was so cruel before I met you. I was so lost. And you showed me how to take care of myself. I'd end up lonely and bitter if I even considered anyone else. I'd end up lonely and bitter if I even considered anyone else. Georgia, wrap me in all ya. I want you in my arms, so let me hold you. I'll never let you go again like I did. Oh, I used to say I would never fall in love again until I found her. I said I would never fall unless it's you I fall into. I was lost within the darkness, but then I found her. I found you. Georgia pulled me in, I asked to love her. Once again you fell, I caught you. I'll never let you go again like I did. Oh, I used to say I would never fall in love again unless it's you I fall into. I was lost within the darkness, but then I found her. I found you. I would never fall in love again until I found her. I said I would never fall unless it's you I fall into. I was lost within the darkness, but then I found her. I found you. Yeah. I walked across an empty land. I knew the pathway like the back of my hand. I felt the earth beneath my feet. Sat by the river and it made me complete. Oh, simple thing, where have you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to rely on. So tell me when you're gonna let me in. I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin. I came across a fallen tree. I felt the branches of it looking at me. Is this the place we used to love? Is this the place that I've been dreaming of? Oh, simple thing, where have you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to rely on. So tell me when you're gonna let me in. I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin. And if you have a minute, why don't we go talk about it somewhere only we know? This could be the end of everything. So why don't we go somewhere only we know? Somewhere only we know. Oh, simple thing, where have you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to rely on. So tell me when you're gonna let me in. I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin. And if you have a minute, why don't we go talk about it somewhere only we know? This could be the end of everything. So why don't we go somewhere only we know?
Okay, saving.
Somewhere only we know. The day I
See if I can replace the file now. Okay.
I found something that I could live for.
Hopefully it's work.
Curtains
Should have named the layers.
to open my
Should have.
eyes, and light came
But then it's gonna be a
rushing
big problem.
inside. All the colors of the night and the way they help you hide. I'm learning what it's like to love and be alive. Oh, there will always be a tomorrow.
It'll be have time to put things in place again.
Diamond City lights illuminate what's inside and all the love I feel by
into tonight. Rainbow colored skies invite us to take a ride. I know time
Okay, things this work.
it only leads
Yeah, it's better now.
behind. Don't cry.
Okay.
Look in my eyes and you
Like
may
nothing
find
is
a
fucked.
shimmery light. Now let me
The ice
guide
fixed as well.
you.
Let me turn this class on. The ice still fucked. Okay. Yeah. This is fine. Why this here? Wait. They forgot to select this one.
Let's go to the place where our happiness won't fade away. If you could only see the joy you show.
Wait, this brow only have one.
Would realize everything we could be.
What?
Diamond City lights illuminate what's inside and all the love I feel by your side. Decoding these emotions, you're the ocean. I wanna dive
Okay,
into
not bad.
tonight.
Okay,
Rainbow-colored
save,
skies
yes.
invite us to take a
Okay.
ride. I know time
That's
won't
rigging.
wait, 'cause it only leaves behind.
Let's close the studio for now.
Look in my eyes and you might find a shimmery light that will guide you through the night. Diamond lights, rainbow skies.
Wait, let's listen to this.
I see in the world, loneliness.
Uh-huh.
I want to talk to y'all today about one of the biggest problems I see in the world, loneliness.
Is the
This
volume
is a
good?
problem that I think is getting worse and worse, and we're starting to see almost a silent epidemic of it. The real challenge with loneliness is that a lot of people who are lonely will try really hard to no longer be lonely. They'll do everything from watching like YouTube videos and stuff like that, right? To stuff like taking courses, and they'll even try to do things like just go out there and meet people. And the real troubling thing is that the more people that we work with, the more that we're actually learning that people are putting in a ton of effort, but it doesn't seem to be yielding anything. There are a lot of people out there who will give advice to lonely people, like just go out there and meet people, or why don't you do this, or you would be less lonely if you did this. And so we sort of put the burden of fixing loneliness on the person themselves, because that's generally how we approach problems, right? Because like if something's broken with you, let's say you're out of shape or you need to be healthier, this is a problem that fundamentally like you need to fix. The challenge is that when it comes to loneliness, it's not a problem that you can fix on your own. It requires another human being's effort. And that's where we sort of see the crux of the problem. So let's start by understanding what are some of the macro level changes we're seeing in the world today. The first thing is that we're a society that is increasingly becoming dependent on independence. And we see, especially in things like the anti-work movement, that people can't rely on other groups of people anymore. And that's the direction that our society is moving in. And so if we really think about it, what society is sort of teaching us is to be independent. And they're making it so easy to be independent that we've stopped learning how to function with other human beings. And now it actually becomes difficult to be connected to another human being. The next thing that I want to talk a little bit about is that the world is fundamentally becoming a more stressful place. And this is something that I don't hear acknowledged a whole lot. Now, I'm not saying that the world is getting worse. After all, we can get groceries delivered to our house, right? But I think what people don't really acknowledge is that the world is objectively becoming more stressful. So 30 years ago, cardiovascular disease and cancer were the two biggest sources of suffering and mortality amongst the human race. Mental health is now number one. So the world is objectively becoming a more stressful place. And we're sort of seeing why this is happening, because as we can do more stuff at home, people are demanding more stuff of us at home. And so what is the natural response? How are human beings adapting to this stress? We tend to retreat to safe spaces. So we see that also that the internet is kind of encouraging toxicity. What the internet relies on is emotional engagement. A lot of the content that you click on the internet makes you feel worse. And so as these platforms are emotionally engaging us and stressing us out, we have to retreat to safe spaces. And by the way, since now we can talk to everyone from the internet, I can find 1,000 people who agree with me 100%, and I can talk to a new person every day for 3 years. And I will only hear stuff that I already believe. These are echo chambers. And so what are we seeing as a consequence of the formation of these echo chambers and safe spaces on the internet, which, by the way, I don't think are bad. I'm just saying if we need to understand as a society, like what impacts these are having. What these essentially breed is intolerance, right? Because that's the point of a safe space, is that, hey, we're going to tolerate particular behavior, but we're not going to tolerate this other stuff that we disagree with. And so this is the crux of the problem with loneliness, is there are a lot of people out there, and we as a human society have started to say, hey, we acknowledge that you have problems, but it's not my responsibility to fix them. It's someone else's responsibility to fix them. I'm not responsible for this other human being, which is completely correct. And this is the core problem, is that loneliness is the only problem that an individual cannot fix. But the responsibility is falling on everyone else. When we have a problem in society, we put the responsibility on the individual. And we as individuals don't take responsibility for anyone else. And that works for a lot of problems. And it has a ton of advantages because we have people who are learning how to change tires and learning how to eat healthy and learning how to do intermittent fasting and learning how to bake bread. And that's really cool. But there's one problem that you can't solve by yourself on the internet, and that is loneliness. And this is why if we continue moving in this direction, this is not going to get better. Because the fundamental issue here, the fundamental thing that has changed, is that human beings are no longer responsible for each other. And how is someone who is lonely supposed to fix that? It requires another human being. And so what do we do about this? This is where we really need to decide as a society, like, whether we're okay with the direction that things are going. And I think that there are a couple of things we can absolutely do, but they're things that we don't want to do. And they're things that we're not going to like doing. The first is we need to be more tolerant. So the internet, once again, is breeding intolerance. There's this principle called online drift, which sort of clearly demonstrates that if you say something contrarian, you are likely to get banned from all the spaces except the ones that agree with you. And that's why we see a polarization across humanity. So just because someone disagrees with you doesn't mean that you need to ostracize them. Try to listen to other people. The second thing that we need to do is recognize that another human being cannot fix loneliness. They can't do it on their own. And as long as our problem-solving strategy is completely independent, loneliness will never get better. And so what does that mean for you? That means that you may have to think about other people. You may have to invite other people who you may not think about inviting or may not even want to invite. You are entitled to invite whoever you want. I'm not saying that you should be forced to, but what I'm saying is understand the implication of going by what you're entitled to instead of what is acting from compassion. Because the other thing is when we take what is rightfully ours, it's usually from a selfish perspective. And why have we become increasingly selfish? It's because we've become increasingly independent, because we can't rely on anyone else to take care of us. So we have to take care of ourselves. But practically, this is a recipe for disaster, especially when it comes to loneliness. So the second thing that you really have to think a little bit about is that you may not be able to fix your own loneliness, but you can absolutely help someone else's. And loneliness is the one problem you cannot expect someone to fix on their own. And the third thing is that even if you are lonely, there's one major thing that you can try to do differently, which is reach out to someone else for their sake instead of your own. So if we look at the psychology of loneliness, there's a huge problem where usually these people have some kind of internal war. I'm alone. I don't want to be alone. Therefore, I'm going to reach out to someone else. And when I reach out to someone else, I'm also met with all kinds of emotional resistance. Sometimes we'll even overanalyze what people do or think or say, which is part of the reason we're lonely in the first place. But even when we're lonely, we try to reach out to other people for our benefit. And so in a weird way, you're making the same mistake that the people who aren't lonely are making, which is that you're thinking about yourself. And when you're thinking about your own best interest, that's when the anxiety becomes a real problem. Because if we're thinking about your best interest, sure, you're lonely, but if you go reach out to someone, they're going to dislike you or you'll be anxious. So if you're protecting yourself, what are you going to do? It's easier to avoid the anxiety and be lonely by myself. And this is the tug of war that people who are lonely fall into, right? One day I'm lonely. Once that loneliness rises to a level that becomes intolerant, I'm going to overcome my social anxiety and reach out to another human being. But the second that social anxiety rises beyond my loneliness, I will slip back and I will be by myself. And so if the goal is to make yourself feel better when you reach out to another human being, you are ultimately not going to be in control. As the loneliness starts to decrease because you're spending time with people, the anxiety starts to increase. We've tipped beyond, and now we switch, right? And then when I'm alone, my anxiety is 0. My loneliness starts to climb. Oh, I'm going to reach out to people. As I reach out to people, now I'm sitting with people at a restaurant. This starts to happen. And the second I get here where my anxiety is now higher than my loneliness, I retreat. Yeah, I'm out, guys. I'll see y'all later. And then you never respond to any texts again. So as long as you are trying to solve loneliness for your own sake, you will always be the victim of your own internal anxieties or intolerant emotional state. So how do you get over this? This is where when you reach out to someone else, even if you yourself are lonely, think about the other person. Think about trying to alleviate their loneliness. Think about enriching their life. Think about other human beings. And the beautiful thing is that if you take people who have a lot of internal negative emotion, doing something in service to others actually helps you conquer that emotion. This is something you learn a lot if you practice psychiatry or you work with a psychiatrist. You're going to know that you can experience all kinds of negative emotions, but you've got to have a good enough reason to tolerate those negative emotions. And if the good enough reason is, I want to make my life better, and you're engaging in a situation that makes you feel worse, what are you going to do? You're going to retreat from the situation. So if you want to solve your own loneliness, I know it sounds bizarre, but stop thinking about yourself, which is so damn hard because all of society is telling us only think about yourself. We've become so hell-bent on independence, and we've become so responsible for our own problems. And more importantly, we've absolved ourselves of responsibility for other people's problems. Obviously, right? You're correct. I'm not saying you're wrong. But then whose problem is it? Who's actually going to fix it? Well, it's their problem. Well, fair enough. Except there's one problem that they can't fix on their own, which is loneliness. And so as a whole, we need to start being more tolerant of each other. Try to be tolerant of other people's views. Try to think about someone else. Try to really consider that, hey, loneliness is the one problem this person cannot fix. And if you yourself struggle with loneliness, chances are the reason you're lonely is because you ping pong between negative emotions. And one negative emotion is controlling you at any given time because you are out there trying to fix your own problems because that's what everyone does. And this is the one situation where fixing your own problems doesn't work. And so even if you are struggling with this, reach out to 3 people. Irrespective of whether you're lonely or not, reach out to 3 people and engage them in conversation, invite them to something. And this is where your mind may say a host of all other things. Like your mind may say, but like, what if they don't like me? That's okay. We're not saying you have to pick the worst people on the list, right? So pick like people in the gray zone and say, hey, how are you doing nowadays? Like, you want to hang out sometime? And this is where your mind may say all kinds of things to stop you, but just notice those for a second. Don't give in to them right away. I'm not saying open the door to unending toxicity. Seriously, I'm not. But there's a decent chance that, your mind will say all kinds of things like, but I haven't talked to this person in a long time. That's okay. If you're lonely, how does it feel if someone you haven't heard from in a year reaches out to you and says, hey, what's up? You want to hang out sometime? Feels amazing, right? So watch out for the things that your mind tells you to do. But seriously, just reach out to 3 people. Because this is the one problem that, I hate to break it to y'all, I can't fix this. I can do a lot of things. Healthy Gamer, HG, we can do a lot of things. And we do help a lot of people with a lot of things. But I can't be everyone's friend, right? And I'm going to need y'all's help. This is why we started this. Because, we can't do it on our own. That's the whole idea behind HG. And we've come an incredibly long way. We have over 100 people who've decided, hey, you know what? I want to help other people. They're dedicated individuals, and they've helped now 12,000 people in 119 countries. And there's a lot that we can do, but there are some problems that, I hate to break it to y'all, the only person who can tackle it is you. And loneliness is at the top of that list. So reach out to someone else and try to make someone else's life better. Perfectionism and procrastination are ruining my life. I'm at my wit's end with my perfectionism. It's taken over my life and is causing me to procrastinate on every creative project I've ever wanted to pursue. The arts, music, animation, writing, video games, etc. I have so many ideas and passions, but I can never seem to follow through with them because I'm too afraid of not being able to execute them perfectly. I also have a hard time learning new things quickly and effectively. I put so much pressure on myself to understand everything immediately. This has made it difficult for me to progress in my personal and professional life. I constantly feel like I'm not good enough. It's not just affecting my hobbies, it's affecting my work and personal relationships too. I'm constantly self-guessing myself and feeling like a failure because I'm not meeting my own impossibly high standards. I'm struggling to find joy in anything anymore, and it's all because of my crippling perfectionism. Every task feels like a defeat, and if anything isn't perfect, it's like I'm failing at everything. I put every task on the back burner, procrastinating on everything I need to do, because I'm too afraid of not being able to execute it perfectly. I feel like I'm stuck in a cycle of perfectionism and procrastination. I don't know how to break free. I don't know where to begin, and what's worse, I don't know what to do if it doesn't work out. Have any of you experienced this level of perfectionism before? How did you overcome it? Are there any strategies or techniques that have worked for you? I'm willing to try anything at this point. The first thing that I'm going to say is someone says, I'm willing to try anything. And this is why I'm going to start by pushing back a little bit. Are you willing to try anything? Or are you only willing to try things that work? So if we look at this, what's the first thing to understand? The first thing to understand is that when someone says, I'm willing to try anything, we're not actually willing to try anything. That's crazy. I only want to try things that work. But let's understand perfectionism and procrastination, okay? So this person is brilliant, insightful, articulate. Love it. So let's understand a couple of things. The first is that the procrastination is a symptom of the root of perfectionism, right? So why is it hard for them to get started? They even laid this out. So if I want to be perfect, I can't get started until I know it'll be perfect. And so we can't get started because we're setting an impossible standard for ourselves because we need to be perfect. I need a plan that will achieve perfection. And I'm going to figure out the perfect plan before I get started because what's the point in starting without a perfect plan? Because then I'll do all this work and it won't be perfect and that won't be good enough. So why even bother getting started in the first place? So the procrastination comes out of the desire for perfection. So if you want to disable the procrastination, you need to do one of two things. Either let go of the perfectionism entirely and be okay starting without being perfect, which there's a path to. We've done a video about, we've done multiple videos about how to overcome procrastination. There's something in the ADHD guide and guide to doing stuff, by the way. But let's understand that procrastination, if your goal is perfection, you can't get started until you have a plan that is perfect. So since there's no such thing as a perfect plan, because as a human being, you can't predict the future, it's impossible to get started. So why do we say that this procrastinates? Does this person never do anything? No, they do stuff, but it's really hard for them to get started. And that's because something else has to overcome their need for procrastination. Desperation, last minute panic. It's due tomorrow. Someone else is mad at me. And so experiencing life as this person is awful. It's like you're a ping pong ball and you're getting swatted back and forth between perfectionism and what other negative emotion is required to overcome the procrastination related to the perfectionism. So you have no control over your life. You're being like swatted around by negative emotions. And when you're getting swatted around by negative emotions and you have no control, your performance suffers. You certainly ain't behaving perfect, let alone good. So how do we tackle this? So let's understand the desire for perfectionism. So we want to be perfect for a couple of reasons. The first is sometimes our performance correlates with our value as a human being. So if you look at like a lot of people grow up in situations where they're taught, you're not a good child. You're not a bad child. Oddly enough, people who are taught that they're good children or bad children, this doesn't apply to them. There are some of us who are taught that whether we are good children or bad children depends. So in a very traumatic situation, abusive situation, these people are not perfectionists. They don't struggle with perfectionism because they're like, I suck to begin with. I'm going to suck no matter what. Their problem is different. And then there are people who are sort of brought up in a secure environment where like, you're a good kid and it's okay to fail and like, that's not us. Then there are those of us who are perfectionistic. And what happens with the perfectionistic people, whether I'm a good or a bad person, depends on my performance. It depends. And once we fall into that, then we're in big trouble because our value as a human being and we want to make people happy. We want to make people happy. We want to be a good person. These are important ideals. These are good things to want. It's important to make other people happy. It's important to feel good about ourselves. Like self-esteem is important. The problem is that depending on your wiring, you started equating performance with value as a human being. And so what do we want? I want high self-esteem. I want to be a great human being. Of course, who doesn't want to be a great human being? How do I become a great human being? Great human being equals perfect performance. When do you see this? You see this in people whose value was dependent on their accomplishments. That's one reason why people are perfectionistic. Second reason why people are perfectionistic is they cannot tolerate the consequences of a non-perfect solution. So if I'm not perfect, that means that stuff can happen, okay? And that stuff, when that stuff happens that is not perfect, there is a response within me that is too painful to deal with. So I'll give you all an example. I like someone. I want to ask them out on a date. Them saying no hurts so much. I'm rejected. I don't want to be rejected. I don't want to be a POS. I want to be a Chad. And that rejection, I've learned to fear that rejection because I've been rejected or whatever in the past. And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come up with a perfect strategy, because if I can come up with the perfect strategy, I can control the result. And if I can control the result, then I don't need to suffer. So the desire for perfection is a protection against the consequences of a suboptimal result. If I get a B and someone else gets an A, they're going to get an award. Everyone's going to cheer and clap, and I'm going to feel jealous. I hate feeling jealous. I hate feeling second best. I don't want to feel second best. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be perfect, and then I'm going to be number one, and then everyone's going to clap for me. And I'm going to feel so good. I hate that feeling of envy. I hate that feeling of jealousy, especially because I know that person deserved it and I don't deserve it, which makes it hurt even worse. So we desire perfection to protect ourselves from the consequences of a lack of perfection. So it usually has to do with intolerance of negative emotion, and has to do with our sense of ego or value. So then how do we tackle these two things? So let's start with the second one. So if we think about procrastination, I can't get started until I know I'm going to be perfect. And if I'm perfect, then everyone's going to cheer for me. Everyone's going to clap for me. I'm going to feel good, and I don't want to feel bad. And so if we think about literally what this will feel like for you is when you think about getting started, there will be an anticipation of a particular feeling. So what the procrastination will look like is if I get started now, and you can pay attention to yourself, okay? What this looks like is if I get started now, your mind will warn you of a particular consequence. You'll start to feel fear or jealousy or inferiority or something like that. And that's how you know that that's what's going on. Even the thought of getting started evokes that emotion. And then that emotion is something you're so terrified from, you run away from it, so you don't get started. You procrastinate. The other thing is that if you're trying to get started and you think about other people, and this can be tricky because this can evoke an emotion as well, but this person will think this about me. And this person will think this about me. And if I do it this way, they will think this about me. If I do this, they will love me. And if what you're chasing is something from someone else, that's that other kind of perfectionism, because it's about ego. It's about wanting to be seen a particular way. Now the question becomes, okay, so like, what do we do about it? And that's where each of these things is like monumental tasks on its own. So now I'm left with the task of trying to figure out how to help you all with it. So let's start with the emotions. So the first thing is when you feel that procrastination coming on, you will respond to it. You'll either quit the task and beat yourself up, or you'll complete the task and like kind of beat yourself up and push through it. Does that kind of make sense? Like even if, so I think about, okay, I need to start studying today. And then I step away and then I start thinking about, I didn't study today. I need to study, blah, 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 blah. And I'm going to beat myself up. But the interesting thing is once you start that cycle, you're no longer thinking about studying. You're beating yourself up for not studying. So you've actually stepped away from the task. Or when that beating yourself up is strong enough, you push yourself through and you start engaging in the task. But you're not sitting in that middle zone, if that makes sense. You've pushed through the procrastination or you've run away from the procrastination. And now the problem has become you haven't really conquered the procrastination. You've let your guilt, despair, or frustration overcome it, which means now you are becoming dependent on the frustration, fear, or guilt to overcome the procrastination. Then you're screwed because it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. So what we need to do is just sit with procrastination. Just sit there in that moment. It's not about beating yourself up. Today, I need to do some studying. I'm going to try to study right now. Don't force yourself into it. Notice the frustration. Just sit there and don't do your work. Sit with the procrastination. Don't start it. Don't run away from it. Don't beat yourself up. You'll notice those things and move away from when you start beating yourself up. No, I should just start it. No. We're just going to sit there. Set a timer for 5 minutes. We are not going to start studying for 5 minutes. Just going to sit and do nothing. So how do we stop playing ping pong? Stop hitting the ball. You're tired of getting knocked around? Just sit. And this is where your mind will start to rebel. It'll say, but if I just sit, I'll never get anything done. And all those kinds of things. And there it is again with the stick. Where's the ping pong paddle? Pop. Nope. So just 5 minutes, we're gonna do anything. No, you need to do stuff. You need to do stuff. We're just gonna chill. 5 minutes. Breathe. You can do meditation if you want to. You got to be careful because if you start meditating to start working, that's another ping pong paddle. You need to meditate more. If you meditated better, you'd be able to work. Nope, we're just gonna sit. 5 minutes, set a timer. Just feel the tolerance. And this is where you say, but it's not working. I'm not being productive. Yes, you are. What you are doing for those 5 minutes is tolerating the emotion and not letting it control you. You are literally training yourself to be resistant to the swat of the ping pong paddle. Your ball is becoming heavier. It's no longer a ping pong ball. It's becoming stone, lead, some kind of super dense alloy. And if you rise to the level of Buddha, you're going to be like a supernova or a black hole, infinite density, and nothing will be able to touch you. Just tolerate. Don't do a damn thing and don't react to any of your emotions either way. Do y'all get that? Now, what if you have the other one? What if people think this and think that about you? This is where it's kind of tricky, but what you've got to do is recognize there's two different things here. One is the task that you need to do, and one is how people will respond to the task. Which one do you really want? Because as long as the two are tangled together, you're SOL. Y'all get that? Like you're like trying to fight a war on two fronts. You can't make people happy and do work. You can either do work. You can't even really ever make people happy. All you can do is do the work. So acknowledge that in this work, you are adding another victory condition. It's like we're playing this game and now there's this second victory condition. And it's like, holy crap, that makes winning the game way harder. And what are we actually trying to do? We're trying to stop procrastinating. So what we're trying to do is get started. But when we layer in that second victory condition of this needs to be perfect so that people will love me, like that's really hard because you can't get people to love you. And now it's like I'm playing an RTS game, or let's say I'm playing an FPS game, and the victory condition is like something that doesn't exist in the game. It's like there's one victory condition, which is score like 15 points by hitting 15 bullseyes. And the second victory condition is get elected as president of the United States. You're like, that's not even in the game. That's what we're doing. Like if you're trying to like study and your mind is adding this thing of if you don't get an A, your parents won't love you. Like, how are you even supposed to study? Like, there's nothing in the textbook about making your parents love you. That's something you're layering on top. So separate those two things. It's the only shot you've got to separate those two things. And even then, it'll be a challenge. It's not easy to separate them, but then sort of ask yourself in that moment, can I at least get started on the work? And I'll worry about making other people, I know I want to make them happy. I can worry about that later. So as best as you can, procrastinate on making other people happy. And just get started with the work. Can I just do this for like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes? And if it's not good, I'll solve that problem. Talk to the part of your mind that's like, oh, it's not going to be enough. And it's like, okay, fine, but it'll be a start. We always quit later, but let's get started. And this kind of cognitive reframe, this cognitive flexibility can be really hard to do, and it's not going to work the first time you do it. But if you keep trying, you'll start to get some traction, right? It's kind of like learning how to do a push-up. If you've never done a push-up before, you can't even do a single push-up. So even if you're like thinking about pull-ups, like if you can't do a single pull-up and failure is inevitable, how do you learn how to do one pull-up? You jump up, you grab the bar, and then you train yourself on the descent, right? You let the rate of dropping slow down, and that'll strengthen the muscles, and then eventually you'll be able to do one pull-up. So oddly enough, trying to separate it, even if it doesn't work, is still strengthening those muscles. And the real way to overcome this, whether you're becoming, a ping pong ball to a black hole or separating these things out, it's a painful process of repeated failures. And the beautiful thing is once you start engaging with that, something will shift in your mind. It's okay to fail. And now the pendulum is swung far, far, far away from perfectionism. And then shit becomes easy.
If I go on, let's say, a dating app, very difficult in quarantine, surprisingly enough.
You should
Um,
consider dating an anime character. They can't contract.
No, I think Twitch chat can.
I got it.
have,
I got it.
like-
I got it. I figured it out.
Alright,
Take
cool.
4.
I'm gonna get really good at describing this.
Yeah, you're gonna get awesome at describing it. I think I had my Be Right Back screen on.
Oh, okay, cool. So, a waifu is a fictional character that you have a romantic love for that is indistinguishable from a romantic love that you might feel for another human being. It's important to note that this is a anime character and not a cartoon character. The difference being that the style is a lot more focused into being either cute or cool, and also anime tends to have a lot more plot, where which means that you can have a lot more character development, a lot more thorough character writing, whereas in a cartoon such as Simpsons has a circular narrative. They always end up back on the couch. Characters don't really change much.
Why is that important?
Because you connect so much more with the character when you see them grow and you see them change as a person and you see them go through like hardships that stick with them.
Interesting. Okay. So in that sort of mirrors. So what I'm hearing you say is that sort of plot development and character and personal growth, or character growth in an anime, kind of mirrors real life in a sense more, because romantic interests with human beings also involve sort of growth and change.
Yeah, I wouldn't know too much,
Okay.
but I would think so. That sounds about right.
Okay. So, I mean, can you have a waifu who is not from anime?
Probably. You'll probably get called weird even more so than having a normal waifu.
Okay.
But I imagine that's probably the case for some people.
What would be weird about that?
It's just not even so weird as in the act itself is stranger. It's just less common and therefore more noteworthy.
I see. Okay, beautifully put. And so if I understand you correctly, the core of a relationship with a waifu is a feeling of love. So it's entirely like an internal feeling of romantic love.
Yeah, so there's a whole lot of different people with a whole lot of different thoughts, and a lot of them do consider themselves in relationships. I do not. I think by definition a relationship requires 2 consenting parties. So I don't consider myself in a relationship, but I do still have that feeling of indistinguishable love.
Okay. So you have a feeling of love. And so then let me ask you a question. How is that different from... Okay, so I see what you're saying. So there's a difference between being in love with a waifu and having a relationship.
Yes.
And so can you help us understand the people who have relationships with waifus? Do you have any sense of how they understand it?
I do, because many years ago, before I was really into anime, because the topic interested me regardless, I made myself like almost like a mini documentary where I interviewed people who consider themselves in relationships. Funny how that turns out, doesn't it? It all comes back around. But yeah, so like there's this one guy who like had like a wedding ring. There's this and like people who like go on like dates, the contents of which I'm not really sure. There's someone who I talked to who was a pastor who married people to fictional characters.
Fascinating.
Yeah, it's pretty weird, but you know.
What's weird about that?
Because it was the pastor specifically, when I talked to him, it always stuck out as the weirdest thing, because we had a really in-depth conversation about how these people think, and it was almost like a multiverse theory style of like logic, where they thought, well, I believe in a multiverse where it's in some universe they do exist. Therefore, if I just keep in mind that distance of universe, then I can tell myself it's real.
But isn't the whole point of the multiverse that that's real in that universe, but not in this one?
I don't know. I am not smart enough.
Sure. Okay, makes sense. I mean, Anyway, so it sounds like you don't feel like you're in a relationship.
No.
And so what is your relationship? And sorry for using, I mean, I just
Yeah,
don't
it's
know
okay.
what else.
It's by like you mean like parasocial relationship is what you mean. Yeah.
No, so I mean, like, what is the way in which you relate to your waifu?
So um okay. Would you be okay with trying to phrase that in a different way? I'm not entirely sure how to
Sure.
attack that
So
question.
like when we think about relationships, so for
Yeah.
example, I can have a relationship to my plants in the backyard, even though it's
Right.
not like a relationship in terms of a consenting thing between two individuals.
Yeah, yeah,
We
yeah.
relate. So human beings, there's a theory of psychology called object relations, which is the way in which human beings relate to other things. So if
Yeah.
I, for example, if I was bitten by a snake, I will have a phobia of snakes. So I relate to snakes in a different way from the way that most people may relate to snakes. So what I'm
Okay.
curious about is what is the nature of your interaction? Maybe that's a better way to put it.
Okay.
With your wife.
So one thing that's big for a lot of people, which is the same for me, is the idea of like character merchandise. So if the character is if the character is on something that you could buy, that is an immediate, you feel like you have a connection to that person. Almost like wearing like a t-shirt of a band you like. You feel like you have a stronger connection to that thing
I
by
see.
repping that thing.
Sure.
And like it gets like to the point where it's like she has like a certain style of guitar, which I have gone and bought, sort of like a, not the exact guitar itself, but
Sure.
the style of guitar I own. My watch face is a picture of, I don't know if it came up, but my watch face, like, it's trying to find ways to rep or otherwise embody the spirit of the character in everyday life, I think.
And how do you feel as you embody your waifu?
It
How does
feels
how does it feel to you to get that guitar?
it feels like uh it's like the feeling in your heart that you get when you just have like a nice hug. It's just like just that satisfaction. That's the sort of feeling that, like, for example, I felt when I first opened up the guitar case when I got home.
So you felt enveloped.
I think that's a good word. Yeah.
Yeah. And enveloped by some kind of positive feeling.
Yeah.
What do you think you were enveloped by?
That's a very good question. I couldn't tell.
Because when I think about enveloping, I think about an agent outside of you doing something to you. Right. And maybe the agent that's creating the sensation of enveloping is the guitar. But like envelop is a verb that usually has a subject. Like,
Yeah.
I enveloped someone in a hug. And so can you tell us a little bit about how you, like, how did you start the process of getting a waifu?
Yeah. So it started, technically it started many, many years ago when I watched the series for the first time. I watched about half of it, thought, and then I stopped.
Is it okay if I ask you specifics?
Yes. So
what's the series?
The series is K-On, so that's spelled K-O-N.
Okay.
And character is Yui.
Okay.
So I watched the series, a bit of the series, many, many years ago, and I was like, yeah, all right. And then I moved on. But then throughout, let's say, I don't know how this relates to high school, but
how old were you when you watched the series?
I must have been around 15 or 16 when I very first watched it. But then from the age of around 16 into my first and second years of university, I slowly slept. I slowly went into a pretty nasty state of depression and anxiety,
Mm.
which I didn't really realize, and it was until it was kind of too late. I eventually went through cognitive behavioral therapy, and I'm feeling a lot better nowadays, which is nice.
Good for you, man.
And thank you. And so the way that I really got connected was back in the first year of university, when things were proper bad. I watched the show again, and it really, really, really connected with me. And,
How so?
So I do see a lot of myself in in Yui, in the character.
What do
a
you
lot
see
of-
about yourself in her?
She is a very affectionate person with a lot of love to give to her friends, and especially at a time when you're depressed, on top of the fact that we're kind of in a society where it's weird and frowned upon as a dude to show affection and love to your friends, it can be very difficult to show that. And so it was like looking at someone who was me, but someone who wasn't tied down by anything. And that's something that I really connected with. Along with like the series itself, the overarching themes of the second series.
Hi, Shin. Welcome. How you doing?
They relate to me a lot in
I'm
like being left
still rigging.
behind and staying friends through distance, things like that.
The fuck happened here?
I have the foresight to know are things I'm going to deal with in the future. So I've sort of made that almost like a rock for me to cling on to, where it's just like I know this is how I'm going to feel. So it's almost like I can.
How do you feel about yourself, Toby?
It's a question that I would answer very differently if you asked me a year ago. At the moment, I have the highest self-esteem that I've ever had. I think on just like a visual level, I think I look.
I just got home. Are you looking good? Yeah.
I think I look pretty good.
Are
terms
you
of, like, personality?
just
I think if people give me a chance,
fine?
like me, it's a nice
Maybe.
feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you love yourself?
Yes. Which is weird to say, but I think I do.
Yeah. When did you start to do that?
I started to do that when I stopped caring about what other people would think of me, and I did things because I loved them and I knew it would.
Let's
make
do
me
the
happy.
hair
Who taught you how to
physics
do that?
now.
Me.
Really?
So this the weird.
Yeah.
It wasn't Yui?
Oh fuck. Okay, yeah, maybe. I'm allowed to swear, right? I can't remember.
Yeah, sure. Go for it, buddy.
I'll try not to as a general rule, but you caught me off guard.
That's what we do here. Sneak
I love
attack.
that shit.
What do you think?
Okay.
That's a wonderful realization. That really is. It feels good.
What is this?
I don't know why, but it feels good.
What feels good about it?
Are your day bins on the riggings?
When you hold
My
a
days,
character in
I
a
don't know.
regard
I cook
where
something.
they're sort of like an aspiration.
That's one thing that I do
a
today.
It's a perfect version of you.
Like
Yeah,
my mom sent a lot of things from the
It's good
hometown
to feel like you're closer.
like a while ago, but
to
I haven't like
where
had the
you want
time
to
to
be.
cook them. So I just
When you
cooked them
hold a
today.
character in aspiration,
Some of it is kind of
how does that make you closer to where you want
bad
to be? I mean,
already.
does it-
Shouldn't-
so let's say that I want to be.
yeah, should throw them away. Yeah, so I'm trying to cook them before they, you know,
Let me just think about what's a good example.
Too bad to
let's say
cook
people
anymore.
People make a lot of
Yeah.
comparisons between me and Jordan Peterson. So let's
Right.
say that
She said too much
I
to me.
aspire to be Jordan Peterson.
I only cook for me.
But
Sometimes
just
my
because
roommate
I
as
aspire to
well.
Be something.
But she sent like
I don't necessarily
a
see that
bunch
that
of
makes me closer. Right?
vegetable
Like,
and meat
I can
and
have
like
$0 in my pocket and aspire to be
fruit
a
and
millionaire,
stuff,
But
so
aspiring
yeah.
to be a millionaire
Oh,
doesn't give
I
me
think-
$1. in
Even
my
if I
pocket.
cook
I
every
think
day,
what I
it's
meant
not
was,
possible to eat all of them.
It feels good.
But I don't
when
cook
you
every
as-
day.
When you aspire to be
That's the
someone
thing.
and you
Yeah.
suddenly realize that you have already taken steps to do so, and you
I should
like,
cook more.
inspired by them, and you
Yeah.
didn't even
To
realize
stay
it.
alive. Yeah.
So they inspire
Usually I
you
just
with
buy
what
something
you
outside and
want.
eat, and then I don't cook much.
Yes.
Is that what Yui does for you?
Yeah.
Yes, I think so. I
Can
mean,
you tell us-
it seems so. This is very new to me, but it very much seems so.
So
Also,
can you tell us
I
when you
plan to start
started-
stream
so let's
earlier
dig into that a
and
little bit.
start
Can you
rigging
tell us about it?
earlier,
So
but
you were
like
depressed and anxious in
just
university during your first
lazy.
2 years, and when did your relationship with Yui start?
yeah. Wait, what
So
happened here? What the fuck?
it must have been whilst I was still in the real thick of depression, like when it was at its height. Because
Let me Adams.
because K-On! Is about a band,
Mhm.
which that they have music which you can download and you can listen to, and it's one of these
Okay, let's
series
do
where
the physic.
it technically it has
Let's
a plot.
find
It's called
a
Slice of Life,
faster
where it
way to
technically
do
has a
it. I
plot,
think the way
but
that I did
really,
it before
it's
is
a
kind of
group of
slow,
characters pissing
not
about for
effective.
God knows how many episodes, just being happy.
Yeah.
And so it
Check,
was
okay,
like
done.
a
On the facial
constant
is
source of
fine. I
positivity.
think it's gonna finish.
If I felt like garbage, I could watch K-On! If I was out on a
Yeah, it's
walk and I
fine.
felt terrible, I could listen to the music. And I think through that,
Is that?
I started to really
Oh, let's do
appreciate
the hair physics.
K-On! And the characters, and then obviously that grew.
How I'm confused. Obviously, what's on?
That's a good point. It's obvious to me. Maybe
no,
not
man.
for
I
you.
think that's so
Yeah.
far. I mean, so I like anime, and I
Right.
found so I watched an anime called Hikaru no Go, and I watched it when I was like trying to get my life together, and I found something about the anime about like trying to be a better version of what you are and not letting obstacles stand in your way was like resonated deeply with me, and I also really enjoyed the music.
Yeah.
And I
should
watched it 4 or 5
find a way to do
times
this
over
more
the last
effective.
maybe 10 or 15 years.
The way that I do it before is kind of
And
slow.
usually when I watch it, I find it to be inspiring.
Right.
And what I'm curious about is you say obviously then that grew, and what I'm you know I never found myself in
how should I separate
a
this?
relationship with one of the characters there.
Yeah.
So I can completely I get what you mean about anime or other forms of media or
Maybe let's
stories
do this.
being sources of inspiration and almost like lifeblood when things are hard.
Yeah.
1, 2, maybe
What I'm curious
3.
about is how does that feeling of inspiration or
okay.
connectedness, or I guess connectedness maybe is one of the steps, but like resonating
it's
with
like
like the
this.
story that someone is telling, how does that turn into romantic love and an embodiment of those things?
Okay, that's yeah, I'm on the same page now. So, I think, so
Okay, how should I do this?
I
have this one.
think for a second. So, I think it's very when you like obviously when you first watch a series, it's all very like surface level up here. You think about it and you appreciate it with your mind. But I think when you take into account the fact that I did feel so far gone from normal society, and as just like a dude in university, I did have expectations of myself to sort of like be talking to girls and being in a relationship and all this kind of thing. And at that point, I hadn't felt romantic love for another person before. So when you're someone like me who really, really likes sort of affection and love, and you feel like you can't get that from the people around you, and then also you're online and you're on Twitter, and you see on I don't know, I don't go on Reddit, but Reddit as an example, and you see people who feel like they have this romantic connection to a character. I think that something about the knowledge that that's a thing that can happen almost as the own source of the growth of that feeling. If that makes sense.
So you realized that it's possible to romantically love.
Yeah, I
an
realized it was
anime character.
possible. Yeah, and then I think through desperation and being
Hunger.
yeah, that's a good word. That's a very good word.
What were you hungry for?
Um, I love with all of my heart cutesy romance shit. like I'm not a
That's
man.
what you love, but what are you what were you hungry for? What were you desperate for? I find it hard to believe. I just have it. I have a difficulty envisioning someone who is desperate for cutesy stuff. You know, it
I
feels,
don't, to be honest.
it feels
Sorry.
deeper to me than that.
Yeah, it's like that is a level of it, but additionally, it's just like a personal emotional connection with another person.
But that's not what. But there isn't another. So you were hungry for a connection with another person.
Yeah,
You were lonely.
yeah, absolutely.
Do you feel lonely now?
Yeah, I'd say so. It comes in waves. It comes and goes.
Do, help us understand that a little bit.
Can I? Well, in what way? It feels very relatable.
I'm confused. I mean, if you have a waifu, how are you lonely?
Because it's like as much as I can believe something up here. Oh my god! I unplugged my own headphones. That's not a good start. Sorry. As much as I can believe something up here, at the end of the day, I'm laying in my bed, and I don't like. There's no one in a mile area willing to touch me. Exactly, you know what I mean? Like, there is no affection that anyone is willing to show me. Can you speak real quick? I think I
Yeah.
don't know if I can hear
Hello?
you. Okay, sorry, I can hear you. Yeah, don't
So,
worry about
but
it.
you say that as much as you're in love over here, but I thought that you started by saying that this is a feeling, right? Doesn't Yui exist here? Isn't this where Yui comes from?
Yes. When like in day-to-day life, when I feel those feelings, it does come from here. But
I
it's a
can put
very
the
different
tips a
experience,
little
I
bit.
think, when it's 4 a.m.
Yeah,
and
I can
you're
put it a
laying in
little
bed
bit.
and you feel cold
Maybe it's gonna
and
help.
you feel about how no one's shown you affection for over a year, and
Maybe.
it's all very much in here.
What's in here?
The emotions have been brought from
Maybe.
here into here, and they're being inspected almost.
And what do you notice when you inspect them?
Hollow. It feels very hollow. It
Yeah.
feels like there's no direction. It feels like there's no end game. It's just what it is, and if it grows any more, then it'll just be creating problems.
So I'm confused. Do you think? I mean, we haven't really talked judgmentally, but I'm going to ask sort of a judgmental statement. Do you think Yui is a good or a bad thing in your life? And it doesn't have to be either, but
I've thought about this. I think it isn't either, because I think in terms
Okay, let's see if
of
it work or
being
not.
there
I can
for
add one more
me
layers of
when I needed that
angle
source
egg.
of inspiration and
Wait.
motivation. It's been
What? Wait.
like a invaluable resource.
Mhm.
It's
Can it still
making me
work?
as
It can be
better as a
better.
person where I am today. But at the same time, moving forwards, it seems like a bad thing.
Why is it a bad thing?
Let's do
Because
another front and then test on the other way.
I
Let's do the front thing
I,
first.
I feel like if I go on, let's say, a dating app, very difficult in quarantine, surprisingly enough.
You should consider dating an anime character. They can't contract COVID.
So when you go on like a dating app, what was the question? I've lost track.
What's bad about your wife?
Yeah, so
you said going forward, it
so,
seems like
so
it's
going
going to be.
forwards, if you meet someone and they think, oh, hey, this Toby person's pretty cool, and then I develop feelings for that person, suddenly my heart is pulled in two ways.
Do you think
Where
it's possible to develop feelings for another person
I have once before.
after you were with Yui? Or
Yes,
before?
after.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so it was fairly short-lived because I was it was the only time a dating app has ever even come close to working for me. It was over a year, so it was sort of like start of 2019, and I was talking to a American girl who was like an exchange student, and we went on like a few dates, and we talked a lot, and we had to break it off reasonably early because she was going to go back to America, and neither of us wanted. Funnily enough, neither of us wanted a long distance relationship. So it was just like there's no real point of us pursuing this. I mean, different people have different ideas of what dating is. In the fact that we went on some dates, yes, we were dating.
I mean, did you guys ever have a conversation about not wanting a long distance relationship?
Yeah, we did.
I think if you have that conversation, that means you're dating.
Okay.
Right? Because it's
I can see that.
It's like I'm with you that people can think about, is it dating? Is it not dating? But if you have a conversation about, I don't think this is going to work across an ocean.
Right. Yeah.
That means you're dating.
That's understandable.
And when you were with this person, help me understand why did you start on the dating app in the first place?
Because of those lonely nights where it's there are more hungry feelings beyond just having a love for a thing. Again, doing things that are
what are those hungry feelings?
Response. Response is a great one.
Yep.
The idea of telling someone how much
Maybe a bit delay can be better.
them
Yeah.
saying it back.
Yeah.
Something which
It's,
I can't recall in my brain that happening.
yeah, maybe delay could
You
be
mean
better.
with Yui or with other people?
With anyone.
Mm.
In terms of a romantic relationship, that I don't think that's ever happened to my knowledge. At least.
Do you feel loved by people non-romantically?
But that,
Yeah, because I have a fantastic, amazing group
This
of
is
friends
first before
who
we
I
come
love
to
with all my heart,
conclusion.
and they're amazing. I love them.
Yeah, this is first.
You sound like you're a lover.
I am, as much as society tries to stop me, I am.
So my brother told me something many years ago, that there are two types of people in the world. There are lovers and fighters.
Right.
And some of us are lovers and some of us are fighters. Yeah, so it sounds like you have I was going to say a lot of love to give, but it sounds like you give your love. It's just you have a lot of love to receive.
Yeah, that can seem accurate.
Can I think for a second?
Of course.
So, Toby, what were you looking for by coming on here today?
I was looking for I think a good way of putting it is I was looking for direction, because I am here now and I don't know where I could possibly go from here. I don't know how you can make a feeling like this go away, especially when you've surrounded yourself and to an extent some of your identity around this feeling. It's difficult.
What is your identity? What kind of identity have you built up around this feeling?
If you, I'm sure there's a good number of people where if you ask them to tell you three things about me, one of those three things would be that guy really loves Yui. That sort of thing.
And how does that, when they say that, how does that make you feel?
A warm, cozy feeling. I think.
What were you depressed about when you were in uni?
It's difficult to say.
Not sure if it is like
so,
a good way to not.
oh
be
no, I
better.
remember now. It was so.
Okay, let's
I think it was
just
it was
test
very, 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 very similar to the Lily Pichu conversation you had about Lily 1 and Lily 2, where I had developed an extra voice in my head consistently beating me down and telling me that I wasn't being
Okay, where the
productive
fuck
enough.
is the model?
I
Okay, there it
wasn't
is.
good enough. I like if I wanted to take a break, I wouldn't let myself, sort of thing. I would constantly berate myself, and that caused sort of like a downward spiral, I'd say.
Have you ever been in love with a real person?
Yes, the briefly with the American girl.
What about before that?
I was in a relationship and I realized I wasn't in love, and I thought, oh, I fucked this. And so I had to end it. So when the way that I think about it is how the hell I got myself into that situation was when I was 17, I was a very dumb hormonal teenager, and when someone comes along and says, "Hey, I like you," and that person plays Super Smash Bros. Melee for Nintendo GameCube, you kind of just go along with it, even against, and you will tell yourself all these kinds of things because they play Super Smash Bros. Melee and they give you affection, and you like both of those things, so this can only be a good idea. And then your work and you have nothing to do but think, and you're like, oh my god, I don't actually really like this person that much. I've made a huge, horrible mistake, and that felt pretty garbage. But
It's not bad,
Why is that a mistake?
but the fact that they move at the same
I felt
speed
like my
kinda annoy
long-term
me.
judgment was clouded by short-term rewards.
I see. And do you think Yui falls under that category?
Maybe the side can be a bit better.
That's a very good question. Perhaps, yes. It does, yeah. It's a short-term solution, which
To what?
It's move,
the
but
the
yeah, maybe the
I
side can
think
be delayed a
to-
little bit. Maybe.
to finding and being able to come into contact with who I really am, because I wasn't a very loving person when I was depressed. I wouldn't know if I would say I was
I don't
hateful,
know.
but I certainly wasn't
It's
loving.
kind of nice.
I was not emotional at all. I suppressed all emotions.
Shit, it's good
and
now.
it
Okay, let's move on. Let's do the home things and then see if
it
it's
certainly
just a bone.
helped me realize who I'm
Yeah.
comfortable being.
It,
But as you sort of said, the long term doesn't seem very bright.
Did I say that?
I don't know. I can't really remember. I lost track.
I don't think I said that.
Did you not say? Okay, that's a
Nope.
connection that I made then.
Yep.
I saw your face go when I said that, and I was like, "Oh, I think I fucked that up."
Yeah. I mean, I asked you about it, but I didn't say that.
I
this was bad.
made that connection. Yeah,
I say very little.
yeah.
You haven't figured out, Toby. So, Toby, let me just think for a second. Or
Yeah.
let me think out loud for a second, okay? So, I find myself... actually, so... My first thought is that this is not that weird.
Okay.
Right? And this is what I find is like maybe disappointing, and now I'm wondering whether, you know... I wonder if... So, my first thought is that, like, we talk to some quote-unquote weird people on stream. And generally speaking, what I find is that they don't tend to be as pathetic, inflammatory, or weird as we expected.
Yeah.
Like, that's been a running thing. Like, we get a couple of incels on who are, like, not true, like, you know, fire-breathing,
Yeah.
women-hating incels. They all turn out to be, like, relatively decent people. And then I was so excited because we were getting a real waifu. And I think you are a dude who has a real waifu. And the more that I talk to you, the more sense you make. Like, it's like,
Yeah.
you know, I think that, I mean, I'm going to offer a couple of explanations about what I think is going on and draw a couple of connections that I think, you know, may offend some people. But overall, I mean, I think the way that you think about it is actually like pretty healthy. I think you were in a dark place at a particular point. and this sort of, I don't think you really understand what your mind did, but I don't think Yui is a separate person. I think Yui is you. And we can kind of hear that because you talk about identifying with Yui. You talk about who you are. Like, it's sort of like an externalization of a part of yourself. And we talk about, like, you know, you had forgotten how to love, and sort of she taught you how to do that. But then, like, also I think it's not coincidental that you learned how to love yourself through something with Yui. And you started to feel good about yourself through something with Yui. And the fact that it's like, if we think about, you know, when I think about romantic love, it's usually not with someone who's like us. So when I think about successful relationships, generally speaking, the people are quite different. And so you know, in a weird way, I think it's almost like an imaginary friend. Like, if you think about a child who has an imaginary friend, and hopefully this is not offensive to you that I'm calling Yui to a certain degree imaginary.
I understand the process, yeah.
But like, you know, sometimes the human mind anthropomorphizes or embodies a particular set of sensations and feelings, like in an external form. And this is where I'm really about to offend people, but you know, I think sometimes the way that you talk about Yui is actually the way that I hear people find religion. So like, and I'm just sharing an experience. So I'll tell you what I heard, and I'll let other people judge what they think about this. But, you know, oftentimes people find religion in dark times. And there are a lot of things that just hearing you talk, like, triggered memories in my mind of hearing people talk about religion. So, like, you know, being in a dark time and like having this sort of pure in one way kind of relationship where like they pray to God and they believe in God and they idealize God, and God never really talks back, but not in the traditional way, not in the way that a normal human being does. But there is some kind of like response, right? Like, there's a sense of enveloping, complete, pure, and perfect love that you feel. And that's sometimes when I talk to people who are religious, they kind of talk about that. Now, I'm not saying that God is a waifu, so please don't interpret it that way. I'm just pointing out something similar that I've heard. And what I'd like to do is share with you actually an example about something called Pushti Marg and this guy named Vallabha Acharya. So a couple, like 1,000 years ago in India, there was a monk named Vallabha Acharya who started something called Pushti Marg. So Acharya means teacher, so he was teacher Vallabh. And a marg is a path, so it's like a path to enlightenment or a path to God.
Should have cut this a bit more, I think. Should have done that.
There are some icons
I don't regret it,
Hindu representations
like not doing
of God
that now.
Are basically like a child. So there's baby Krishna, and like baby Krishna is like, there are different kinds of Hindu gods. And like, you know, so I shared one Durga with like someone who came on stream earlier this week. But Durga is like, she rides a tiger, she has 8 arms, she wields multiple weapons. She's not just like she's not like 2-weapon fighting, she's like 8-weapon fighting. She's got a sword and an axe and a mace, and then also like a flower and other things. And so baby Krishna is like one representation of God. And basically what Vallabha Acharya said is that we should love God the way that we love a child. So like loving a child is like a completely one-way relationship because the child never does shit for you. You change their diaper, you feed them. When they're hungry or cranky in the middle of the night, you wake up. It's actually like a super abusive relationship. It's just all one way, right? And they don't give a shit about your feelings.
Yeah.
You know, it's just completely one way. And what he realized is that a lot of people, when they like have relationships with God, it's like a two-way street. It's like, I'm going to pray to God so that God does this for me. And I'm going to put in this so that I get this out of it. Like,
maybe a bad idea to do this.
Where you expect something from God.
Ooh.
And so he kind of came up with this idea of like loving a baby. Like, so you should think about God as a child, which you can give all of your love and evokes a lot of love, but you get nothing in return. Mm. And the interesting thing is that when I read Vallabha Acharya's like stuff, when I hear you talk about your waifu, sounds bizarre, but it reminds me of his take on God, which is just sort of this idea that human beings can have a completely one-way positive relationship that is never given back.
Oh,
yeah,
Slacky.
I mean,
Oh, it's
any
freezing.
thoughts
Oh,
about
fuck.
that? I'm just kind of.
Got
I
the
have other
Okay,
questions for
no
you,
worry.
Yeah. So that
It's a coming.
it sounded weird, but I see what you mean. The connection does make sense in my mind.
What makes sense about the connection?
The idea of sort of like something that's idolized and something you try to embody that is completely one way and that you never really get any actual feedback with.
Yeah. And so then the question is like, do you want to let go of Yui?
It depends what you mean by let go. I think a bit. I have thought about what that would feel like, and I and it just feels like when I think about it, it's like if I did that, then almost like a piece of me would be gone. Like I wouldn't be able to love as much as I do.
Yeah, so I don't think that that's true. I understand that you're afraid of that, but like my big hypothesis is that Yui is you. Right? So like I don't think that you're gonna stop. I think there's gonna be something impure about what you replace it with. But that's life. So like you have the choice between having a romantic relationship with a perfect non-existent being or having a romantic relationship with a flawed but real being.
This can be a bit more.
Yeah.
We could do one more.
Perfection is non-existent. Like those two things
Make
come
it
hand in hand.
smoother, but
Yeah.
And
maybe
I mean, I think you've got to
necessary.
move past her, to be blunt. But I don't think that
Yeah, it may
she's
not be
going to leave
necessary.
you in the way that you think she will, because I think she's you. Like I think
If they
the
like
kind of
split
love
this
that you
part
feel
up
for
a
her,
bit,
I think
it should be
she's
a bit
just like
better.
an anthropomorphized, embodied version of.
But this
your
work
perfect
as
self.
well. With this
What do you think?
many layers, it still kind of work.
I think
It still kind of
you're
work.
right.
Okay, let's keep going. Okay,
My
let's at
mind
the
is searching
back
for a
here.
bar. I can't really seem to
Let's
find one.
I can maybe one
feel
or
a button,
two,
right?
maybe three as well.
I feel a
One,
bar
two-
around
yeah, let's
here.
do
It's like,
three.
please find something. Please find
Yeah,
something
that's
to
right.
repeat
I
this
get
with.
that button.
Can
Yeah,
replicate
so
this
what
again.
feels wrong about what I said?
Okay, this again, and we do the same thing.
It's just scary.
But
that's
the
all it
back
is.
here gonna
Yeah,
like move
It's
good.
something
the
that
opposite
I don't
way.
want to do because it's scary. But
Yeah,
I've done
compared
scary
to
things
the-
before, and I'll do scary things.
What are
front
you
one.
afraid of?
Yeah. Maybe on the
that is a
X
very
it's
good
like
question.
that,
What
but
am
on
I
the
afraid of?
Z is.
Listen to this.
Oh, this is
Yeah,
difficult.
okay.
On the Z is moved at the same direction,
I'm
but
afraid
on the
of
X
being alone.
it this
I think that sounds like the main one.
Because let's think
the
about
Z
this for a
is
second, right? Like,
different,
what
but
did
on
you
the
take away from
X
her?
is
What did she
opposite.
protect you from?
Fuck. How do I set up the
The loneliness.
man? I think too much.
Absolutely. So if she goes.
I can do
away,
it like realistically, but who cares?
right?
Just look fluid. That sounds
So I think
better.
you've got kind
I
of
think.
it's not going to be
Yeah.
an easy road, and it's also going to be a little bit fucking weird, to be blunt, right? So if you start dating a girl and you're like a weebo with a waifu, like that can be hard for people to accept, because I don't think many people take the time to understand it the way that you explained it.
Right. Yeah.
And so when she like walks into your room and she's like pictures of this plastered, like, this anime girl plastered all over everything.
I have an entire bookshelf where like half of it is filled with like figurines, and it reminds me of I think it was like an old 4chan green text where someone said that
This
they would
one,
want
the
like
first
Tinder
one
and
can
they needed
be
someone to come around to the house.
the whole
And
thing.
they walked in, saw a bunch of figurines, and then walked out.
Why do you think that people? What do you think that person is feeling when they walk into the room and they see a bunch of figurines?
That's a very good question. What would they be? They would be. What would they? 'Cause it's so normalized for me now. It's difficult to try and relate.
Wait, how do I do this one?
I guess they would they would be under the impression that they think women are objects to an extent, right?
Maybe. So let me actually ask a different question. Why would a woman hesitate to enter into a relationship with you? Let's assume that she likes you for a moment.
Okay.
Because of the waifu thing. What makes the waifu thing hard? Real women.
Let's see.
Would she think that I don't have like a proper grasp on
It can be a bit better as well.
Sure, that may be what she thinks. But I think that what would keep her from engaging in the relationship would be different. Besides thinking that you're kind of a loon, because that's how people get judged.
Yeah. I feel like you're fishing for an answer that I have my mind's blank.
Yep.
I
Good.
don't have an answer.
So I think she's competing against someone that she can't win against.
Right. Okay.
Right? Because you is perfect. She's ideal. And how can a real woman with real flaws?
Maybe you can move this one
that?
more.
That is a very, very, very good observation. Because what I didn't have in my mind, which I needed, was something that my brain could process as like a real, honest to God reason as to why this isn't going to work out for me in the long term. And I think that's a very solid, like, logical reason. But like it resonates with me emotionally as well, sure, but it's something that I needed was something logical, and I think that is the helping.
Fantastic. I'm really happy to hear that. I wasn't expecting that, but I'll take it. We'll take it. I think the other thing to think about is that I'm not so sure how much space is in your heart for another person. If Yui's there, what do you think?
That I think that makes sense. I don't really have much of a memory of how that dynamic worked back when I was dating that person a year ago. So it sounds like something that would make sense, but it's something.
So
that
did you have a waifu a year ago?
Yes.
And what did that person think?
I didn't say anything. It's a bit like a death sentence, isn't it? Or would you,
yeah, man.
Like you're in a relationship, you're expected to be honest, but I mean, like that's a hell of a sit down moment where it's like it's easier in my experience.
It's one thing to have a sit down in a phone moment and tell someone that you've been having an affair and that they're the second woman. And it's an entirely different level of sit down moment when the person that you're cheating on is non-existent.
Yeah, it's a hard sell.
Yeah, it's kind of the essence of an emotional affair without a physical affair. It's kind of interesting. But yeah, I mean, I think I have all kinds of other questions. So have you been judged for having a waifu?
I tend to surround myself with people who I think are quite nice, and so even if they don't really understand what the hell's going on, they're not judgmental. Or I have friends who are in sort of like the sphere of people who like are in the anime community and understand everything, so it's not weird to them.
Is weebo offensive?
So weebo isn't actually a word. So there's weeb and there's weeaboo. Weeaboo is kind of like the long-winded, a little out-of-date version. Weeb is usually the shortened.
What is a weeb?
A weeb would just be someone who really, really likes anime, and like the stereotype would be like unwashed, smelly, bad sense of dress, bad social skills.
Are you a weeb?
In spirit, yes, but in physicality, no. I work out. I work out and dress myself nicely and bathe with the best of them. But in mentally, I feel like I'm a dirty weeb.
Good for you, man. I applaud that. That makes me happy.
Let's see if it's work or not.
So it sounds like you've kind of surrounded by yourself by.
The thing is, I want to
leads.
separate the hair X
Yeah,
and hair Z.
I have a good number
The
of
Z
weekends, yeah.
might be
Okay. And what are
different
you up to nowadays? Are you still in uni or?
Yeah, I'm
because
just
on
finishing
the
up
on the
uni
Z,
now.
it's like
I'm
the-
Good
like
for you, man.
the
by-
back
by
and the
April
front here move
30th, I
the
should
same
have
direction.
everything submitted. Thank God
But
for
on
quarantine
the
because holy
X
hell, our project
is
is going
is
downhill.
opposite.
We got saved by the pandemic,
So-
if anything.
Interesting.
I don't
And
know.
what are you gonna do?
Maybe I
after
should
uni?
start separate them.
I'm going to change.
Yeah, maybe I
careers
should do
because
that.
If uni's good at anything, it's telling you what
Ye-
you don't like, and
But like
I
the
do not like the
input
course I
though,
took, so I'm
they
planning.
use the same
on,
input.
I'm
I don't know
planning
how
on
to.
it. I've
Like
already
use
made
both
a
them at the
bunch
same
of
time.
work towards having
I'm
a
still kind of
career
bad at
in
it
teaching English
at this
abroad.
physics
Okay.
thingy.
So I've already.
Uh,
that's one
I
on my
don't know.
list. Also Mongolia, because no one's been to Mongolia. I just want to go and like check in on them, see what's up. So it's just kind of I don't know. No one talks about Mongolia. It's huge.
Yeah.
I've never met anyone from Mongolia, but it's like 3 times the size of this country.
Wow.
I don't get it, but
It's
yeah,
back here.
I want to go to
It's
Mongolia
back
at some point. It's,
Okay.
Oh, they changed the
I mean,
name.
I guess
Hold
you
on.
could have seen the teaching English
It's,
abroad
it's-
thing coming, right?
Back.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's immediately this like the stereotypical career choice for people.
So it sounds like
my
you
same
haven't dealt with a
situation.
whole lot of bullying around this kind of thing.
Around this kind of thing, no, I wouldn't think so. No.
That's surprising. But you have been bullied for other things?
I mean, yeah, sure. I grew up, didn't I? Everyone
Sure.
gets bullied for things.
What
Okay,
was,
let's test it.
what was your childhood like?
It was very, very emotionally repressed.
Okay.
Like growing up through school, I had very long, hideous-looking hair, and you can still see it a bit now. But like,
Second hand would be a
especially
bit
back then,
delayed.
acne was a
Maybe
huge problem
should
for
be
me.
better.
So,
But the backhand could be
I was the sort of kid that it was
opposite.
just kind of like your eyes would
So
water just looking
reflect
at
on
me.
the face.
It was like it was
Wow.
not a good look. So
You're
like
laughing,
I
but
had
that doesn't sound very funny.
I think but like I think if I saw myself now, I wouldn't want to look at myself. I think I it's quite lighthearted now because I know that I'm in a good place now, and like that seems so far away. Like I've changed so much as a human being from then. It's difficult to just relate to myself.
How did
from
you
back then.
change?
So I think the biggest changing point for
The
my
side
life
here
was
is moved too
when
fast.
my friends introduced me to competitive gaming, because it was the first time I ever tried anything basically, and it was the first time I was ever I was like self-reflective, and that
Yeah, I feel the
process
hair
of
moved
looking
too
at yourself and
fast.
improving yourself, it was like I woke up for the first time, like coming out the Matrix. It was like I was just stumbling through life before that, and suddenly I felt like a human
Coming
being.
out of the Matrix comes before getting a waifu? Some next level shit, man.
Yeah.
When did you get introduced into competitive gaming?
So we started off with we didn't take it too seriously, but we started off with like 6v6 TF2. And then we transitioned into Super Smash Bros. Melee, which is more of like a 1v1 fighter.
Let me try at least the
and I played
shaking,
that for a good amount of years.
maybe.
And then that's what introduced me big time to like making content on the
Nice.
internet. I had like a small like around 500 subscribers, like following of like making Smash videos.
Cool.
But because of how the community is, and how small it is, like even though I only had 500 subscribers, it would be the kind of thing where like I could go to a tournament and I would be like recognized, which was
Internet
as
famous,
someone-
buddy.
it was so weird.
That is not good.
It kind of it's like a wake up call that I don't like fame. It's like I think fame is for some people, not for me. I don't like the idea of being recognized much.
Yeah, it was. I still remember the first time someone recognized me on the street.
Yeah.
But they're
this
not
is like recent,
reflecting,
so I just
yes,
started
they
streaming a few
must
months ago.
reflect.
But then someone, like literally, I was walking down the street to a coffee shop, and someone looked at me and pointed at me and said, "You're Dr. K." And then they just stood there, and I was like, "Yes." And then I didn't know what I was supposed to say or do. Because I didn't know
Yeah.
who they were. It's like normally it's like, hey, how are you? And then you say fine. And
Yeah.
you say, how are you? And then I was like, and you're some guy on the street. I don't know. It was weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Toby, yeah, dude, I don't think, I mean, I find myself having other questions, right? Like, so
Yeah.
like I'm really curious because for people who think that they're in relationships, I understand that there's like a sexual component to that. I'm not getting that from you.
You
Is
just
that
have
the
to do
case?
something
I
with
mean,
them
I
as well.
jerk off like any other weeb.
Okay.
It's just weird. There's nothing weird. Some people
Okay.
are like monogamous in that sense, where they will only do that kind of thing to that one character. That's not how I roll. That's not what I do.
Okay.
You know?
So you're an equal opportunity employer for all of the paychecks.
Sure, you can put it like
Lady.
that. In the perhaps the worst way I've ever heard that, but yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, so I mean, but like, dude, I don't know what to say. Like, it sounds to me like this was a pretty. I know this is gonna sound fucking weird, but it's like it makes sense to me. Like I think the story you told about sort of being in a dark point in your life and watching something that resonates with you, like that's how human beings work.
Yeah.
Right. Like so we have stories and we resonate with stories and we find inspiration from characters. And I think something about the way that you were, and we haven't really dug too much into this, but I wonder whether you had other risk factors or vulnerabilities for really like anthropomorphizing like this feeling. I think the really, really bizarre thing is that, one of the questions that I get very often from people from our community is, how do I learn to forgive myself or love myself? And apparently the answer is get a waifu. So I think it's quite remarkable. I mean, the one thing that I think really sets you apart, Toby, from most of the people that I've met is not actually the fact that you have a waifu. It's fucking bizarre. But is the fact that you actually sound like you love yourself and that you're confident in who you are, despite having a waifu. So that may sound like super weird because the idea is that, people lack. I think it sort of makes sense that loneliness and a lack of confidence leads people to create waifus or engage with waifus. But I think it sounds strange to me that like, you think that you need to move past this. And that was like, you had that in your head from the get-go.
Yeah.
And I get that you're scared, and because you are scared. So I think, you're like an adult version of a child who has like a safety blanket. And this is what object relations is a lot about. Like, so the
why I can do the SAM for all of them. They moved that SAM, I think.
Basically talks about how adults have safety blankets too. Like we all have all kinds of things.
Yeah, the same direction.
And in some cases, there are books that have been written about object relations and God. And so like, God is a safety blanket of sorts.
Back in the front, I think that move differently.
I mean, if I tell you that I think it's time to let her go, how do you respond to
that? Fear.
Yeah. So, and then I would say to that fear.
Let's do the same. It's not
I think
thinking
she's
so
always
much
going to
here.
be with you, and in a sense,
let's do why?
Right. So she's like changed you as a person, and even though she has to die at the end of the arc or disappear. It doesn't. You live on, and she lives on in here.
Yeah,
and then
the moment in the anime where the character appears in the clouds.
Absolutely. So that's what that's where she's got to go, man. She's got to appear in the clouds, and you've got to make space for like a flesh and blood person because there's a part of you that's hungry for that, right? And I find myself saying thankfully, which is a little bit judgmental, but thankfully you recognize that you can't have a real relationship with her, which I'm still open-minded. And if someone were to say, yeah, I am capable of having a real relationship with her, I'd be happy to explore that with them, but I just don't understand that. And so far you haven't really given me anything to suggest that that's truly possible. I think you can have a relationship, but it's not a two-sided relationship. You can have a relationship in the way that you can have with God, in which it's like pretty one-sided, which in a sense I don't even really believe, but that's a different issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like my relationship with God is two-sided. Anyway. But yeah, I mean, what do you think about that?
I I like that as a conclusion. I think it's almost like it satisfies all areas where it's able to take the almost like the present of the emotion, as in as a space and time, not a gift wrap thing, and able to carpent. No, that's not a word. Able to put it somewhere else, like just in like my memory, be like that was a thing, but the effect and the emotion, not the emotion, the effect it has had on me sticks with me. It's not like I don't lose the progress I've made.
Absolutely. And I even would disagree with a little bit about your conception of like walling it off and it being in your memory. I think you'll find, and this has been my experience of love in a romantic and also with like other human beings in a different way relationship, that love is going to be way more present than you realize.
Right.
Because I still think that she's more of you than you realize. Like she's not quite as like she's not external to begin with in my mind, but in your mind she's external in some way. But I think she's more internal than you're giving her credit for. And so I think if you end up in a loving relationship with someone, you'll be surprised by how present she is. And then the last very practical thing is I think psychologically and also like from a weirdness standpoint, you've got to make space in your life for someone else.
I don't like this way.
Right?
But,
and it's kind of like it's not fair to that person for her to compete with Yui, because that person is going to have bad days and Yui's not.
Yeah.
Although I hear that some people's waifus throw temper tantrums and things like that.
I've never heard of that before in my life.
Yeah, so I mean, this isn't my first swim into these waters, but when I say I've heard, I've worked with people who have told me that before.
Right.
But for them, it seems to be like a big important part of them to be able to win over their waifu after they're mad at this person. Anyway, so it's weird. But thoughts or questions before we kind of wrap up?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty good.
Can you just help me understand a little bit about like what felt relevant to you or what was helpful from today?
Okay. I think really defining how as a relationship it worked. The discussing the one-sided nature of it really helped. The exploring how it related, or exploring how much Yui and myself are intertwined helped a lot. And and I think that specifically the sort of I don't know how I would describe it, but the anime head in the clouds moment specifically as well.
Yeah. So would you like to so I thanks for sharing that. Like, can I share with you kind of my summary of what I learned today and
Yep, of course.
maybe like direct. So I mean, first of all, I think that you did an awesome job of explaining like what a waifu is, right? So the most important thing I think is that it's a feeling of love. And the interesting thing is that people can say that waifus are real or fake or whatever, relationship, not relationship. But one of the things that I've come to appreciate is that feelings are real. And it doesn't matter whether feelings come from fake places. Feelings themselves are real and have to be addressed. Like when I'm working with someone with anxiety, and even though everyone doesn't actually hate them, they feel hated by other people because that's what happens when you're anxious.
Yeah.
And it doesn't do any good to tell them, oh, by the way, no one actually hates you. That doesn't do anything to the feeling. The feeling is real and needs to be dealt with. Like it needs to be considered. And so you had convinced me that waifus are quote unquote real and not weird from the second that your defining point, and you did this right at the get-go, is that it's a feeling of romantic love towards something that doesn't exist. And so feelings towards things that don't exist happen all the time, right? And now by don't exist, I mean that you can define or prove, like for example, God. So a lot of people have faith in God and there's no real proof of God. Some people think there's proof. I'm not convinced of that. But so at the end of the day, it's a feeling. And I think that, you watched K-On! First when you were like 15 or 16 years old, and it was kind of surface level. But as you started to struggle in life, you kind of went towards, something about Yui's story resonated with you. You saw yourself in her. She was kind of like, I still think that you kind of conceive of her as a perfect version of you. And that kind of comes down to this idea of like being capable of love and loving other people. And it sounds like she was able to do that in the anime. Maybe you also want to make music. And then, I think that like what's happened is that helped you when you were feeling alone and loathing yourself, because you kind of talked about having that self-loathing or that critical voice. Whereas like Yui sort of gave you a sense of love and acceptance. And that's when you learned how to love yourself. Which is a very important thing
do
to
them
learn how to do.
separately, I
And
think.
now that you've sort of learned that and things are
Yeah,
kind of
yeah, I
status quo,
shouldn't-
you're growing
should have
and you're
done them
changing and
separately.
you're dating women and being unfaithful towards Yui.
This is a bad idea.
And now you're kind of noticing that like there's something left that's like unsatisfied, right? That at the end of the day, you still have a hunger for, for something that can love you back. And you can love yourself, but like that's different from being loved by someone. And I think what you're starting to feel more and more is that like, even though you feel good about yourself and you love yourself, that's not the same as someone loving you. And if you really want that, I think you've got to sort of, not so much like, as Yui like goes into the clouds, she doesn't disappear, right? She just becomes less present and manifest in your physical world. So like the shelf of things that you have, I think needs to come down at some point, right? Not like, I think it's fine to have one picture, but like think about it in the way that, you're grieving the loss of a relationship, right? That person doesn't leave your life entirely, but they're also like, they get kind of packaged and set aside. And I want you to kind of think about it almost like, if I have a wife who passes away, and thank God, hopefully that's not going to happen anytime soon, but, and I start dating someone new, like it's fine. Like it's completely reasonable for me to have an entire bookshelf filled with pictures of my wife. And at the same time, if I try to let someone else in, like I see this practically with patients that I work with, is like, they can't compete against a dead person.
Yeah.
Right. It's just not like, because everything that I remember about my deceased wife, or everything that my patients remember about their deceased wife, is idealized just like Yui is. And it doesn't mean that the feelings that I have for that person are false. It's just not fair to the person that you invite into your life. And I think that's really the direction that you need to go in terms of, grieve that this part of your life is over, but also that there's like a second arc. So now we're like in Toby arc 2, which is when he gets a real girlfriend.
Yeah. What an arc that'll be.
Yeah. So you gotta report back at some point, right? And let us know how that's going. And you, it's great that you do kind of take care of yourself, and I think you're ready to start letting her go. Although I get that you're scared, because that's normal. So the part of you that's scared is like the part of you that's like a freshman and not someone who's graduating. And you're gonna go to Japan and teach English, and you're probably gonna want to date an Asian chick, and so like you gotta make space for that in your life.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
I think that entire thing was like pretty much spot on. It's like something for me to just like save and remember on occasions. Like, oh yeah, what am I supposed to be doing? Oh yeah, that's makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and I so good luck to you, man.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
You feel like meditating today?
I've tried, because I've had therapy before, and we tried meditating, but my brain doesn't like to stop, so it's very difficult to start. I feel like I'd never get anywhere.
Okay.
When I try.
You willing to give it a shot?
I'll be willing to give it a shot.
Okay, so we won't expect much from you, okay? And so, unfortunately for the people at home, I don't know how much this is going to apply to y'all, because we're going to try to do a different sort of meditation. So I want you to sit up straight.
Yep.
And thank you for sharing your concerns, by the way. So we're going to try to do something different. I'm not going to teach you a traditional meditation. Close your eyes and try to find the feeling of love that you have for Yui. Can you find it?
Yep.
Where is it?
About here.
Okay. What does it feel like?
It feels after today, it's halfway between warm and comforting and a little cold and clinical and sort of taken apart a little bit.
Okay. And so interesting. It's not an answer I was expecting, so I got to just think about that for a second. So let's just start by noticing those two. So is the cold and clinical coming from your chest, or is it coming from somewhere else?
It's like the cold and clinical is here, and the warmth is like here, just next to it.
Okay. So good. So in a sense, I want you to sit with that. And I want to know, do you feel like you've lost something by feeling the cold and clinical?
No.
But didn't it all used to be warm and fuzzy?
Yeah.
How have you not lost something by gaining something cold and clinical?
Because it's still there, it's just under a different light.
Beautifully put. And so now I want you to recognize, try to find the fear of letting Yui go.
Okay.
Where is that?
It's up here.
Okay, and what does that feel like?
It feels a little bit empty and a little bit like, this is gonna sound really weird. It feels like a chain, like a metal chain, just being like dragged across a paving.
Sure. Beautifully put. Right, so notice that thing. There's heaviness to it, there's weight to it, there's noise to it. There's a sense of holding you down or weighing you down, holding you back. Like that's what when I hear you use that language, that's what
Put
pops in
one
my mind.
more.
Does that resonate with you?
Wait, why
Yeah,
for
I think so.
this one?
And so
Yeah, we one more
that's
for this
kind of
one.
a strange imagery because now I want you to think a little bit about all of the places that Yui is in your room and in your life in a physical way. And I want you to think about, like, let's start with the bookshelf. What would it feel like to take some of those things and pack them away in a shoebox?
That would feel very sad. It would
Sad in
feel,
what way?
that would feel like I'm losing a part of myself.
Okay. So, what are you feeling now?
Like my entire body is very slightly lifting upwards.
Okay,
Like
let's
I'm sort
see
of
if this
dreaming or
work
something.
or not.
Okay.
Like everything's gone to my head a little bit.
Okay.
I play.
So you feel like you would lose a part of yourself,
Yeah.
not a part of her?
Okay.
It feels very personal.
Yeah. So what would you be losing by doing that? What part of yourself would you give up?
I think I don't know exactly what I mean by this, but the word memories comes to mind.
Yeah. I think that's a good answer. Let me just think about how to explain that. I think that you're giving up that which was very important to you before, right? That's why it's a memory. You're giving up the sense of comfort that you needed then, but you're not the same person anymore. So at this point, you're spot on that you're giving up a memory because it's of the past now, which is exactly why you must put it away. And the other thing that I want you to try to appreciate for a moment is like, where are all of these things? So now I want you to take a step back a little bit and now really observe instead of sit in the feelings.
Now the
like you have
ears. How should I do the
And where are all of these feelings coming
ears? How should I do it?
The memory.
Mucus? Yeah, Mucus.
from. Okay.
Yeah.
And where do your
He
memories
was
come
kid.
from?
Trying to finish this one within
Everything that we've talked
tomorrow,
about, every question that I've asked you,
maybe.
all the answers that you've given
Maybe
me, where do those answers come
I don't know if this is like possible or not, but I would try to do finish
I'm
this
not so
tomorrow.
sure I agree with that.
Today we will do the hair
Right,
and
some information and data's
some
coming
body
from there.
angle.
So I agree
Tomorrow,
that
just
the
finish everything
answer,
up.
The words out of your mouth are maybe
Hi,
coming from
Panda.
here, but you're getting data
Welcome.
from here.
Yeah.
But now let me ask you this: are you getting any data from the outside?
Yes, I'm trying to finish this tomorrow. Wait, only like the
No.
outfits,
Right. So now I want you to take
body
some
angle, and extra hand
because you can put
pose.
the pictures away, but nothing is coming.
Might be
from the
tomorrow or the
pictures.
days after that. I don't know. Yeah.
Like nothing is coming from the pictures, the watch. All of the pictures trigger something in here. Do you see that? But like it's all coming from here. And so you can take every image of Yui out of your house, stop freaking out prospective girlfriends, and you don't actually have to let go of any of that because it's all in here anyway. Like this is where all your feelings and sensations and stuff comes from. This is where the sadness and the grief and
Let's
the
see.
coldness and the clinicalness and the warmth and the love and also the comfort of needing those feelings and that representation, it all comes from here. And you can let it go. I think it requires courage. And to put things very, very concretely and to freak you out, Toby, I rarely do this, but I'm going to ask you to try to put some of those things away.
Okay.
Right? Between now and tomorrow. And if you can't do it, you can't do it. No big deal.
I do need to make a quick disclaimer to say that I'm still at university. I'm not at home. So many of the things that I own aren't here. So I can do some things, but
Sure.
some things will require me breaking the law if I were to put them away.
No. I mean, I'm not saying you should break the law, but
Yeah.
you're basically giving me an excuse for avoiding the task. So be it.
Yeah. I mean, I can do what I can around here, but
Yeah, but I'm not asking you to put everything away. The real reason that I want you to put it away is not to put it away, but to take a snapshot of who you are now and the thought of putting things away and see how you feel, and then actually go through the act of packing something away. And then notice how you feel afterward. Do you feel like you've lost something? Because the issue here is that right now you is 100% a part of your life. So if we make her 90% a part of your life, how devastating is that?
Yeah.
And what I think you'll discover is that something about that chain dragging across pavement is not going to be exactly what you think it is. It's going to be painful in some ways that you may not have realized, and I think it's going to be easier in other ways that you don't realize. And it is kind of interesting because you use this imagery of shackling, and I think that's exactly what Yui is doing for you now. She helped you up, and now she's kind of holding you back, and I get the sense that you feel that. So now it's time to let her go, which can be scary.
Okay, the
Good luck.
Thank
ears.
you very much.
And if you can think of anyone, any
Try
questions
to
about
do
any of that stuff?
this.
Sorry, say that again. You slightly cut out.
Any questions about any of that stuff?
No.
Okay.
I think we're good. Yeah.
And if you've got a real flaming weebo who's got a relationship and wants to come on stream, because you're like halfway past all this shit already, man. It's disappointing. Like we were looking for a real.
I hope chat doesn't feel debated yet again.
Yeah, they were debated, man. You bathe and you work out and you're making a career change and you take care of yourself and it sounds like you've dated
The monitor.
you've dated a couple of women despite having we want like a real weebo, man, like a real waifu, like some guy who has shit plastered up. You have like a Bowser poster on your wall. Like that should be someone else. Come on, man.
Well, I do have a Yui up there.
Do we get to see Yui before we go?
Yeah, sure. It's one that my friend drew for me for Christmas. And it's Yui holding a Snom, which is a Pokemon.
Oh wow. Can you? Yeah. There we go. Okay.
Oh. But yeah, so I'm
Cool.
very much proud of my Bowser Super Mario 64 Bowser poster. Fucking love that so much.
It's a great game. It's probably my favorite
amazing.
Mario.
Oh, my favorite Mario easily. So good.
All right, man. Thanks a lot, dude. Take care. Good luck.
Okay, you too.
Let her go, buddy.
I'll try. Thank you
Take
very
care.
much.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. So let's do. Okay, we've got. So many people love Toby. Ethan Pog. Okay, so let's do. You guys want to do a couple of questions? Okay, let's do a couple of questions.
This might be a bad idea, really bad idea. Doing the EF physics like this. Yeah.
Thanks for persevering through all of the boomerness.
Way.
Ready to roll. Hello? I'm alone in Discord. So much loneliness.
Yeah, I don't think this is good.
Forever alone. Maybe it's time to dig myself up a waifu. Do Weibo girls have husbandoos?
Husband though.
Okay. Hey.
See ya.
Hey, what's up, man?
So before I really ask the question, I wanted to talk about something that happened a year ago.
Okay.
So in March of 2019, we had a big house fire. So I was home alone in my room, which I'm there right now. And the fire alarm went off and the house was on fire and I had to get the fuck out. And
Sounds
so
scary.
yeah, so that I was really stressed on that day. And it was in the middle of my exam week. So all sorts of stuff going on. But what's weird is the week after that, after I finished the exams, I felt really free. Like I didn't have to go home because I didn't have a home, right? Well, we stayed somewhere, but it wasn't home. And so when I was out, I didn't feel like I had to get
This is
back home. Right? So it felt
hard.
free. So I thought about that a lot. And I felt like it had to do with my fear of rejection.
The
Like,
physics for this one is kind of tricky.
when I'm out, I feel like I'm afraid
Because
of
of the
getting
shape
rejected.
of the ears.
And so when I'm home, I'm safe.
I don't know what to do with it.
So my question would be, how do I deal with that, or how do I
Yeah, I don't know how to.
how do I
How
feel
to
less
deal with
attached
this
to
thing.
home? Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I'm confused because what it sounds like what you're giving me is an answer, not a question.
Yeah. So, well, of course, another question could be, how do I deal with fear of rejection?
No, but I mean, I understand that you can rephrase the question and you're turning it into a question. I think what the weird thing here is I think you already have an answer, right? So like you've already analyzed something. So this is great. I'm not trying to shoot you down, but
Okay.
like
Yeah.
the interesting thing is that most people come to me, like what it sounds like what you've had is a realization. What we're really looking for me to do is confirm your realization. That home is a place that allows you to escape from your fear of rejection. It's a protective place. And what you discovered when your house burned down is that someone taking away your shelter, like actually things were not as scary as you thought they were in the outside world. And you felt free and good. Right? Like what I'm hearing from you is almost like so I have young kids. So sometimes a young child doesn't want to do something. They're terrified. Like let's say like I want to put one of them in the bathtub and they're scared of the water. And it's almost like you have to force them into the bathtub. And once you force them into the bathtub, they're like, hey, this is actually a lot of fun. It's not what I thought it was. And so what I'm hearing from you is that you were afraid of rejection. So you had an experience of freedom after your house burned down, which is strange.
Yeah, this is.
And then as you reflected on it and looked into it, you realized,
want it to be.
like I was using home as a shield
Let's
against like
test
fear
it.
of rejection.
I don't know. This might look good.
And you
Yes.
started to understand
Let's
that for
see.
yourself, which is wonderful. And then you also realize, like, oh, actually, like coming out from behind the shield actually feels freeing and liberating.
Yeah, so the problem, I guess, is that a week later when we got a rental home and, you start getting settled in there, you move all your stuff that's still intact. And then it just came back. Right? I still
Sure.
wanted to go home. And
Yeah, of course.
I still have that. And now, of course, now I'm really stuck at home. But yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that the issue is that, like, what you've got to do is just recognize that. So now that you've got a shelter again, it can be scary, even though you've been in the bathtub once and you enjoyed it the first time. It can be hard for someone to overcome their fear after one experience that's positive. But the short answer is, and I recognize this is, COVID, so you can't do this, is like, I think you already know that you need to leave the home more. That's what I'm hearing from you.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you know that, there's a part of you that's not going to want to leave, and there's a part of you that recognizes that that's exactly what you
Okay.
need. Because you came here and you told me this is what I need
Physic
to
kind
do.
of done
This is what home
on the hair.
needs to be. How do I deal with my fear of
We can
rejection?
start doing the
And
body
so you
angle
can
now.
say that, okay,
I
you have to go
think.
back and process and figure out why you're afraid of being
Maybe.
rejected. But I think in your case, you have a
Seems
unique advantage
fine.
in the sense that you've been forced to overcome your
Wait,
fear
I'll be
of
right back. Let me
rejection,
get something.
and you
Get some
found
water.
that it's actually not
Mop
very
water
painful.
again. I'll be right back.
And so I'd say just leave the house when it's time to. And notice that you have the fear of rejection, and notice that there's a part of you that can tell that can assure you that that fear of rejection is not correct. That you've actually been out of the house before, and it turns out to be freeing and liberating. And then you're going to have a little war in your mind, because a part of you is going to say, I want safety, and another part of you is going to say, I want liberation. And then it's your choice which part of your mind you listen to.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And like, this is all kind of a moot question because you're in COVID. Like, I'm sorry if I don't have a more
Yeah,
satisfying
exactly.
answer, but you're one of the rare people that like starts their question with an answer. That's the answer. So, I mean, it's different. It's not just telling people like, oh, just leave your house. Like, the difference between telling someone to leave their house and telling you to leave your house is that you've left your house before. So there's some part of you that you can rely on to help you get out of your house.
Yeah. So, in a sense, it has helped, and I've started going out more with friends. But then the next level, kind of above that, is asking a girl out, right? And that's still so terrifying to me. And yeah, I don't know how
I don't understand why you didn't start with that one. Right? So
Okay,
like,
I guess that's a good point.
It's like if you're able to go out with friends and you ask me like, how do I leave the house, then
Yeah.
and then if I mean, like, if your thing is like, I'm terrified of being rejected by a girl, then that's different. But I mean, I think
Okay,
I
let's
think
keep
we've got
going.
so we've got a few
We can
minutes
do
left, and
the
unfortunately, I don't know.
body
If we have
angle
another
now.
question. Because I kind of want to say like that's the question we should answer, but there's another part of me that's like, if there are other people waiting, I should give them a chance too. Right?
Yeah,
Let me,
totally. And of
let me
course,
just-
I already know that the answer is just ask, right? So
No, but see, you haven't asked yet, so it's not just ask for you. You see the difference? One is that like you've left the home, so you have an experience of a thing, right? So you can rely on that experience to help you overcome your fear. But if you've never had an experience of the thing, you can't just tell someone to just do it. Do you understand the difference there?
right, yeah.
Just do it is usually the wrong answer. You're one of the rare people for whom it's the right answer because you already learned this.
Okay.
Right? Like, if you are afraid of asking out a girl, get yourself a waifu, learn some self-love,
Oh God.
and then go and ask out a girl. Because then you'll have been in a relationship before.
I know you're kind of memeing now, but
Yeah, I'm memeing. Let me check in with Moses and see if we have another question.
sure.
And then if not, then we'll. Okay, hold on. Let me just hold on a second. Don't leave yet, okay? Hey, do we have another question, or
There's two more. How many do you want?
let's do
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I guess let's do one more. Okay.
Okay.
So, yeah, we have a couple of questions, so I'm gonna
that's
have to ask. Let them do their thing. Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. What's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Fine, thanks. So my question would be rather personal, and it is regarding the feeling of God you were talking about,
Sure.
and it being feeling sometimes like two-sided relationship where you give and you get something out of it. Could you elaborate a little more on this experience?
Like, so what is my experience of a two-sided relationship with God?
So in the stream, you
I should have like an effect
in
layers on
short
top of
section,
this
I
as
don't
well.
know about what time
I
frame it was.
should have
Yeah.
that. It's make
But you
things look a bit better.
talked
Make it the
about
shiny things like
some, or maybe I did
these
misunderstand you there.
things.
No,
But
no, no. I was clarifying what your question was. So I made a
Yeah, it's on
statement
separate
about
layers, so
having
it should be
sometimes
possible.
having a
Okay.
bizarre
This
two-sided
thing should be
relationship
shiny.
with God, right? Where I give and I
I can just
receive.
have one big
yeah,
Yeah, and so your
mask
question is,
layer
can
on
I
top
elaborate on that?
and duplicate this, make
yes,
them
like how
ad-
does
addictive, and then just
yeah
mask them
how does it
in.
work? How does
Yeah,
the relationship that became one-sided
yeah.
turn into a two-sided relationship?
Yeah, we do
I
that
guess.
after.
Or
It's just a
Yeah, so
small
I think
add-on.
there are
So.
two aspects to it. The first is that sometimes when I know I'm supposed to do something, so okay, so let's just take a step back. So the first thing is like, what's the deal with God? So I tend to be skeptical by nature, and I think that like I have yet to read a logical proof or a scientific piece of evidence that convinces me that God exists. You with me so far?
yep.
So I understand that people debate that kind of thing. And in my own experiences with like theism versus non-theism, which I think Hinduism, like I like Hinduism because Hinduism is a religion that is simultaneously polytheistic, monotheistic, and atheistic. So their conception of God just fits way better with me. Because they don't think that there's a difference between monotheism and atheism. Which I know sounds different because we define the words differently, but they define God in a way that sort of you can apply monotheism and atheism to it in the same way. And the simplest analogy I can give is you can say that H2O is a liquid, a solid, or a gas. And of course that makes sense because we understand. But like if I were to tell you that ice and water are different, but they're both H2O, right? That sort of makes sense. Like in one perspective, these two things are different, but from another perspective, they're the same. And so Western religion or Western philosophy tends to look at atheism and monotheism as contradictory, whereas Eastern philosophy does not. It's like it's all H2O.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, so your question is like, what's the deal with my two-way relationship with God? So there are two things. The first is that I started to, through meditation, discover sources of knowledge that I do not think were from me. So we have this conception that all of the knowledge that we get, or all of the understanding that we get, comes from us. So if I read a math textbook and there's information in the math textbook, and that the understanding comes from me. But as I started to understand who I was, I started to recognize that I'm knowing things that is not possible for a human to know. Like I started to believe
not possible in what sense?
So I'll just give you an example. So one time I had someone come into my office and say to me, "I've heard that you're the guy that like people should talk to." So she sat down in my office and then she said, "So you're the guy that fixes people's lives, right?" So she sat down in my office and she said, "So fix mine." And then I was like, my first instinct was like, I don't know anything about this person. And then I just like stopped for a second, I meditated, and I started talking. And then 30 minutes later, she's crying in my office and saying, I've talked to half a dozen therapists, and like none of them have ever been as helpful as this is. And then 20 minutes later, she walked out of my office, and I have never seen her again. Now, from a scientific perspective, you could say that my training in human psychology allows me to talk to another human being and read signals from them and essentially do like cold reading, which is what psychics do, and essentially like train myself to be able to do that. You could say that that is a skill that human beings can acquire. That a mastery in psychology and cold reading allows someone to sit across from another human being and like understand them in a way that's like helpful and transformative for that person. Does that make sense? Do you know what cold reading is? Maybe not.
No, it didn't.
It's basically
know
a
of it,
technique
but
that
you're-
psychics use,
Okay.
right? So, but then like the more I stop
Yeah,
and think
your
about it, like
explanation
I
makes
don't
sense of
think I'm that good at psychology. And so
Okay.
like when I have experiences like that, it makes me like really scratch my head and say, am I just that badass? And I'm pretty sure I'm not, because like I sort of know what I'm capable of. And I know that I'm not capable of that. Like if you take 100 people and you stick them in front of me and you say like, oh, like analyze, like I can't do, that's not possible, right? That's just not possible. Like I don't believe that that's possible. So then if I'm not capable of doing that, but that clearly happened, then like where is that coming from? So that's
Oh,
so like I don't know what that thing is, but I have trouble accepting that that was me, and I have trouble accepting that that didn't happen. So I accept that that happened, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't me because I'm pretty sure I know what I'm capable of. And so that's one, it's an anecdote, absolutely, right? So like that gets me questioning though. I'm not saying it's evidence. I'm just saying like this is fucking confusing for me.
Wait, kind of
And
slow.
then you
Oh,
guys are
fuck,
asking
it's
about my personal
freeze.
experiences, which I'm
Holy
not
shit.
claiming to have
What
knowledge
am I
of this
looking
kind of
at?
stuff. It's just like you're
Oh, yeah.
asking for my subjective experience, and this is what I'm sharing.
Holy
with you. I'm
shit.
not saying I'm right. If you guys say I'm fucking dumb, or I'm fucking amazing, or I hallucinated it, I will accept all those things. I've thought about that stuff. It still kind of is in my mind as possibilities. Then the other thing that happened, I know this is going to sound really weird, but sometimes I do things that I know I'm not supposed to do, and I feel like I just get bitch slapped by God. It's hard to describe. But like sometimes when I lose patience with my kids, like I get hurt in some way. It's just really strange. Like weird things will happen around me. And like there's a part of me that says, oh, this is just your mind reading into cognitive bias
Yeah, what did I just
around
copy?
like and there's like definitely like
I
an
cannot copy
availability bias. Like,
the-
I get mad at my kid like a dozen times, but the only times
Cannot?
that I
What
remember
the-
are the ones that
I can
something
copy
happens.
the
So I'm aware of
ID
that
though.
cognitive bias, and I kind of look out for it. I'm not saying that this is actually the case. Like I think that scientifically, if someone came to my office and said, I think this is happening, I would say to them, you know, there's a decent chance this is availability bias. So you're misremembering certain things. But like just the simplest thing that I can tell you is like, I forgot even what it was.
I'm not sure if
I
it's
was
just you
outside.
this or not.
And I got mad at my kid in a way that I knew I shouldn't have. And like something, like a bug flew into my eye within the next few seconds. And it was just weird. It was just like really, really weird. And that's happened to me a few times. And so like, is that availability bias? Like literally like a bug flew into my eye and like hurt the shit out of my eye. I was like, what the fuck? It's just strange. Like is it bias? Like absolutely. Like it should be bias, right? This is just me misremembering because I get mad at my kid every day. It's just me misremembering. But then there's a part of myself, there's like a part of me that feels like it's not misremembering. It's like, actually, like maybe you should pay attention to this. And so I don't know what's real and what isn't, but like it makes me question.
and okay, yeah, makes sense. And then kind of paying attention more, or recognizing such, yeah, experiences, feelings.
Yeah, so I really don't know what the deal is there. Like, is it just cognitive bias? So now I pay attention, right? I pay attention to every time I get mad at my kid. And I like, in my mind, I sort of have like a mental tally. And like, I try to keep track. Like, I actually study it. Like, I collect data. And yeah, so far, I haven't come to
okay.
any conclusions. Sorry to say.
Like,
So is
okay.
it cognitive bias? Like, absolutely could be. Like, that sounds, sure as hell sounds like cognitive bias and the availability bias, right? Like, I'm misremembering things, but it feels different. And one thing that I've come to appreciate is that just because something doesn't make sense in my head doesn't mean it's incorrect. And in fact, humanity's biggest advancements have come from things that don't make sense to people. I don't know if that, like, so for example, when Einstein discovered relativity, he started questioning the fixed nature of time, which is so non-intuitive. So I've come to appreciate that, like if I want to really learn things, it's questioning things that I hold to be absolutely true. And so anytime I get data that contradicts something that I hold to be absolutely true, like that there isn't a God, then I stop and pause and I really try to study it. Does that make sense?
The Einstein part was a bit too complex to grasp from my mind.
So the point behind the Einstein part is that Einstein questioned some things that everyone knew to be true.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Right? So like when I have a belief that, for example, like I don't believe that God bitch slaps me when I'm mean to my kid. Like that just doesn't, there is not good evidence in the world that God responds to evil in a direct way.
So even if we think something is wrong, we could be ourselves wrong about being wrong.
Absolutely. So that's what I've come to realize. Okay. And so that's made me re-question and like put a question mark into like, what's the deal with God? Because evil happens all over the place. So it just doesn't make sense to me that there are like people committing genocide and God has the time or inclination to send a fly into my eye when I'm mean to my kid. Like that just doesn't make any logical sense. Right?
Yeah. No.
But at the same time, like flies keep on winding up in my eye. So like, what the fuck is up with that? And that's where I am. Which is like, it's just too weird. It's like too coincidental. Because flies keep on winding up in my eye. And like, that's just weird. So I haven't figured it out, but I'm looking into it and trying to figure it out.
Like an experiment that's still running and needs more
absolutely.
data.
And if you have any thoughts about how this shit works, by all means. Or Twitch chat does. Like, I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I think I'm at that point too at the moment. Can't say I figured anything out on that domain.
Yeah.
So, thank you for your question.
Yeah, thanks a lot, man.
Very happy.
I'm sorry if I was like not, unfortunately I don't have enlightened answers for everything that you guys asked, but I'm happy to answer them.
I mean, it's kind of the discussion part about it, which makes me think getting there.
Yeah, so one thing that I would leave for you is like, don't let logic outweigh experience. So this is something I feel really confident. Maybe this is what I should have said all along. Is that I've come to appreciate that the conclusions of a logical mind are not the only source of information, and sometimes are actually completely useless. Like the case with anxiety. Like if you've got anxiety, it doesn't matter. Like if you take someone with OCD who has a part of their brain that tells them, unless you turn off and on the light 7 times, a meteor is going to hit your parents. It doesn't matter how illogical the thought is. Like there are forces within you that act upon you, or potentially in the outside world, that don't adhere to logic.
And the people influenced kind of then start acting like it's real in a way.
Yeah, so like I think
because
that just
experience is real to them.
Absolutely. So I think that this is where like a lot of people say, oh, this is not logical, therefore I should not believe it. But I think that there are all kinds of things that you can believe that exist outside of logic, and there's sources of information that come outside of logic. And so if you have an experience of something, don't just discard it because it's illogical.
Is that where meditation and yoga comes in?
For me, absolutely, because meditation is where I learned truths that were not founded in logic.
And rather through experience, I guess?
Yeah, so meditation is about cultivating experience. right? So like I'll just give you one last example, and then we have to transition, I think, because we've got Ethan. But so like some people have asked me about past lives. So the way that I understand past lives is like you have memories of your past, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So like what would you do one day if you woke up and in the same way, like you remember what you had for lunch yesterday?
No.
Okay.
Moment.
So you can take any like your memories are like normal, right? Like they're just a normal part of you. Like you remember this movie, you remember this, you remember this. So imagine you wake up one day and you have memories of a life that isn't yours. Like, how do you understand that? Like, what is that phenomenon? Like, does that mean that past lives are real? Like, I don't know, but it's fucking weird. It's weird to wake up one day and have memories of a life that does not exist. But it's not imagination. It feels like a memory. It's not like something you make up. It's just you remember it. It has the same casualness of memory. And so my point is that, like, if you have an experience like that, which sometimes I work with people who have experiences like that, then I don't think you should just discard it because it's not logical, because clearly, like, that's coming from somewhere. So try to figure out, like, what's the deal with that? Like, is there some system of logic that does explain it? Investigate it. And don't discard it just because it's not logical.
Oh, okay. Makes sense. Kind of like an anxious person might get anxious because there really is threat to the person.
Yes. So, for example, one patient that I worked with had anxiety for 17 years and had worked with multiple psychiatrists and therapists. And we've been able to help her a lot. And the way that we helped her was by starting with the idea that her anxiety is real and not false. That in and of itself has helped her immensely. Because she was aware of things that people told her as a child were not true that actually were. And so, like, that became anxiety because, like, but her fears were really real because she understood what was going on. And they just didn't explain it to her. And that's become her anxiety disorder. So the interesting thing is that the more that we embrace and explore her illogical anxiety, the more she realizes, oh, actually, I knew this all along. And then now her anxiety is just, like, going away. It's really strange. Like, I don't know if that makes sense.
Wait, what is this?
It's strange.
Yeah, of
What did I
course.
actually
Kinda
wait?
like
I
the
might have just
feeling
moved this a bit
had a purpose with it or a reason behind it. Which
on
Absolutely.
the art file. Now it's just shift.
Absolutely. So the takeaway for all of you guys is that don't just trust logic because logic is flawed or incomplete, and there are other sources of information. And what I try to do is just explore each and every one of those, right? And try to figure out what your own answers are, irrespective of
It's
whether
weird. You look good. Is it? Is it looking good? I don't know.
Thank you very much.
All right, take care.
Enter. See ya.
Okay, let me check the file. See if it's
and be normal.
It's fucked up or not,
Right?
or is this
Start
on the
reminding
rigging
people, is that
part?
how you feel about yourself?
Let me check.
So can you see how, like, that's what the third grader feels about themselves,
Checking.
right? So, like, you kind of said, this runs deep. I completely agree. And then let's.
Okay, it's not in the art. It's in the rigging file.
Third
So,
graders' beliefs. Do you think that those are accurate?
yeah, it's in the rigging file. Let me just move this a bit.
I mean,
When did I move this shit?
My answer is like, yeah, because I know that according to the, I mean, if we're talking about the math class, like, I know.
No,
that
this is right here.
I don't know. I mean, I could have, but even if I were to, like, study harder or, like, really make an effort to,
This is what I'm thinking. Okay,
to get
that's
in that
still
class,
fine.
I don't think I would have.
Man.
So.
Okay, safe.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was
safe,
accurate in thinking that I needed to do more to try to get in.
I'm glad.
Okay, let me pick another interview. Burnout. Burnout is fun.
Let's man. Thanks for coming on. So, can you tell me a little bit about?
I'm
is there something in particular you want to talk about?
I'm watching
today,
Dr. K interviews in the background right now.
Oh, really? Oh, the Sennheiser.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really comfortable. I like it a lot.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh, go ahead.
You know, I was just going to say, tell me a little bit about, you know, how we can be helpful and what you want to talk about today.
So I guess the topic was supposed to be like gaming burnout.
Okay.
So I guess a little bit about my background is that I'm from Hawaii. After I graduated high school, I worked for my dad as an intern for a year, and then I got fired because I didn't want to do it. I got lucky with the game League of Legends, and I got flown out a free trip to Sweden, and then I started my League Pro career by joining, going to the TSM house, and then I played pro for like 5 years, and then I've played League for
Keep
like 10
this top
years,
part
and I've
in,
had like
please.
ups and
Shouldn't
downs,
move
and
that much.
I'll get into details as we talk about it more.
Wow. So you're a pro League player.
I used to be.
Used to be. Okay.
Yeah. So I haven't been pro for like 4 years now, 3 years around that time.
Yeah, I've worked with a
And
fair number of people who are kind of transitioning out of being pro.
yeah.
In League, Overwatch, mostly. A little bit of
Mhm.
CS:GO, a little bit of Rainbow Six, but yeah. So tell me a little bit about So when you said gaming burnout, what do you mean by that?
It's just one of those things where you play the same game for a long time, and you don't want to play it as much, but then your fans want you to play it, and it also brings you income. So instead of doing it for fun, it becomes your job, because going from casual to pro. Um, yeah, I don't see how else to say it. I feel like that's common knowledge at
They
this
have
point.
to move the
Yeah. So
top
you feel
part
like you have
as
to play the
well.
game?
There
Oh,
was a
let
time,
me
yeah, that
show.
I felt
You should
like I
do that
had to play the
outfit
game, and
thingy
I thought
here
about
as
it
well.
for years on end that,
Make
would I
the
be okay without it? Should I not play it
okay. Let's see
for
how
the
many
good of
stages
my
we
mental
have.
health? Because playing it was hurting me.
Half
Because
naked,
so
inside
when you
and
play the same
outside.
game that's
1, 2,
controlled by
3.
the
Okay.
developers, where they control every
1,
patch,
2. Wait.
how the game is changed, like
Half
whatever they want to
naked.
do.
1, 2. Okay.
Sometimes they make changes
2.
that are bad, and Riot is always a company
Outfits.
about changing, and so
As
whether it's
maximum
good or
2.
worse, some of the changes they've made have made the experience much less enjoyable.
Like
But
what?
at the so in League of Legends, there's this thing called funneling, and what that is that instead of having a standard game of 5 people versus 5 people, like there's one person top, middle, 2 people bottom, and one that goes
Jungle.
around the map. Yeah,
Yeah.
jungle. And so instead of having that standard thing, um, there's a role called support, which is they basically, they're bottom. They support their other laner. Their job is to help them get as strong as possible. Now, instead of just having one support in the game, the concept of funneling is there's 2 supports, and what will happen is there'll be another support in a lane where they're by themselves, and instead of becoming someone strong, their goal is to make someone who is roaming around strong. And so the concept is like, okay, cool, that's their strategy, but it's a very straightforward and like hard to counter strategy if you make mistakes. Again, it's really unique, and what it does is it enables that one person to hard carry, and it's very unfun to play against because they don't even have to play it perfectly, but even if you play it perfectly, you can still lose against that. It's a very common cheese elo boosting strategy, and because I've played the game for so long, there are some games where I feel like I played it perfectly and I'll still lose, which will happen either way. But it felt
Damn.
even more so against the strategy, and that was just one of the many things that just turned me off from playing the game and just made me like,
So
lose my mind.
are you kind of saying that it lowered the skill ceiling of the game to sort of have a strategy that just was kind of lopsided and
Yes, it lowered the skill ceiling, not because of the person only getting all the farm, but because of the person who's giving them all that. Instead of playing the game normally and getting stronger, like your skills tested. You don't have to. You can literally put anyone in that position of giving the farm to that person, and all they would have to do is just they wouldn't have to focus on macro at all. They would just have to help that person, and it considerably lowers the skill ceiling because usually you'd have a skilled player in this role because they're considered a carry, but instead they're given the support role, which is, I'm not trying to say support is easier than carrying, but when you don't have to focus on last hitting, which is what gives you money in the game.
Yeah, I'm a boomer, but I'm not that much of a boomer.
Okay, I just want to be.
So I'm familiar with like ADC and carrying and mid and jungle and supports and
yeah. Basically, they just turn their brain off and just give all the gold to the jungler.
Yeah. So just as a reference for how much of a boomer and how little of a boomer I am, I started playing Dota probably like, let me think about this, 14 years ago.
Oh, okay. Well, then you know more than enough.
So back when I was there when MOBAs were born, boy.
Yeah, me too.
So okay, so I see. So it seems like some of the changes that the developers make have really kind of taken some of the joy out of the game for you. And
yeah, it's kind of like, it's not completely their fault because it's the player base that also abuses it. So yeah.
Sure. But I mean, isn't the game developer responsible for creating the setting that then players are going to abuse or not abuse?
Yeah.
I mean, I think.
Yeah.
I mean,
can I freeze the angle of this
players
shit
are going to be pieces
down?
of shit, right?
Yeah.
They're going to cheese whatever they can.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
and I think that's why like good developers are so important, because they're going to create the setting through which, that's going to dictate a certain kind of behavior.
Yeah. I want to say it's hard for them to balance it because there's so many champions in the game. Sure. But I guess what really irritated me as a pro player is that they would hold these these player summit meetings where pro players would come in and pro players would give their advice, and a lot of players that play the game a lot have their concerns, but there's also like the lower level of play where people have their concerns because what works in lower skill level games doesn't always work in high, and vice versa. And so they would hold these we would have these meetings where like we could give them feedback, and there's some things that were clearly broken, and a lot of the time it wasn't listened to, and that's what frustrated me, because it's like, why am I going to this if it's not even like being considered, because it just gets written off by certain people in the balance team.
So
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Dars, keep going.
Oh, and a lot of people have expressed like similar opinions, and I just feel like there's some people on the balance team that are actually just smoking weed or getting in a hot box and just being like, what if we did this? And that's how strongly I feel about it.
Yeah. So let me just see if I'm hearing you. I'm kind of getting the sense that, so I've been jotting a couple things down as you've been talking. So this is just literally the words that I wrote down, and let me know if these kind of feel right. So feeling forced to play in a particular way, being forced to play a particular game for money, for fans, kind of struggling with the sense of illusion of choice, where in theory you could stop, in theory they'll change the game in a different way, but that you're kind of forced. I mean, what I'm getting from you is sort of a sense of being forced into something.
Yeah, it's kind of like the feeling of let's say you post on Twitter every day for the idea of getting likes, getting it popular, and like, oh, I feel good, so many people liked my tweet. And sometimes you tweet about stuff and people are like, who cares, shut up, but it's like your Twitter account. So it's kind of like that too.
Yeah. So you said that sometimes lol hurts you. You use the word hurt. Can you
Oh,
tell
a
me?
lot.
Can you tell me what you meant by that? Sorry if I didn't give you enough
Uh,
context. I can.
um, it's been a double-edged sword for me because it's obviously created a career for me and everything, and put me where I am today. But so there are many ways of explaining of how it hurts me. For example, when we were talking about the changes while I was a pro, there's the concept of 2 versus 1ing the top laner, so they would switch bottom and top. And that was a meta. That was a meta they were constantly trying to fix for like 3 years, and that's something that hurt me. When the jungler ganks top,
You're a top player?
constantly. Yeah, I'm a top player. Usually the top laners have to deal with most of the harassment throughout the game because for junglers they just have to farm creeps and worry about the enemy jungler. The mid laners, they have a short lane, so they don't get punished as hard. Top laners have the long lane, so there's more risk to me. Bottom laners have their support, but top laners
You're left all alone.
We're basically left all alone, and we're forced to pick characters that will allow us to survive with less resources. But at the same time, you're also dealing with the enemy top laner, where if he abuses that, the higher level play it goes, the harder it is. So there's just so many factors and things that I don't want to get too far into it. But
and so if we think about gaming burnout, is it sort of this idea of being forced to play in a particular way, being forced to play a game that the meta has changed away from what you want it to be, being forced to play League of Legends for your financial well-being, for the people that have supported you, feeling kind of that you owe them, or that they've supported you, so that you should give them what they want. Is that what you mean by burnout?
No, I that's just me expressing my pain. I guess what burnout really is that I've played League of Legends for like 12 hours a day for 5 to 6 years during my pro career. And I guess what the burnout is really comes from is not only playing it so much and grinding it so much, but I guess what it comes from is not knowing how to take a break. I think that's what really creates it for me.
Okay.
Because
So, pardon me, Jairus, if I'm a bit confused. So you said during your pro career. So when was that some time ago, or we talking about now? Or are we talking about gaming burnout a while ago?
it was a while ago, and I think I'm still kind of burnt out today as a gamer because I've played games every day of my life, basically.
So what is the burnout that so like, let's just think about that, right? So that sounds kind of confusing to me, and I'm going to question your formulation of it. So it makes absolute sense, and I've dealt a lot with pro gamer burnout and streamer burnout and things like that. Actually, in my day job, I'm a burnout specialist, so I do a lot of work with burnout, with like investment banking, with entrepreneurs, with physicians. There's like the 40-hour work week, and the funny thing is that like many physicians just find that to be preposterous. So like in residency, the expectation is that you work 80 hours a week. And the residency is what you do after med school when you actually learn how to be a doctor. And so you have the National Medical Accreditation Institution, which is called the ACGME. And they basically had to pass a law that said that you can't work your residents more than 80 hours a week on average. So what that means is that like what residency programs do is they'll have some weeks where people will work like 100 hours a week, and then they'll have like a research block where they are supposed to be working like 50 hours a week, and it ends up like people work 80, 90, 100-hour weeks depending on whether you're a surgeon or psychiatrist, or it just depends on what you do. And so it's strange because like in some, you're kind of saying that 12 hours 5 to 6 days a week is between 60 and 72 hours of work a week. And
oh no, I'm talking like 7 days a week.
So, yeah.
I don't have like a specific number, but the lifestyle was wake up, play all day, sleep.
Right.
Every day.
So that is like I think oftentimes it may have been more than 12 hours, right? So like it may have been 14
Yeah.
or 16. And I think we should talk about that lifestyle because that's a lifestyle that you don't have to be a pro gamer to do, right? Wake up,
Mhm.
start with YouTube, switch to some gaming, watch a little bit of Twitch, go back to gaming, back to a little bit of YouTube, learn something philosophical on YouTube for a little while, you know, pull out your Switch in bed, browse Reddit, and then sleep. It's like a full day. So we can talk about that lifestyle. I'm sorry, did you want to say something?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the idea of it, but it's harder in a way because you're competing at the top level, so there's just more stress involved. And
Sure.
instead of it sounding like something where you know, it's just the casual lifestyle, it's very much more stressful because you live with other people on your team and you deal with each other because of the gaming house such, and you're just all trying to figure out how to win.
Yep.
Mhm.
So if you want to, we can talk about that because I have some experience doing consulting for professional organizations for like physical sports and esports. And I don't know where people got the idea that 12 hours a day, 7 days a week makes you a better player than 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. Right? So like there's this huge
Mhm.
assumption in the world of esports that the more you play, the better you get, and that the harder you grind, the more you perform. I don't know that that's actually the case. Um, what do you
I
think?
think it really depends because I can't say that. I've seen players who've played like um there was a Korean player we played against and he was late to scrims because he would just be playing all night, all day. He'd sleep for like 4 hours and just play for the rest of the day. I guess the key word here is being efficient about the time you put in
Yep.
and also efficiently resting.
Yeah, I completely agree. And so some of the consulting work that I've done has been around, um, you know, even like having people on the same pro team talk about their feelings with each other, because a lot of times people get frustrated and upset with each other, and that like ultimately, the more frustrated and upset you are with your teammates, the harder it is to hit a flow state. And the one
Mhm.
thing that I've heard time and time again, whether it's with working with NFL players or Overwatch athletes, is like getting into the flow state is what wins you games. And the more you can stay in the flow state, it's being able, if you're in a best of 5, like losing one game and being able to forget about that and focus on the second game completely independent of whether your tournament life is on the line or not. It's just playing the best game you can play. And I
Right.
think a lot of that has way more to do with um, not just, it's just not the number of hours you put in. It's about being the best you. It's like you said,
Mhm.
like kind of using your time efficiently, making sure you and your team are harmonious. Like if you guys lose a game, like are you guys blaming, or is everyone blaming the top laner because they 2v1 top and their ADC got fed and then they lost? Or do they recognize that the reason that the ADC got fed is because you didn't have enough support? And are you guys playing to win, or are you guys playing to, like, you know, blame each other? So
Mhm.
I think there's a lot in the realm of esports that I think is actually in its infancy. And if you look at organizational psychology and different organizations, like I forget what Ray Dalio's, there's a hedge fund manager named Ray Dalio, and he wrote an excellent book called Principles, and he runs one of the most successful hedge funds in the world, and just kind of talking a little bit about like how he runs his company. And I think there are a lot of ways to run organizations that can improve efficiency, and esports is just really, really behind. And you
Mhm.
get guys that are former pro players that know the game really well, but really have no background in organizational behavior or management or anything like that. Anyway, now I'm ranting, um, you know, Dyrus, let me toss something out. So like so are you burnt out today because you were a pro 5 to 6 years ago? Like why are you burnt out today?
Um so a few months ago I decided to completely stop streaming for 3 months. Like just completely stop to see if I could feel better or get better, and I did feel better about things, but I didn't feel like it made too much of a difference. Basically, like I said before, my life is I wake up, I eat, I stream, and I sleep. But I also have a girlfriend, so there are girlfriends in between also. And so it started to become where I need to manage my time to the point where I can at least do my everyday adult responsibilities. And I think one of the reasons why I feel burnt out is because since I've played so much games, it's really hard to find a game that's as fun as the time I enjoyed League of Legends. Like, I'll enjoy some games for a few days, but a lot of the time in this year, and you'll hear a lot of people that play games say this, is like, oh man, what games do I play? There's no good fun games to play. Man, I can't wait for a new game to come out so I can play that. And you play it, and it only lasts so long, and the you just feel a lot of emptiness because you don't have a game to get addicted to. Now, for today specifically, the game Valorant is out, so that's what I'm currently addicted to right now. And um
How do you like that?
it's just a cycle. I love the game. I think the only time I felt discomfort in the game is when they changed the headshot sound, and when you shot them in the head, it was like there's like a sound like cue playing, like a music sound cue playing, and then like I forget whatever sound, but they changed it to like this loud plate crunching sound. And when you headshot people, you'd hear that. But they took it off. But for that day was actually like one of the worst days I've had in like the last month, just because of that small thing.
How do you understand why such a small thing could affect you so profoundly?
Because I find joy in the sound cues when I'm rewarded for playing well. And the addiction. Sound cues in video games are actually super big to me. If if they're like badly done or poorly quality, no matter how good the gameplay is or no matter how good everything is, the sound is like a huge part of my gaming experience.
Are you tired right now, Dyrus?
A little bit, but I always sound like this.
And what is like this?
Um, monotone,
Okay.
low energy.
When you say always, were you like this as a kid? Were you like this?
Depends on what time, as I was when I was a kid.
Can I think for a second?
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, you were saying? Thank you, by the way.
So your question is, am I always like this as a kid?
Yeah, were you always like this as a kid?
There's times where I was super energetic, but because I was teased and bullied throughout my school years, I became more shy and had anxiety with talking with people. I was very awkward.
What happened when you became monotone with respect to the bullying?
I think that's just my natural voice for when I became monotone.
I get that. I mean, so it's interesting because you said I used to get excited, and then after that sentence, literally you said I would get bullied.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's strange for those two sentences to come back to back.
I'm very bad at explaining things and telling stories, but basically
I'm not so sure I agree with that, but go ahead.
So throughout my school life, I used to be nice to all the kids in class because I wanted to be funny. I wanted to make people laugh. I wanted to make people happy. And there are some kids in my school that would take advantage of my kindness, even though I was like the biggest kid in class. I started to get bullied, and out of getting bullied, I would get angry, and they would tell on the teacher and tell me that I needed anger management because I would get mad at them and yell back at them. And so I had anger management in elementary school, and I basically just used it as an excuse to get out of class. And
so I'll ask you again.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to the bullies when you became monotone?
I guess that has nothing to do with it. If I
Interesting.
really.
So I think that I don't think you're a bad storyteller. I just don't think you're consciously aware of what you're saying. So when you say I'm a bad storyteller, what I hear is that these dots don't feel connected and I should tell a more complete story. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You with me?
Okay. Yeah, I'm with you.
But actually I feel like the dots are very
Get
connected.
dark. See ya.
what we're literally hearing, so let me tell you the story that I hear. Here's a kid who's expressive.
I think we can finish the body angle today. And then tomorrow we'll do the rest. Hopefully have enough time.
You got bullied and you got sad. Not just bullied,
possible,
right?
I think.
When you expressed things, you got bullied, and how did you respond to that bullying?
I got angry.
And that's expression.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you expressing, so you expressed something the first time, you get bullied. You express something else, and then what happens?
I got angry, and then I would get sad because I was angry, and then
what did the teachers do?
They put me in anger management.
Which is a class that teaches you to do what?
To control my anger.
And become monotone. See that?
Yeah.
Weird, huh?
Yeah.
Like literally, just think about this for a second, Dyrus. Literally, you were put in a class that taught you how to take what's on the inside and not show it to the people on the outside.
Oh, so is that? Oh, okay.
Like, does that sound like a stretch to you?
No,
because it feels actually
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of weird. I mean, it's like I couldn't get a more perfect answer from you in terms of, oh, this guy was actually taught this. Because it was weird, because you said, so I think, Dyrus, I don't think, I mean, there were a couple of statements that you made about, that are a little bit devaluing, like I'm not a good storyteller. I don't think that you're not a good storyteller. I think that there are things that your mind is piecing together which consciously you don't understand. But I think you understood this all along, because you actually, it's strange to say, I used to be an excited kid and I used to enjoy making people laugh, and then I got bullied. And I asked you a little bit about, like, have you always been this way? And so your mind is already piecing together monotoneness, being excited as a kid, and getting bullied. Like those three sentences are linked in your mind in some way, and you're just not entirely sure how they fit together. And because you're not sure how they fit together, you can't tell a clear story about it. But if I ask you, the story's right there. Am I being too abstract? I'm sorry.
No, you're completely correct. That's exactly how I am. I'm not able to tell it clearly.
Because I don't think you understand it clearly. Right? So I think that you know it, but you don't understand it. And the answers are there. You just have to learn a process of accessing them. And now I'm going to share with you something that's really kind of bizarre. So this isn't, I could be completely wrong here, but like you're telling me that you're burnt out, right? And you're telling me, like, when I asked you originally about burnout, you said 12 hours a day for like 5 to 7 days a week. And when I pressed you a little bit further, it's basically gaming all day, every day, TSM house, pro gamer, all this kind of stuff. But like, it's weird because it's like, why the fuck are you burnt out now? Like, when your first answer to when did you experience burnout is you talked about something that you haven't been a pro now for 4 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying that you aren't burnt out now. I'm just saying it's kind of strange that your answer, it's like, oh yeah, why are you sad? And someone says, yeah, I had a really toxic relationship 4 years ago. And it's like, sure, that probably has something to do with it. But it's strange that the burnout has kind of lingered so long. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I guess that my lifestyle from 4 years ago, the only thing that's changed is that instead of it being super high skill and competitive and stressful and being in a team environment, it went from that to just putting all my time into streaming, and at the same time it took up my time, which was good for me. But I went through a lot of pain at the end of the year because I stopped playing, and I had a relationship where I broke up.
End of the year is meaning which year?
End of my pro career.
Okay.
And when I stopped playing pro, I broke up, so I felt a lot of pain during the time, and then I got over it. Just a roller coaster of emotions throughout the next years. I moved out of the TSM house. I I lived with one of my former teammates. I had to learn how to take adult responsibilities because I always ignored all of that because the team would take care of it, paying rent, paying
You know what you
electricity,
sound like?
moving in.
You sound like a fucking top laner.
Do I?
I mean, just think about it, right? The roller coaster, being done with the pro team, moving out, losing your girlfriend, you're alone.
I think a lot of people can relate with that. So
I think a lot of people can too.
Yeah, but I am. I do have the top laner mentality.
Yeah.
Hold on, I have a phone call.
Anyway, keep going. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh no.
I mean, I meant to, but I'm sorry.
So I moved from the TSM house, which was in LA, to an apartment near them, and then I lived there for 2 years, and then I moved to Austin, Texas for 2 years, and now I bought a house in Wichita, Kansas. And so now I live in Wichita, Kansas.
Do you feel like you're left all alone?
No, I've had a girlfriend for the last 3 years.
Sure, I understand you have a girlfriend. Do you feel like you've been left all alone?
Roommates returning. Fuck.
As like a
roommates returning. Had to mute
player
soon.
or this person or just in
Do
general?
those words mean something to you? Do they resonate with how you feel?
They do.
How do I freeze the angle of these things?
A pro anymore.
There's a free angle option, but I don't know how it
lose
works.
interest in me because I'm not pro, which is understandable. But the ones that
I don't know how it
pretended to
works.
be closer than they really are have also shown. And there's like 3 different phases of it. The first one is I'm a pro player, lots of fans, people talk about me every day when I was a pro. Confession here, when I was a pro, I would do things like look up my own name. That's
Sure.
something where I enjoyed the attention. And so that was the first phase. I would stop being pro. The second phase was I'm just a streamer. I retired. I was still relevant as a streamer, and I kept streaming every day. And slowly, as I played more and more, I cared less for being good at the game. And with that, people also started to care about me less. And it slowly became this thing where I was scared of being irrelevant. I was scared of, losing value, of being relevant. And so I thought to myself for a long time, like, what matters to me most? And so it was hurting me, and I decided to quit League after a certain point. And then the last phase was still trying to decide, do I care about being relevant, or do I care about what's good for me? But they're all connected in some kind of way. So it's just like, it's like if you behind your PC there's a bunch of cords and it gets all over the place. That's how I feel about my different phases of life. Like the cords are just everywhere, and I don't know how to.
That's fucking burnout, buddy. I'm going to tell you something that's going to sound absolutely crazy. I don't think it has to do with your pro career. I don't think it's any of that shit. I think it's all the cords being untangled. I think life is overwhelming. Like, you don't know what to do. You don't know what's going to make you feel good. You don't know what you should do. You don't know how to make money. You don't know how to have fun. I ask you, do you feel like you're left all alone? And then you say, I have a girlfriend. And then I ask you the same damn question again. I'm not trying to beat you up here, right? Let me know.
Yeah.
By the way, you can tell me to go fuck myself at any point.
No, you're completely fine.
And then you say, I have a girlfriend. And then I ask you, do you feel left alone? And you're like, I'm not sure what that means. Then I ask you a third time, do those words sit with you? And you say, yes. And there we see your confusion, because you're like, in some part of your mind, you're thinking to yourself, I shouldn't feel this way because I have a girlfriend. Like, where does feeling alone come from? Because I've done the things. I'm in Wichita. I have some real friends. I recognize I don't. I have some fake
Can I
friends.
keep this
I figured out
on?
who those are. Because you're solving
This look
so many
weird, but can I-
problems. Like, you're doing so good, right? And that's why it's so
Yeah,
fucking confusing.
no, I
You moved to
shouldn't.
Wichita.
No, I
You figured
shouldn't.
out sort of what you're going to do for your mental health. You've got this girlfriend. You're playing Valorant. It's a lot of fun. And like, you're checking all the boxes,
fun. Maybe I
but
keep
like,
it, though.
you feel wrong. You feel alone and burnt out, and like there's a lot of shit tangled up behind the computer, and you don't know what plugs into what and what goes where and which cord does what. You know it's all there in some way, but it's just not fit together.
Yeah. I completely agree.
What are you feeling right now?
A little bit of relief. Well, maybe a tear in my eye. A little happy, I guess. Oh, your daughter. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I don't know who that was, but sensitive to sound, huh?
Yeah. I am sensitive to sound.
Yeah, I see that. I think you're a really sensitive guy. What do you think?
I've been told that a lot, but I've always tried to put up the front of,
Anger
holding
management.
it down.
Yeah, monotone.
I hold it in a lot.
Yeah. I don't think this is burnout. I think it's burden.
Burden.
Because here's what was confusing to me, right? Is that you say, okay, I ask you the first question, and really, I'm not trying to say you're stupid or anything. I'm just pointing out what your mind is doing, okay? So just try to pay attention. I ask you like about burnout. Your first thing is you talk about life as a pro. And that was 4 years ago. So is that the source of your burnout? And then you say, well, I sort of continued that lifestyle. I wake up every day. I still do all this kind of stuff. Okay, so like maybe it's the lifestyle. Maybe it's streaming. And you were like, yeah, but I replaced programming with streaming. That makes sense too. Streamers get burnt out all the time. And then comes the really confusing thing, which is that you say, I took a break for 3 months. And it helped a little. Now that's really confusing, because if it's the pro gaming and if it's the streaming and you took a break from it, then that should help a lot. So either you're doing your standard thing where you sort of downplay the impact of things. You say a little bit, like you say, maybe a tear in my eye, right? You have this tendency to use like small words. So maybe it's that. But I think it's a clue that it's not actually those environments. And I know this sounds completely crazy, but I think you carry the burnout with you. And I think that one of the most confusing things about being a human being, especially when you've been entrained to not feel what you feel on the inside. And if you really want to understand this, we have to talk about your internship with your dad's company.
Okay.
Right. And I think we'll get a lot there. But that you're a guy who has taken what you feel and you've shoved it aside for the sake of other things, for the sake of not getting in trouble in class. You've taken your excitement and your joy and you put them aside because of your fear of bullying. You've taken your frustration when people bully you and you try to defend yourself, and then the teacher like breathes down your neck, and then you got put in an anger management class, and those kids are like, fuck you, Dyrus. You suck. And then you're not allowed to say anything. And you become a pro player where like no one cares that you're tired. No one cares that you're left all alone on the top lane in a shitty fucking meta where it's 2v1 top. Like no one fucking cares. They're like, fuck you,
I-
virus.
Yeah, that is the general idea, but I want to say this because that would be disrespectful towards the people that have cared for me. Like there are a lot of people that have supported me in my community that have watched me for a long time and have supported me for a long time. So I don't want to forget about them because it's so easy to focus on the negative.
Yeah, so so let me be clear. I'm glad you said that. I'm not trying to paint everyone with a bad brush, although I am doing exactly that. The reason that I'm doing that is because I'm amplifying because you're suppressing. So I'm going to blow things out of proportion.
Okay.
And then I think somewhere in the middle between you downplaying things and me like upplaying things, we're going to arrive at somewhere near the truth. Which is not that it's not that it's your kids' fault. I mean, your parents' fucking teammates. My kid is shouting my name in the background. But it's not your teammates' fault that the meta is that way. But I think it still speaks to I think they're hunting for her because she's looking for me and she usually winds up in here. But I think somewhere along this is like it's the feeling of being left all alone. Right. And there's something about a feeling, there's something about a burden that you carry with you. There's something about what you feel in terms of burnout that actually is not because you're a pro player or because you're a streamer. Because if you took a 3-month break, that should have made a big difference. If that's the source of it. So this is the really crazy thing, is that when we think about life and we think about why we feel the way that we do, we tend to attribute the way that we feel to external things. You say the reason I'm burnt out is because I was a pro, is because I'm a streamer. The reason that I'm unhappy is because my wife doesn't do X, Y, Z, or my girlfriend doesn't care about me enough, or the reason that I feel alone is because I don't have a girlfriend, right? I feel so lonely because I have no one to love and no one loves me and all this kind of shit. And then the funny thing is that you've done some of those things that are supposed to make those feelings go away. And then it's kind of confusing. And then you end up with all the cords behind your PC. Because this is how you're supposed to feel. And I'm sure that you do feel, I mean, I'm not sure, but I imagine you feel loved and appreciated by your girlfriend and all that stuff. Like you have all the positive things in the relationship that the girlfriend is supposed to give you. And yet you still feel left alone. And that's exactly my point. It's not the girlfriend. It's not that you are a pro player. It's not that you're a streamer. This is something that you carry within you. It's something you've carried for a long time. And now this is kind of cool because what this means, it's kind of cool and it's kind of crappy. Because on the one hand, you don't have to change anything in the outside world. You don't have to be a pro again. What this means is that you're not forced into playing something for your fans or your money or whatever. Like you can, if you need money and streaming is the way that you're going to get it, that's fine. But the feelings that you have inside are not controlled by what happens on the outside. So the cool thing is like that should be a little bit liberating, and it should also be really, really confusing because then like what the fuck are they controlled by?
Right.
Any thoughts so far? Are we good? Questions?
I feel like for the 3-month break, I feel like one of the reasons why it didn't really help as much, but helped a little bit, was because I don't know how to take a break. One of the things my girlfriend has mentioned to me is that I should try and find another hobby because my mind is so reliant on playing games, and because all other than playing games, the only other thing that I do is watch anime or read manga or watch TV shows, and I can't really find anything else that holds me up the same way. For example, when the Valorant change happened, I was having a really shitty day, and I don't know, there's not my favorite TV shows, there's no episodes out, I don't know what to watch. Like what
Yeah,
what
I'm
am I
with you.
supposed
So
to
we're
do
going
for
to talk
hobby?
about dopamine exhaustion and how your brain may really not be helping you right now. But I want to point something else out to you. I don't know how to take a break. Is that something in the outside world or is that something on the inside world? Is that within you or is that something in the environment?
I think that's mostly within me, because if I had to choose like my priorities in life, like gaming is like top 3.
Sure.
Top 2.
What does that have to do with not knowing how to take a break?
So I don't know what to do to feel relaxed, I guess.
Okay, beautiful sentence, okay? And therein lies your problem. What to do to feel. Okay. We're going to help you out, Dyrus. I'm going to try. So I'm going to give you another sentence. I should learn a new hobby. Is that something on the inside or something on the outside?
It's something told from the outside, and it's something that on the inside it's like, yeah, I should do that, but then I don't.
So a hobby is external, right? Like the point here is that you don't know how to take a break, and so your girlfriend says learn a hobby. But like, and I'm going to say the last thing. So now here's the beautiful sentence. I don't know what to do to feel relaxed. Mm-hmm. So that implies that your relaxation comes from something on the outside. Does that make sense? I don't know what to do to feel relaxed.
Yes, I think that is accurate.
Right? So the hypothesis that I'm asking you to entertain is that you are looking for far too many solutions on the outside. And if we look at it, like the more that we look at your problem, you say, I'm burnt out because I was a pro player. I'm burnt out because I'm a streamer. But then if we want to be really scientific about it, then removing those things should relieve your burnout. But when you did that for 3 months, it didn't really relieve your burnout. And in fact, when you did that, so that didn't work. And then when we ask you why, it's because I don't know how to take a break. That's the answer. The answer isn't that you should find something else to distract you. And you kind of say like, okay, I need anime or manga or whatever. But like the point is that you have things to distract you. You have shows, you can play Valorant, you know how to engage your mind. But despite engaging your mind and watching anime and reading manga and playing Valorant and whatever, you still carry this feeling of being left alone, of feeling burnt out. Like that's something you carry within you, and no amount of doing any shit outside is ever going to fix that. Like finding a new hobby is not going to fix that. It's just going to teach you to be distracted from it. Like, do you see how your mind moves from distraction to distraction? You have to rotate, because as the dopamine from Valorant starts to get as you build up tolerance from the dopamine release from Valorant, you have to move to anime. And then you build up tolerance to that, and then you have to move to manga, and then you build up tolerance to that. And then you cross your fingers and you hope that by the time you burn through your 3, there's something you can watch on Netflix. And by the time you burn through that, by then your dopamine will have like recalibrated with Valorant. You can go back to square one. Mm-hmm. And what we see is a generation of people that move from distraction to distraction to distraction. YouTube, Reddit, Twitch, gaming. YouTube, Reddit, Twitch, gaming. Anime, manga, D&D.
I can't tell you how many times that I catch myself just clicking on Twitter over and over again.
Twitter. And so our society is like, yeah, man, you want another hit? Like, let me show you Twitter. Let me show you Reddit. Like, here, man. Like, oh yeah, that cocaine is really good, but you should really try a speedball. Toss some heroin in there. Take a little bit of TikTok.
I've told a lot of my friends this, that so in Hawaii there's a lot of drug trafficking, and every person I knew had some kind of connection to drugs. And when I was in middle school and I was sad, I got peer pressured into trying some drugs, and I tried a bunch of drugs. And I always told my friends, I asked my friends, do you know what the number one drug of them all for me is? And the reason why I don't do drugs, it's just video games.
Yeah,
video games is my strongest addiction.
It's not that you don't do drugs. You just don't ingest substances. Big difference.
Yeah.
What we're addicted to is avoidance. Right? It's like all these things, and like, I'm with you, man.
Okay, have fun.
My dopamine gets burned too. It's a beautiful story. But I think that Dyrus, your answers are not, it's like nothing on the outside, man. It's all on the inside.
I don't have to do the booba physics on this one.
This is what Lutha said. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
So what do I do? Yeah, like that's the question to ask.
It's a great question. Okay. So the answer, unfortunately, is a little bit complex, but let me just think for a second. But the first thing is that you've done a big part today, like, because just in realizing, like, you know, that the answer is not on the outside is going to be huge, because I think so far for most of your life, you've been looking for answers on the outside. And I think, I mean, in some ways it's going to be easier than you think it is, but you can't really do it, which makes it hard. I know it sounds kind of weird.
I know, I completely understand that statement.
So please explain it to us, because
it's like when you see someone do something, it's easier said than done because there's so many complex things that go into it. Some people just have a knack for it, that just understand certain parts of it. And for others, it can be something as simple as like whistling. You know, some people just naturally can whistle, and when I was little, I can't whistle now. I can never whistle. But for some people, it seems simple, but maybe there's some kind of feeling in my mouth or shape that I'm supposed to make to whistle, but I can't do it because it just doesn't click with me.
It's a beautiful example. So here's the thing. I think whistling is the perfect example. So I think it's like whistling in the sense that you got to try and you got to try and you got to try, and then one day you're going to do it. That's really how it works. And that's why, people talk about enlightenment. You've heard of enlightenment. It's like, in the Buddhists and Hindus talk about it a fair amount. Yay, nay?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So you're familiar with the concept of enlightenment, yay or nay? You need a primer?
Like Buddhism,
Yeah.
missionary Christianity, like being stuck in a closet for 2 hours to see who you really are. I don't know, something like that.
Something like that. There's this idea that, like, people reach this moment of realization where they discover their true self, and that they feel like they're blissful and happy, and their suffering all goes away and shit like that. And I think that the problem is, like, realization comes in moments, right? I'm sure there have been times in your life where, like, if you think about your pro league career, where in the process of becoming a pro, like, one day something clicked for you, and then you understood something that you didn't understand before. And then you became better because of it. Does that make sense?
I understand the concept, yeah.
Okay. And so the tricky thing about, how do you learn to take a break, which is, I think, what you need to do. It's hard. It's kind of like whistling. You just have to keep trying at it for a while, and then you'll kind of like, you'll hit upon it one day. And I'll give you some more structured answer than that. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
There is one thing that I've been missing this entire time that I wanted to mention. That's also caused all this. So, when you have fans, there's negative reactions and positive, obviously. But I think one of the things that causes me to be stressed out and irritated is when I stream or maybe post something on Twitter. There's like Twitch chat, how Twitch chat can get it under everyone's skin. Maybe someone asks the same question you've been answering for months. A good example is when I stopped playing League of Legends several years ago. I kept getting asked, "Play League. When are you playing League?" And I put out like 2 videos. I put a command for it. I've expressed it so many times, and I get told this. Like, I swear to God, if there was a command that triggered every time I've been asked the same question, of the common question of when are you going to play League? Right now, the common question is, are you and your girlfriend still together? That one's the common one now. But I swear to God, it's been asked at least in the 5 digits amount of times. And that is something that really just gets to me. And I've been trying to numb out.
What gets to you about that? Let's talk about that. Thanks for sharing, by the way.
Yeah, I felt like something was missing in all this.
Yep, you're absolutely right. And I wonder if Twitch chat can figure out what it is. What bothers you about that? Don't look at Twitch chat, by the way. They're pretty good at this by now.
I have Twitch chat off. I made sure to not. have it on this entire time.
No map hacking.
Yeah, no, of course not. So when I first became quote unquote a pro famous, I didn't see myself as it, but people would come up for autographs. You know, I'm happy to answer all their questions, talk to them. But after a long time, it's like I still do like doing it a little bit. As long as people are happy, I'm happy. But the constant questioning of the same thing over and over just gets to me, and I start to act more negatively. And let's say someone asked, "How are you doing?" And instead of being like, I could easily just be like, "Fine," I end up ignoring it, or maybe if I'm in a bad mood, I act negatively.
So let's forget about your reaction. Let's rewind a little bit. They ask and ask and ask. How does that make you feel, Dyrus, when they ask over and over and over again?
It's really irritated, bitter, and I guess
what are you
that's
irritated by?
Being asked the same question over and over and having to answer it over and over again.
What's irritating about that? What does that mean? What kind of question gets... Why do you have to answer something over and over and over again?
Because if I'm streaming, I feel like I should interact with my chat.
Sure, that's why you're streaming. But let's just think about this for a second, okay? Like, what's... Let me just think about whether I want to just tell you or try to walk you to it. Because I don't know how to ask the questions the right way. So I'll ask you this, Dyrus. Has there been a time in your life when people didn't listen?
I haven't do the live of this shit off.
I'm actually a very special case for that. There's been many instances where I've said things, and not just people asking the same question over and over, but just like even people that I know, even in a competitive environment, when I'll say something and it's just completely ignored. And throughout school,
I want to forget about your
life.
league career. I want to go under the age. How old are you now, Dyrus? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm 28.
All right, so we're gonna go back to 18, or the latest I'm gonna let you go is to when you quit your internship or you got fired. Tell me about how you were not listened to before that.
I don't have great memory now.
Okay, that's okay.
I'm thinking about it though. It has happened.
Take your time.
I guess the easiest example I can think of is I've had friends who became in relationships and I was always in the middle of it. I guess because I was good friends with both of them, so I'd kind of be like in the twilight zone. And I would tell them certain things like, if you do this, this is going to happen, or you shouldn't do this, this is going to happen. And they don't listen and it happens. And I'm just like, what was the point of saying it in the first place? You know, why ask me if you're not going to listen? And I've had that situation a lot in many different scenarios.
Is in the twilight zone, does that feel like left all alone?
For that, not
really. That's fine.
Not as much.
I'm just trying to understand what you meant by that term. Not everything has to be connected, by the way. It's just trying to figure, you know. Yeah, so let me ask you, can I ask you a couple of questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you tell me about how you ended up, can you tell me a little bit about growing up in Hawaii?
So I grew up in a pretty big house. I had my mom, dad, grandma, auntie, and cousin living in the same house. We lived right across like a college and a school. Growing up, my dad gave me the belt because I what happened was that I threw, those videotape cassettes. I threw one at my cousin, and she was laughing, so I was like, "Oh, she likes this." So I threw another one. She started bleeding and crying, and then I got the belt because, yeah, I was a dumb kid. But
How old were you?
I was like 3 years old, 3, 4 years old, and so growing up in that household, my grandma would babysit me. The video games that my parents bought for me babysit me. I guess I kind of bullied my cousin a little bit at the start, but then I stopped. I was actually kind of a mean kid growing up to when it came to some things, but I immediately stopped after a certain point. Like there was a time where I just think,
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
oh, there was a time where I've now I think back on it that I was kind of mean, but I never was like trying to be mean. It was just I was just saying or doing whatever I felt like. I was more free as a kid. What did you want to say?
Why are kids mean? I mean, aside from the general fact that all kids are fucking mean.
Because I didn't know anything. I didn't know any boundaries. The only boundaries I followed were the rules that were set to me.
Let me ask you something. Do kids do something? So when a kid speaks, and this is going to be sound kind of a stupid question, so it may not even make sense. When a kid speaks, is a kid able to speak because they know something or because they don't know something?
They just do it because they want to.
Sure, but the capacity of speech for a child, is that because of something that a child knows or because of what a child doesn't know?
Because they know how to speak the
Absolutely,
language.
right? So like if I have a kid that goes pee pee on the potty versus pee pee somewhere else, like is it because the kid knows where to go pee pee or kind of doesn't know where to go pee pee? I'm being
sorry. Could you repeat
sorry. It's
that?
a dumb question. So I'll just be instead of asking you questions, I'm just going to say it. So I think kids are taught things, right? Kids do what they're taught to do. That's how kids learn.
Right.
So like, if you're a mean kid, I don't think that's because you didn't know any better. I think it's actually exactly the opposite. It's because that's what you knew. Does that make sense? Like kids do things. So like, I've worked with kids that will. So I one time worked with a kid that would tear holes in stuffed animals and put pieces of candy inside the butthole that it would make for the child. I mean, so they would make a butthole in a stuffed animal and it would stuff candy in there. Why do you think that kid does that? Like a 3.5-year-old.
To store it, maybe making a piñata.
No, it's because someone did that to that child.
Oh, yeah, that is that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How are you feeling right now, Darius?
It's just one of those extreme examples. It kind of reminds me of when Destiny makes those extreme examples. Just kind of taken back, I guess. Just
what do you think about you being a mean kid?
It freeze. Wait. Oh shit. How far did I save?
Guess I would say I didn't know anything, but after what we said, it doesn't seem like to be the right thing to say.
Yeah, absolutely. I know it doesn't feel that way to you, but remember that like the whole theme of this conversation, Dyrus, is that things don't appear to make sense for you, even though you understand them. Right? Even when we think about like burnout and when we think about, I think
now
there are a lot of
face on the scene now.
that I just don't think you know.
Man.
And I'm not surprised at all that you were a mean kid. And I knew you were going to be a mean kid the second you said 2 words. Can you any
not
idea
back.
what those words are? Maybe Twitch chat knows.
When I get irritated when people repeat themselves.
Nope.
Man.
Okay.
Oh.
How do you understand?
Just work again.
Trying to say.
No, it's not working.
Any
I'm
idea?
tripping. Okay, task manager. Get rid of that shit. Hopefully
because I got the belt
save it
at a young age. That caused me to be afraid.
Somewhere close.
And
not just afraid, buddy. No. You're missing this. So like, you got the belt, and what was your dad being to you in that moment?
Okay.
Mean to me.
Absolutely. So kids learn what they're taught.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Right.
And I think it's weird because you say I used to be a mean kid until one day I woke up and I wasn't.
That was weird. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the day that you started
see
to
how
think
far I lost.
Okay.
But I think you were just doing
hopefully not
like,
too far.
You were throwing objects at someone
Hopefully.
and you thought it was fun until they started getting hurt. And like you didn't understand any better, right? Like you just it's so interesting that you remember you have such a clear memory as a 3-year-old, because I don't know if you know this, but like 3-year-olds don't really have good memory.
I have a few, like, I remember standing on the scale and I'm being like, oh, I'm 50 pounds.
How old were you?
3 years old.
And
there.
What else do you remember?
I think 3 is when I started to be conscious of things. And I think one of the
hopefully not too far.
I think one of the reasons why I remember a lot is because I played video games.
I did save a lot though.
I remember
so
a lot of video
should be
games.
Fine.
Well, maybe that's not it. I think that I can
that's really far.
a lot of video games. I played.
That is really far. That is like I don't know.
I think I don't
half an
hour
of work.
I think you're demonstrating that you had memories.
Oh man, that is far.
Video games at a very young age.
This before
right?
the
so
hand.
If anything, you just remember video games because you became conscious at a very young age. It's not the other way around. Video games aren't a positive factor. It's just that.
Fuck.
Yeah.
No, that's Spice.
I mean,
fuck.
And so I'm hearing that you learn. Yeah, I mean, so when
this
you
before the outfit.
And you were 50 pounds. How did you treat yourself? And how did other people treat you?
Man. It didn't mean anything. It's just a memory.
Okay.
Bro, come on. Fuck me. I did save. Why did I not save this far? Fuck me, man. I hate this shit.
Darius, I'm not getting the sense that we're going to be able to tie this up with a nice, neat bow.
Okay.
In the next 30 minutes. I mean, there are many questions that I want to ask. I think we're getting into important stuff, but like...
Wait, is this...
We can just get to the point, like the stuff that really matters.
Well, I mean,
still not that bad. It's still really bad.
I'm just not sure we're going to... You know, so in my mind, tying up the bow is in teaching you how to take a break. It's about helping you be more in tune with your internal environment. It's about not suppressing the things that you feel and making sense of things that you don't understand. It's a tall order. I just don't think it can be accomplished in the next 30 minutes.
Right.
And I think that there's just so much here that is like low-hanging fruit. Like, I don't think you appreciate, or I would love it if you could learn to appreciate or explore. I mean, I could be wrong here. Let me put it this way. So I think you feel the way that you do because it's not burnout. Like, you carry the burnout with you. It's not because of an external thing. It's because of an internal thing. I think you get frustrated with people because you haven't been listened to. And like, I can imagine a child in so many situations that you've described being frustrated because they aren't listened to. I can imagine when your dad pulls out the belt, you try to explain to him, I thought she was having fun. And him not giving a shit. Like, I can see your genuine confusion. I can imagine a 3-year-old's genuine confusion, or not even having the words to be able to say that, but just like trying to explain to like your dad as he like pulls off the belt that like you didn't mean to. Right? Because you remember that. You remember that she was laughing, and you remember why you threw it again. And you remember that there was no malice in your heart and you got beat for it. And that you had a different side of the story. And then we can fast forward to grade school when like kids make fun of you and they bully you, and then you fight back. And then the teacher comes over, they provoke you and they bully you, and then they go tell on you. And the teacher comes over, and then what do you try to do? You try to explain, and you say, no, they started it. And the teacher doesn't listen. And then we also get this complex that you've been showing us a little bit of about like how you're not good with your words and you don't understand, like, you know, you've said that a couple of times, like I'm not being clear or something like that. And I think that somewhere along the way, like you started to feel like people don't listen to you. And then we know this because I'll ask you these questions. I'll be like, you know, I sort of asked you in a bunch of different ways. And then I said, Dyrus, do you feel like you haven't been listened to? And you're like, all the time. And if it's all the time, do you see how that means that you carry it with you? It's been with you all along. If it's all the time, it's not an external environment, it's you. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense.
Ah, the hand, haven't done yet.
So
Fuck,
and then
man.
when we think about being burnt out, it's like there's a sense of confusion about your life, and there's a sense of being left all alone. And I don't know where that comes from, but I think that, I think it comes back to like this story. I mean, I think we're going to find a lot. I mean, I don't really know, but the story that you described to me about your dad and his company, like, can you just tell us that? Like, what happened in high school and it sounds like you got, I mean, when you say you got the belt, so it sounds like that wasn't a one-time occurrence.
Oh, it was only one time.
It was only one time.
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Okay, so
was your dad mean to you in other ways?
I mean, sometimes I got yelled at for doing dumb things.
Sounds pretty normal.
In third grade,
there it is.
he took me into, or he put me in baseball because you know, it'd be good to give me a hobby growing up. Just give me a sports early. Maybe I could be a next home run hero. You know, I'll go MLB. But so we went to baseball practice, and all of our teammates weren't there. Like they were at another basketball game, watching like friends or family doing a basketball game, and we were there and we forgot they told us. And so I showed my dad my math homework, and I thought I was right, but he said it was wrong. And so he got irritated at me for half-assing it, which I always did. I always half-assed things a lot, but I would always do them. And he's like, "All right, boy, let's play catch," you know. And so I played catch with him, and my form was like a little off. I also was scared of the ball because when the baseball is being thrown at you, I just, you know, flinch. I'm not as used to it. I'm scared of being hit.
Sure.
And so he got irritated. He got irritated that I was flinching. The story is probably clear from him, but basically he was irritated at me because I was flinching. I wasn't, you know, throwing the ball right, kind of being a sissy. And one time he threw it hard and it hit my left eye, and I got a bruise on my left eye, and I fell over. And I remember the line when he talks about today. He's like, damn boy, I thought I killed you. I was scared to death. And he told me that he learned a life lesson there, and he started to be nicer after that. But yeah, that really hurt. Getting hit by a baseball in the eye. So that was another time where he was mean or angry to me, but he actually learned something, like a big thing about that.
Dyrus, you're laughing. What's funny about that?
Because when we talk about it, my dad laughs about it, and I think about it as a as an event where I didn't cry. I was just like in pain, and
Dyrus, what's
I
funny about it?
it's just a thing I can look back on. It's just an event. He looks so terrified when I say it like that.
Yeah, because I'm asking you a
uh,
question and you're not giving me an answer, and so I'm bludgeoning you. Here
yeah,
come my baseballs. What's funny about it?
I'm not sure.
Is
I'm
it
not
funny?
so sure. It seems funny to me, but I don't know why.
Yeah. So let me tell you the story that I heard. Yeah. There's this one time, yeah, I took my third grade kid out to play baseball, and that dumbass hadn't done his math homework right. And so he was like, he's such a fucking sissy. He like didn't know how to catch. And so I threw the ball at him and I threw harder and harder and harder and he was flinching away.
Okay, that paints it in a bad,
And
really
then I popped him in the head and boy, I almost killed him. And then I learned my lesson. So
I
funny.
think I think what was funny to me is because my dad, for the first time in my life, I realized that my dad was super scared from it, and that's a side I've never seen by him.
Super scared of what?
He thought he really hurt, like killed me or something, you know.
You're telling me for the first time in your life in the third grade, you saw a sign from your dad that he cared about you?
No, God, it makes me feel so bad thinking about that way.
I understand. I mean,
The
I'm
the
remember I'm
the
amplifying because you're downplaying.
Yeah, right. Um,
So here's what
God,
so Dyrus, here's what I want you to notice, okay?
okay.
You can feel like a bad person for thinking or saying those things. And I may be amplifying, right? Like I may not be characterizing it like because you haven't told me the 1,000 stories about your dad when he did demonstrate his caring. I don't think your dad was an asshole.
Mhm.
Okay? But
Okay.
like I want you to just notice the stories that you're telling because the story that you told me is not funny. When your dad tells that story, the fact that he laughs is also not funny. Like that's not funny, man. I understand that we laugh at it, and there's a very good reason that we laugh at it. We laugh at it because humor is a defense mechanism. And because
Mhm.
sometimes when things become morbid, we laugh because that's the only way that we can deal with it. But the
Mhm.
problem is that, like, your dad laughs because it makes him uncomfortable. But I
Yeah.
really do think that there's something a little bit off about this whole picture. Right? There's something a little bit off about you laughing because your dad was scared of hurting you. Like, what the fuck?
It's
And I'm not
I feel
yeah, go ahead.
okay. You can continue. Uh,
So I'm not saying that I am painting a picture of reality. And I'm not
mhm.
trying to shame you. And I understand if you feel guilt or shame or that sounds bad. And I understand that like most parents are like not perfect. And I'm sure that your dad loved you. And I'm
Mhm.
sure that in a lot of ways he was a good dad and he tried his best and like all that kind of stuff. I'm not trying to
Right.
turn him into a demon. But I am pointing out that I think something in your life left a couple of scars. And
Oh, yeah, my parents were divorced. I forgot to mention that.
okay, sure.
Mhm.
And what I see in you today is because I like my whole point here. So like I'm going to try to sort of wrap things together. Okay, not to
Okay.
say that we're done because I don't know how you fix this, but here's
Mhm.
the first thing that I'm noticing that your burnout sure has a lot to do with your lifestyle and stuff like that, but that some of your burnout you carry with you. It's like it's on the inside, it's not on the outside. And that no amount of hobbies, anime, gaming, Netflix, or girlfriends, because it sounds like you do pretty well for yourself. Um,
Yeah, I am very first world problem kind of thing.
yeah. But no amount of that stuff is going to make that shit go away because and like, that's like a statement of science. Like, it's a statement of empiricism because you've tried it all. right? You've tried 3-month breaks. You've tried watching anime. You've found a really fun game. You have a girlfriend. You're doing all of the things that should make the feelings go away, but they don't go away. So the first thing to understand is that burnout is coming from here, not something on the outside.
Okay.
And what is burnout? The two themes that I'm hearing from you are feeling forced to play, feeling forced into things. And that, I think, is tied to people not listening. I think somewhere along the way, like, you sort of learn the lesson that people don't listen, and it hurts. And so you've got to go back and you've got to explore that hurt, like when people should have listened and they didn't. When Riot didn't listen, they should have listened and they didn't. Right? When your teammates should have listened and they didn't. When fucking Twitch chat should have listened because you've answered 1,000 times and they didn't. And you're going to see this pop up because I can predict that the conflict that you have with your girlfriend is about her not listening.
I think I don't want to get too deep into that because
sure.
Yeah,
right.
but I want to say that we feel differently about things.
Sure.
And I just want to clarify that yes, everything you just said, yeah, I feel that way, but I just want to clarify that I'm also not the perfect human being for
absolutely. So we're not talking about her being right or wrong, and we're not talking about whether she does listen or she doesn't listen. What I'm saying is that you are sensitive to people not listening, and that you are going to perceive y'all's conflict in your relationship as her not listening. Or any time that she doesn't listen, that's going to hurt you more because you're already wounded there. Does that make sense? It's not even going to be like it's reasonable for her to not listen sometimes. Like, partners aren't perfect. But what I'm saying is that you've kind of got like a particular vulnerability. Like, that's the chink in your armor, right? That's your weak spot. That's where you get critically hit.
Okay.
Your critical hits are around people not listening, feeling forced into things that you don't want to do, and feeling left all alone. And those are the things that we've heard you in some way kind of talk about. When I ask you, when have you not been listened to? And you're like, all the fucking time. Right? So that tells us like that's a weak spot, and that's where you get critically hit. And so as you go through life, but the problem here is that anytime we get critically hit, we look on the outside and we say like, oh man, that weapon hurts a lot. But the problem isn't that the weapon is critically hitting you. The problem is that you have a weak spot. It's not about the weapon, it's about you.
I think I kind of create that weak spot sometimes.
You absolutely create that weak spot. That's my whole fucking point.
Okay, that makes sense.
Is that this stuff you carry with you and comes from within you. And that no amount of finding a hobby is going to keep you from creating that weak spot. And this is the really tricky thing, because you actually have control over this. You absolutely create it. And that also gives you power. Right? If you're responsible for something, if it's truly your fault, and this is a big problem that people do, right? Is we blame we blame ourselves for things that we're not empowered for. Like, it's like either you have the power, we feel powerless, and we blame ourselves. Those two things cannot fit together. Those two things don't work together. If it's your fault, then you had the power. And if you're powerless, it's not your fault. But that's not what we tell ourselves. We play this really fucked up game where we're like, we blame ourselves for this, but we feel like we're powerless. No. And so I do think you can control it. I mean, control it in the sense of, I think you need to heal it. It needs healing, right? Mm-hmm. It's not like, and so the question is how? So I think the first thing that I would say is look for these three things in your life and notice when they pop up. Okay. Are you feeling left? Are you feeling like a fucking top laner? Is this the fucking top lane all over again? Where you're trying to do stuff and like you're trying to pay bills and no one's helping you pay bills and you're supposed to take care of this and you're supposed to take care of that and you've been left out in the wind. That's a feeling you should look for. Number two feeling is like, when do people not listen? So look for those things. Just notice them within yourselves. And as you notice them, recognize that those may or may not be applicable to the actual situation. That some of this is coming from you. It's not actually that the dagger is like a piece of epic gear. It's that you have a weak spot. Like, it's not like the problems aren't in the external world, they're in here. And the first thing you've got to do is train yourself to look within instead of look outside.
Okay.
Second thing is to think back to where that weakness became exposed. Because you have to go back to like when this started. Like, so when are the times in your life, and you did a good job today, like when were you not listened to, right? And I'll ask you questions like, when else was your dad mean to you? I would imagine that the belt was used a couple of times. You're like, no, it actually wasn't. Surprising, but fine, right? Sometimes the belt is a one-time thing. And then you laughed and you're like, oh, by the way. And so your mind is linking that to your dad being mean. Even though you say it while you're laughing and he laughs about it, and you even sort of demonstrate like that he cared about you after that and was nicer to you. So even though that story has a positive spin, you gave me that answer when I asked about your dad being mean. So there's some part of your mind that equates your dad being mean there. And the more that I push you on that, you're like, yeah, you're making me feel like an asshole and you're making my dad look like an asshole. And then you feel protective and defensive, which is fine. But my point is the story isn't funny. Right? Like, jokes are funny. Like, Dr. K's a boomer, ha ha ha. That's funny. Right? Like, memes, like, I also Google myself. But the reason I Google myself is because people make fun of me and they just do a really good job. And I think it's actually hilarious.
People are very creative.
Yeah, I think they're really talented. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
That shit's funny. Getting hit in the face with a baseball by your dad who's pissed at you for being a pussy, that's not funny. And so somewhere along the way, like, you've become disconnected from your internal environment. That too, you've got to like reconnect with. Like, you've got to, get in touch with your feelings, bro. Because there's a lot there. And then the last thing is like, you should think about seeing a therapist if you aren't already.
Yeah, I've actually been connected with one that I'm going to start doing. Yeah. It's something that I told, that my girlfriend told me to do also, and something that I definitely should do.
And so I it's like, work on this stuff, right? Like, start to talk about those things and start to talk about how you feel, because end of the day, I don't think you have to live a life where you feel burnt out. And the last thing, which we don't have kind of too much time to talk about, is I think your brain has a lot of signs of dopamine exhaustion, which is like when you sort of get hit with dopamine time and time and time again through extensive years of gaming and stuff like that, stuff can feel blasé, monotone, or less fun. And then I think that like doing something like a dopamine fast may be a good idea, or like a dopamine cleanse, where you kind of like, you can really recalibrate your brain. And then the last thing that you can do is, and I've talked about that before on stream, like it's on YouTube and stuff, and I'll give people more details about that. But the last thing that you can do is meditate. And if you want to learn some meditation, I can teach you today.
Okay.
You have any experience with meditation?
I've been told to try it before, and I feel like I've pretended to do it, but I never really,
You feel like giving it a shot today, or maybe pretending, or you want to bow out?
I mean, I'll try whatever. That can't hurt, right?
Actually, there are cases reports of meditation-induced psychosis. So, but I don't think that's going to happen with you.
I hope not.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
But yeah, so let me just think. I want to teach you a technique that I think is going to be a little bit hard to learn because it feels super awkward, but I feel like it's the right technique for you. Is it okay if we try that?
Yeah.
I'm going to teach you something called bellows breath. Okay? So if you need to blow your nose, you can start by blowing your nose. I can't. So I want you to sit up straight, and I'm going to demonstrate once, okay? So what I'm going to do is take 30 breaths. I'm going to do 30 strong exhalations where I push the air out, and then I'm going to kind of have like a super quick and shallow inhalation, and then I'm going to push it out again, push it out again, push it out again. So I'm going to like basically forcefully exhale 30 times. So I'll just demonstrate, and then let me know if you understand it. It's going to feel weird, but I'll just start. Okay. That makes sense?
Forcefully exhaling 30 times.
Yeah, we're
without
not going to...
without inhaling?
No, you have to inhale, right? Because you can't
okay.
exhale without inhaling.
Yeah,
but the emphasis is going to be on the exhale. So what I'm going to ask you to do is let's try 5 breaths where you kind of boom, 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 boom. That's what I want you to do. So close your eyes, forcefully exhale. Good. Right? So now we're going to do it again. Actually, that's perfect. Even it out a little bit, right? So you went boom, 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 boom. So try to make it even. 5 more.
In that order, or just making it even?
Just make it even.
Okay.
Okay, good. So you're noticing that the breath is going to go a little bit more shallow as you go towards the end. So now I want you to space them out just a little bit. Don't go quite as fast. 5 more, a little bit slower.
Okay.
Good. Any history of asthma?
No.
Okay. So now we're going to do 15. Okay. And just focus on 1, 2, and go at that pace that you just went.
Okay.
Okay.
I might have lost count.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. Losing count's perfectly fine. So how do you feel right now? Do you feel silly or anything?
No, I just feel fine.
Okay. So now what I'm going to tell you to do, now we're going to really learn the practice, okay? So now I want you to go for 20 breaths, and if you lose count, actually you just breathe. I'm just going to let you know it's going to be about 20 breaths, and I'll tell you when to stop. And what the real practice is after the 20 breaths, you're going to enter a space in your mind that I want you to just sit in and notice that last breath. After you're done with the practice, you're naturally going to take a breath and just be completely in that breath as much as possible. Okay? That's the purpose.
So are you giving me the cue, or?
I'm going to give you the cue. I'm going to tell you when to stop, and I want you to leave your eyes closed. I'm going to tell you when to open your eyes again.
Okay.
And just sit in the space after the practice, and whatever comes up, let it come up. Try not to engage with your thoughts. So if you have a thought, that's fine, but then just let it go and just focus on the way that you feel. Okay?
Okay.
It sounds kind of weird until you do it. All right, so close your eyes. Deep breath in. And begin. Good. And now we're going to begin again. 20 more. I'll keep count, and I'll count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 to signal the end, and keep your eyes closed and sit with that last breath. Let's begin again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sit. And one last time, 20 breaths. I'll count down from 5. Go ahead and start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now I want you to take a deep breath in for 3 seconds and out for 3. In for 5 and out for 5. And now in for 7 and out for 7. Slow, slow, slow. When you're ready, open your eyes. Come on back to us, Tyrus. How do you feel?
Feel like I took a nap and woke up.
Why did you feel like you were asleep? What is that?
It kind of felt similar to the tingling sensation of dreaming.
Why do we describe meditation like sleep? Right? It's kind of weird. What was your mind doing during that practice?
Trying not to think about anything. And
were you trying to not think about anything, or were you not thinking about anything?
I think that I was just imagining like a background, and that was it.
What do you mean by imagining a background?
Space. Similar to like a view of a sunset. Just imagining backgrounds and thinking of nothing else.
Okay. Yeah, so I think, it's interesting because people often say, like what you said, they use sleep or dreaming to kind of describe it. It's because our conscious mind, which we operate with most of the time being on, actually turns off for a little while. And that's why we call it sleep. You weren't asleep, but it feels like you took a nap, right? So there's some amount of rejuvenation, but the most important thing is that it sounds like you stepped outside of your mind for at least a little while, for moments here or there. And in my experience of this practice, that first breath after the 20 exhalations is like very, very soothing, calming, and kind of like outside of mind. I kind of get enveloped or wrapped up in that breath. Does that make any sense? Or, I mean, your experience could have been different. Everyone sort of experiences it different.
I think it was the breath after you told me to stop is the one where I felt the most. Because I think the last couple of breaths where it was like 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 7 seconds, I'm thinking about breathing in that amount of time
Yeah.
rather than just doing it naturally.
Yeah. Because as I direct your mind, it turns on. And then when it becomes natural, it can turn off. And so I don't know that this is the right technique for you, but I think that other kinds of techniques could be very difficult because I think your mind is going to need lots of stimulation and is also going to need to be quite exhausted to be calm. So I think if I were to sit there and ask you to observe your thoughts, maybe that's going to be difficult for you. So Kapalbhati or bellows breath is good because it's like something that's kind of active. Does that make sense? You have this period of intense activity, which then exhausts you and lets you enter that state. Whereas if I tell you to go straight to that state, your mind is going to wander.
Right.
The last
unless I'm tired.
huh?
But yeah. Unless I'm tired, then yeah.
You'd be surprised. Even if you're physically tired or mentally tired, sometimes the mind wanders more at those times. But you can try it when you're tired.
Okay.
So kind of focused exhaustion or expending the energy of the mind or emptying your gas tank so that you can sit in that emptiness is sometimes what works for people like you. So give it a shot. You can practice it, I'd say 3 to 5 minutes, starting 3 to 5 days a week. If you want to be a try-hard League of Legends pro, then you can, grind it out 5 minutes a day for 7 days a week.
I'll do it casually because I think that it's like one of those things where I guess so there's people that are caffeine addicts. I only drink 1 cup of coffee at most a day because I feel like I get the most out of it.
Sure.
Or people that are drinking alcohol, they drink a lot, they gain tolerance, but the less tolerance you have, the cheaper it is to get drunk.
Sure. I don't really think meditation works like that. And in fact,
I just.
but fair enough. I mean, I think the one thing that I really like is that it sounds like you're going to make your own exploration for it, which I think is exactly how you should do it.
Okay.
Any questions for me before we kind of wrap up for the day? Any last thoughts?
No, I just want to thank you for having me. It's been a very big eye opener, and I didn't feel like I could feel this way.
Feel what way?
Like, just my point of view changed. Where instead of looking at what's on the outside, it really is more on the inside. I've been looking for answers in the wrong places.
Yeah. And I think that's why, so beautifully put, Dyrus, because I think the basic reason that we don't move forward is because it's not because we suck, right? Like, and this is the really sad thing is that when we look for answers in the wrong places and we don't find them and we don't get better, we start to think less about ourselves, right? We start to think of ourselves as incompetent and lazy and, but it's not that you're lazy. It's just that you haven't been taught, right? You don't know where to look. And like, it's not your fault that you're looking in the wrong place. And it's not that you suck or anything like that. It's just, if I go fishing in a bathtub, I'm never going to catch any fish. But like, that's how we live our life is we go fishing in bathtubs every day. And then we think that we're incompetent fishermen. It's like, it's just not how it works, man. I mean,
Yeah.
I can think of all kinds of scenarios where you can catch a lot of stuff out of your bathtub. But anyway.
Yeah.
But listen, man, I'm glad that this has been helpful for you. I'm sorry I couldn't guide you a little bit more. I mean, I think it is a big step to recognize that it's on the inside. And I really hope, I'm happy to help you, down the road, or I really hope you can find someone to help you in that internal exploration. And the crazy thing, Dyrus, is I'm not even so sure that you're going to need that much help. Because the last thing that I'd share with you is I think you and I think a surprising number of people on Twitch chat. I mean, I think we're all actually very intelligent and very capable. I think the idea that we even need someone's help comes from the fact that we've been fishing in a bathtub our entire life and not catching any fish.
Mm-hmm.
And all we need to do is point you in the right direction, and your natural intelligence, your natural tendency to like learn and grow and reflect and analyze and to put your minds to something and accomplish it. All of those strengths are going to support you in this way. They were just pointed in the wrong direction. And I think it's good that you're seeing a therapist, because I think that'll facilitate things.
Yeah, I think like all of this is stuff I've been thinking about for, I guess, the last 3 to 4 years, but it's like, oh, maybe it's this or that, but by you doing this, it really solidifies the fact that, yeah, I really shouldn't be fishing in a bathtub.
Yeah.
I really shouldn't be. It really ties a bow on it, like you said.
Well, I'm happy to hear that, because I was afraid, but yeah, man. So listen, I wish you all the best of luck, and keep us posted. And if I can help you in some other way, let me know. And if the meditation doesn't work out for you or something like that, and you want a different technique, just shoot me a DM or whatever. And good luck, man. We're rooting for you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it a lot.
All right, take care, man. Bye.
Have a good one. Peace.
All right. Dyrus Pog. Dyrus is great, man. Oh man. I really hope things work out for him. Dyrus Pog. Do I need to tell you guys that y'all should meditate along when I teach other people meditation, or is that kind of like, is that understood at this point? Okay, good. Understood. I don't. Okay. So like, yeah, I mean, so in the future, I just realized I didn't tell you guys to go along with it, but y'all should do it too. I'll try to remember to say it. Okay. So let's think a little bit about, let's kind of try to recap. So I think the key takeaways from listening to Dyrus, I think, is stuff that, hopefully you all caught as I was explaining it to him. So I think we have to be really careful about how we solve problems. And we have to be careful about, the answers that we come up with if they don't really fit. And we should be scientific, because, if you think that, I think burnout is a great example. And like we ask about burnout, and he says, okay, it was because I was like a pro gamer, fine. And then I was a streamer, fine. And then I took 3 months off and it helped a little bit. And it's like, wait, what? It's kind of like if I say like, yeah, why is your hair wet? And it's like, yeah, because I'm in the shower. And then someone else is like, okay, well, why is your hair wet? And it's like, it's because I'm in the bathtub. And then even when I go outside and it's a sunny day, like I get rained on or something. The analogy fell apart in my mind. But my point is that, like, you should be critical about the notions that you have about where your problems come from. And oftentimes we're thinking about that. And absolutely, man. Just that, that's one hell of an aborted fetus of an analogy. Let me tell you what. That just didn't. Thanks for the donation, Dyrus and Skull Kid. So yeah, sometimes thoughts come out stillborn, and I don't know how else to put it. It's just sometimes Dr. K has brilliant realizations, and sometimes he has just really Frankensteinian little homunculus thought children, and that's what we're here for, right? It's for the lols. Oh shit, man. Liza H says, Dr. K, I wanted to donate to honor the memory of my friend who took his life 4 years ago yesterday. I can't see the rest of it, but your work is incredible, and I hope. Well, dude, I'm sorry that your friend took his life 4 years ago. Can I just talk about that for a second? I'm going to say something that I've been thinking a lot about suicide recently, and I have a patient who killed themselves about a year ago, and I have another patient who I'm afraid is going to kill themselves in the next year or two. And it's kind of rough, right? Like when we think about suicide and we think about it's rough when people take their own life. And the crazy part of me is like there's a part of me, and especially as I think about the people that I work with, and we have this assumption that suicide is wrong, and I don't think you guys should kill yourselves, but I also feel like the more that I understand people who struggle, it makes sense to me. Right? If we're being really honest about it, like some people suffer, and the person that I'm worried about now has been suffering for years, and they have tried so hard to get better, and they're trying, and like every day for them is a struggle. And it's not like every day is a struggle, like every day is a struggle. It's like every day is just torturous. It's like they wake up every day and they're like it's like another day of torture. And there are bright spots here and there. They have some physical illness too, which really doesn't help. They have bright spots here and there, and we're trying to figure out how to help this person, and it's not really working. Like nothing's really working. And we have to acknowledge that feeling is real, right? Like I think sometimes it's a little bit ignorant for us to assume that. I mean, I think it's just uncompassionate to say to everyone, yeah, you should absolutely live. I think you should absolutely live, but I think you should be honest with yourself, because I do think that there's hope. But I think that it's also important to acknowledge that like some people really do suffer. And when I've worked with people who are suicidal, the crazy thing is like, it's not, it's a game that they've been trying to play for years and years and years. And then like, eventually they just don't want to play it anymore. And that's not crazy, right? Like, I think this is one of the craziest things about suicide is we think about these people as mentally ill, which sometimes they are. But we kind of say, like, when you say that that's crazy, you're kind of invalidating like what they feel and what they think. And one of the things that I've learned as a psychiatrist is that being suicidal is not crazy. And the really bizarre thing is that the more that I think about suicidal people as not crazy, but completely sane, that's when you can help them. And that's where hope actually comes from. It's really bizarre. It's not that hope doesn't come from ignoring your situation and pretending that something else can exist. That's fantasy. Hope comes from starting where you are. Fantasy is all about your mind, where you want to end up, right? I can look at the top of Mount Everest and I can fantasize about when I reach the top, but it's not about where I am. It's where about I imagine I can go. And when you tell a suicidal person to that everything's going to be okay, that doesn't feel real to them. And what I really think that if you guys are struggling with suicidality, you should absolutely see a professional and get help with that, because it's not fair for you to have to deal with that alone. And I do think you can get to the top of Mount Everest, but I think getting to the top of Mount Everest and being free from your suicidality and like being free from depression and loving and enjoying life starts with an acknowledgement that like you are filled with despair and you don't know where to go from here. And that's tough. But I know it sounds absolutely crazy, but like, I mean, come on, like if you want to be a good psychiatrist, you have to meet your patients where they're at, right? You can't just pretend that their reality doesn't exist. You have to say, hey man, like, life starts with an acknowledgement that like you are filled with despair and you don't know where to go from here. And that's tough. But I know it sounds absolutely crazy, but like, I mean, come on, like if you want to be a good psychiatrist, you have to meet your patients where they're at, right? You can't just pretend that their reality doesn't exist. You have to say, hey man, like I get that you're suffering and I really do see it. Like, honestly, it's not crazy to me that you're thinking about killing yourself, because I've been working with you for 2 years now and we've been trying so hard and I feel despair, but I'm your fucking treater. Like, you're the one who's actually living it every day. And I get that your despair is absolutely real, and I don't know that even I have hope for you. But you know what? I want to keep trying. And I want you to keep trying, because I don't want you to give up, but I don't blame you if you do. Because I do think that we're getting somewhere. Like, we're making a little bit of progress, and we have these high points. And if you can have one good day in 2 years, then you can have 2 good days in the next 2 years. But let's be honest, like, if that's the way you feel, that's the way that you feel. And if we want to fix something that's broken, let's start out by admitting how fucking broken it is. Right? That you need a new engine, and you need new tires, and you need new axles, and you need new seatbelts, and you need a new steering wheel. Like, fine. Like, I get that that feels impossible to you. But if you are willing to give me a chance, I'm going to keep trying, and I need your help to keep trying. That's how I feel. Is that it's not crazy, right? Like, to call a suicidal person crazy is just not helpful. These people aren't crazy. They're suffering. This is their reality. And this is what we need to understand. Like, I think this is one of the biggest problems that has happened with our generation, is we call people, like especially men who kill themselves, we say it's a mental health problem. It's depression. And that's like such a fucking cop-out answer, right? Like, if someone is in so much despair that they don't see a way forward, and they feel burdened with like responsibility, and they feel like they can't do anything in life, like there's no way forward, and they've been trying for so long, and they just can't, they have no answers, and they've been trying it for 5 years, 6 years, 10 years, 12 years, and then they kill themselves, and they're like, oh yeah, that was illness. No, it's not illness. Like, that person just needed a little bit of help, needed a little bit of a bright point, needed a little bit more support, and we didn't give it to them. It's not illness. It's like, oh yeah, it's a neurochemical imbalance in your brain. Not my fucking fault. It's really dangerous what we've done to men, especially because they commit suicide more than women. And I see this a lot with men, is that we said, oh yeah, it's a neurochemical imbalance. Like, it's not your fault, man. It's a neurochemical imbalance. But you know what? It's not my fault either, because it's a neurochemical imbalance. Oh yeah. It's a neurochemical imbalance. It's no one's fault. It's just, it's like no one's fault. And so when no one's at fault, no one needs to take responsibility. And that's where I think we've fucked up, basically, as a society, with this whole generation. We've let all you guys down. Because what we've done is we've labeled you with illness. We've said, oh yeah, you're depressed. It's a fucking neurochemical imbalance. Boomers are like, go see a psychiatrist and get an SSRI. Not my fucking problem. It's the biggest cop-out. And I mean, don't get me wrong, like, I'm a fucking psychiatrist and I believe in mental illness. I'm not saying mental illness isn't real. I'm not, like, I prescribe medications. So I think you guys should all definitely go see psychiatrists and therapists and help with those things, because we know those tools can help. My point is that that's not the answer. It's part of the answer. And that there's a whole other part of it. There's a whole other part about meaning and caring. And like, we just look at Dyrus. Dyrus isn't burnt out because his coach made him play too much esports. He's not burnt out because of you guys. He's burnt out because no one listened when they needed to. He's burnt out because he's been a fucking top laner his whole life. Like, he says his parents are divorced. What I want to know is, like, where was his mom when his dad threw a baseball into his face? Right? Like, what happened? Like, why didn't someone stick up for him? When the teachers put him in anger management, like, just think about that for a second, right? Kids come up to you and bully you, and then you fight back. And then they stick your ass in anger management. Where the fuck is his lawyer? Abandonment. It's not fair. And it's not right. And then the kid gets labeled with anger management problems. It's an illness. It's a neurochemical imbalance in your brain. You have anger management problems. You're just broken in here, man. It's not your fault, but you're just fucking broken. And the normal kids are over here. So learn how to manage your feelings. We're going to teach you some useful skills. Fine, there's some useful skills. I'm not saying anger management is bad, but I'm saying that like we're doing something very, very dangerous by protocolizing and pathologizing a lot of normal experience. We're absolving ourselves of responsibility, right? I still remember I talked about this with Anita that, it's kind of bizarre, but I was working with a guy who was in jail. And the reason he was in jail is because he started selling drugs at the age of 16 because his 3 older sisters said that what a man does is provide. And you have to provide for your older sisters, otherwise you're not a man. So how the fuck does a 16-year-old provide for 3 adult women? He sells drugs. And then he gets suicidal. And then I come in and I talk to him. And like I talked to him for a while and I realized, man, this guy is so fucked. A pill is not going to fix this. This is not a neurochemical. Like, sure, is there a neurochemical balance? Absolutely. Will a medication help him, but is it going to fix it? No. This guy needs to understand that, like, he was not taught that 16-year-old boys should not be financially responsible for 3 adults. And you think about this, you go back to Anita and you just think about what she was taught. She loves her mother, and her mother sounds like she had very serious challenges, and we're not going to blame her for that. And at the same time, what was Anita taught? What were we taught? Why are kids mean? Because they're taught to be mean. What were you guys taught? How were you taught? Every fucking time you go fishing in the bathtub, you're taught, and then like society looks at you, your parents like, why haven't you graduated yet? Like, why did you fail out of college? Like, why don't you have a job? Why haven't you moved out? Fucking boomers are like, these kids nowadays, like, they're not buying rings and they're not buying houses and they don't know how to work. Like, what the fuck, man? Why do you think that is? Where do you think we learned how to be lazy? Oh yeah, we learned it from the boomer generation because they had everything handed to them. Bizarre. You think maybe instead of us being an entire generation, it's an entire generation, right? You think like maybe an entire generation just learned the same fucking lesson, which is completely the opposite of what the generation before us learned? It's just like we went 180? No. Generations, kids learn what their parents teach them. Oh, it's not like we all grow up in America speaking English. An entire generation grows up speaking Swahili. That's not how it works. We speak English because you fucking guys speak English. We were taught our values because you guys taught it to us. And the world is a different place, and that formula doesn't work anymore. But no, it's mental illness. Oh, mental illness. Yeah, just absolve yourselves of all responsibility. Fucking mental illness. So yeah, I mean, once again, don't get me wrong. Mental illness is real. I think we should treat it seriously. I think if you guys are feeling suicidal, you should get help. But also cut yourself a break because you're not broken in here. The reason that you feel that way is completely legitimate. And if you've been struggling for a while, those struggles are real. And if you feel like you're in despair, that's not your fault, it's our fault. Because life is a multiplayer game, boys and girls. It's a multiplayer game. Twitch is a multiplayer platform. It's all fucking multiplayer. So how can you blame yourself? Like, sure, should you do more? Absolutely. But it's a fucking multiplayer game. So get the help that you need. And more importantly, help out the person that needs it. Right? Ask the question that like people aren't willing to ask. If you ask someone, how are you doing today? Like actually look them in the eye and be like, how are you actually doing today? Let that question mean something. And AoE healing is not about like me, spraying AoE on all of you guys. I mean, it is. But like what AoE healing is really about, I think if you really look at it deeply, it's about like you guys becoming healers too. And all you have to do to become a healer is like fix yourself. And then it'll come naturally. Like just fix yourselves. I mean, just fix yourself, son. Just fix yourself. Millennial? Fucking boomers? Fix yourself. Just, yeah. Well, I'm saying like all you have to do is fix yourself. Focus on yourself. Let you be your dharma. Let you be your focus. You can come first. Stop fucking putting other people first. Right? I'm talking to Anita. You can come first sometimes, like 10% of the time you can come first. You can come first, and you should come first, right? Because like you're a fucking entitled millennial Gen Z TikTok, YouTube, Twitch person. You're your special snowflake. Like it's so weird. Like I mean, I'm all for special snowflakes and that people can be narcissistic, but at the same time, like let's just think about this for a second. We're essentially like telling a generation of people that they should grow the fuck up. No, like take yourself seriously, like accept responsibility for what you do right and accept responsibility for what you do wrong, and don't take responsibility for what other people do wrong. Just because someone calls you a special snowflake doesn't mean that you're doing something wrong. Like, should you be narcissistic? Absolutely not. Should you focus on yourself? Absolutely. Should you give yourself the credit that you're worth? Absolutely. Anyway. All right. So, thank you guys very much. And yeah, so May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and we're doing a big push. I saw Low DPM gave us a bunch of gifted subs, man. Low DPM has been supporting our stream since its inception in October, and a huge thank you to, you know, man or woman or anything in between that you are. We really appreciate the support. So here's the thing. We're training coaches because we want to spread this message. For each and every one of you who's out there, if you need to talk to someone like me, we're going to try to train someone, right? So they're not like level 60 healers. They're like level 20, 30, 40 healers, depending on which one. They're pretty good. They can raid with you guys, you know, because you guys aren't level ready for levels endgame content anyway. Y'all are level 5 and 10 and 20. So this is what our coaching program is about, and that's why we're raising money. It's fucking insane that in 7 days we've raised $10,000. I didn't know if we were going to even raise, like, I didn't know. I mean, we've never made this much money on stream before, like nowhere close to this, and it's amazing. It's amazing, and we want to fix this, right? So like some time ago, Dr. K showed up on Twitch and he started streaming, and then people reached out for help, and they were like. And then I felt bad because I had to not just turn people away. I couldn't even answer my fucking emails. And so I was talking to a friend of mine and she was like, yeah, like she said, oh, like either you duplicate yourself or there's nothing you can do. And she meant like you can't duplicate yourself because that's physically impossible. And so you shouldn't feel bad about it because you're just one person. She's trying to be supportive. And then I was like, you know what? You're right. Either I duplicate myself or there's nothing I can do, in which case everyone gets let down. The world continues. People continue to be suicidal and despaired and meaningless, and then nothing I can do. I did the best that I could. I did a good job. I help people every day for 40 hours a week, 50 hours a week, 60 hours a week. That's enough. And it should be, right? I should be content with that, but I'm not. I'm not. Because I mean, when I was failing out of college and all that shit and you know, full of despair, and I realized I was probably sort of an incel. Like it wasn't a thing back then, but I was a nerd. That's what we called it. And then nerds became cool, and Game of Thrones became mainstream, and gaming became mainstream. And then the thing that I was has become an incel, which is an interesting and anthropological kind of analysis. But and so like, you know, because there are people out there like me, like you guys are like me, like we're the same. That's why this works, right? This works because like I am you and you are me. And that's why I have hope. Because we're no different. And so I was like, you know what? You're right. I'm gonna duplicate myself. And people are like, oh, that's insane. Like, you're so brilliant. And it's like, no, guys, I don't think you guys understand. I'm actually not that brilliant. And you guys if I'm you, you or me, that means we can duplicate this. We can clone this shit. Right? It's no longer like an MMO. It's an RTS. And we're going to build a couple of like barracks and we're going to start churning out priests because I'm not a hero. I'm just a regular unit. Like we're going to take an RTS strategy. It's not like a single player game. Like it's not like Zelda where you're Link running around and you're like one of a kind. It's like fucking Warcraft 3 and we're just going to churn out, you know, infantry. And we're going to do it because I think that's good enough because I think y'all are amazing. And I have faith in y'all. It's crazy. I know. Oh my God. Twitch chat is so toxic. Oh my god, like people gamers are so toxic. Nah. School shooters, this, that, nah. No, I don't buy it. Zug, absolutely. Zug, absolutely. So that's what our coaching program is. That's why we're raising money. Because we also understand that a lot of y'all are broke, but we also apparently understand that a lot of you guys are not. And that's pretty awesome that y'all are willing to help. So we're going to try to make things as affordable as possible. And we're going to try to make things as fast as possible and as good as possible. And so we're doing a bunch of Harvard Andy stuff behind the scenes in terms of research, study design and research and outcome measures and quality assurance and all that kind of shit. Because at the end of the day, like, how do you determine whether a coach can actually help someone? Like, how do you measure that? How do you measure whether someone can actually be helped? So a lot of this is going to fund, kind of like our quality metrics and research design and stuff like that. And I've asked for a couple of people's help, and thankfully I just tweeted it out, and a couple people from our community have volunteered to help us, and that's been actually fantastic. And at some point we may get like NIH grants and shit like that. But yeah, so that's what we're doing, and I'm just grateful for your help, because here's the thing, I can't do it, right? Like, because this is the thing, you guys got to remember, if I'm a peon, then I can't save you. So what I need is a bunch of other fucking peons. And we can do it together. Like if you guys have played War 3, or if you guys have played an RTS, right? Let's talk about StarCraft 2. So like if you've got like one SCV, like one SCV can't do shit. We need a bunch of SCVs. And if we've got a bunch of SCVs, then we can do a lot of stuff. And that's what Healthy Gamer is about. Is that if I'm an SCV, you're an SCV, and you can do it too. That's what we're about. And so thank you for your help. Everyone I saw someone else gifted a bunch of subs. So thank you for all of the monies. And yeah, so let's figure out. Okay, so this Friday we have Pokemon, and I'm still confused about so we're gonna do I guess drinking AMA with Dr. K. So I'm just gonna stream for a while, and we're gonna shoot the shit. You guys can post questions on Reddit. And yeah, so here's the link for the Reddit. If you guys have, so a couple of kind of outgoing things, okay? So if you guys want, you can post your questions there, and we're just going to upvote, downvote, right? So that you guys can, we'll see when we'll answer those questions. And then there's going to be drinking involved because we hit that stretch goal, because stupid us, I was like, oh yeah, like we can do like drinking MA at like we're not going to raise $4,000, so some shit like that. And I think we've also hit the benchmark for learning to play League of Legends. And then we're going to talk to Pokemon, and I'm still confused about, I think it depends on what she wants to do about whether I'm inebriated or not, because I feel like that's kind of a dick thing to do, right? To be drinking while I'm talking to someone. I feel like it's not fair to them. But anyway, whatever she wants to do. And thank you very much to her for offering to come on and support us. And yeah, so that's going to be Friday, and we're excited. And I think hopefully we've got some more stuff coming up. So Friday will be a long stream. It'll be a little bit more chill. We may hop on Discord for a while and talk, although I've been burned by that Twitch chat. For those of you who have seen the thing that we're there for what has been scrubbed from the internet, when like 7,000 people swarm into Discord, and then someone realizes that they can be a troll. And I mean, I can't really blame you for that, because I was laughing on the inside, but please don't do it again. Can we be clear about that? Like, don't do that again. And also, I can appreciate you for who you are, man. I blame you for it, but I also forgive you for it. And please don't do it again. Yeah, that's life. So thank you guys very much. I'm going to go ahead and sign off today, because I've got an appointment in about 20 minutes. And love you guys. We've got a lot of good stuff coming. I'm going to take next week. I'm going to stream and stuff, but I'm not having any of my clinical appointments and stuff. And I'm going to focus on building stuff for y'all, because people have asked me for things. So I'm going to just take a week off where I'm going to like write and work on my books and maybe make webinars and all that kind of stuff. We've got webinars and stuff planned. The other thing is that you guys can hop on our Discord. If you guys want a goal added to this, you guys should let me know what that is. So you guys can post suggestions, and if we're cool with it, we'll do it. We can add those kinds of stretch goals. And I think we hit our 9,000 one, which is a stream on lying, which will probably be like a bonus stream. Well, I'll talk to you guys about why people lie, why we lie to ourselves, how to detect lying in someone else. It's not like a machine. It doesn't work like that. But to understand what goes on in someone's mind. So a couple of other things to just remember. So our coaching program, we just opened up a bunch of slots on Monday. So there should be plenty of slots open for you guys. We're going to open up more slots next week. A lot of people are kind of concerned about coaching because of issues of fit, or they worry like they're going to burden people, or that they're going to monopolize time, or they're not going to be able to connect with other people. And so one of the things that I want to remind you guys is that there's a huge selection bias that comes with our coaching program. What I mean by that is there aren't like randos in our coaching program. Our coaching program is y'all. It's the same group of people who, it's the same group of people who watch stream. So the goal of coaching, and especially group coaching, is to connect you guys with each other and help you guys work through stuff together. So here's just a quick testimonial from our coaching program. I really enjoy being able to talk to someone. I don't really allow myself to talk to people about my issues, and just lifting the burden is great. Right? And I think that's kind of like a good testimonial, because I think part of the problem is that you guys don't allow yourselves to be supported by other people, that you want support, but then you pull away. So let's hop in with Albert. You're going to have to forgive me. I'm a little bit flustered today, and it's been chaotic. Apparently, I doxed myself earlier. And then there's the van.
That tends to happen sometimes. Yep.
And then I saw my wife enter the van with a stranger, and then I was a little bit confused. So then I just literally got up and ran out to my front yard and left stream hanging. So I'm going to need a minute to compose myself. And maybe we can talk about my feelings today.
Does that happen often? Do you ever get reverse therapized on your own streams?
No, but that's the first time for everything, man. And given what appears to be your vast technical expertise and manual dexterity, maybe you can help me out for once.
Yeah. You want to see something while you compose yourself?
Absolutely, man. I think that'd be awesome.
Have you seen a lot of magic or anything of that sort in your lifetime?
Sort of, but I don't know about a lot. I don't think I've seen a lot. I've seen some.
Okay. So I guess this is more of an experiment. This is not really like a trick. Cool. So I've recently been getting into chess, and it's something that I personally enjoy a lot. It's just a lot of people find it anxiety inducing. I find it kind of relaxing, knowing that everything that happens is kind of just between you and someone else, and it's all within your own capabilities and your own control. And so there's different time formats, there's classical, which is super long, and then you have ultra bullet, which is just you have a minute to just make all your moves, and if you run out of time, you lose. And so the thing that I'm fascinated about that is with long, the more time you have, the more opportunities you have to kind of think out the best move. But when you have no time, you're kind of resorting to your instincts and patterns that you already know. And so in a way, if you know someone really well, you can predict what they're going to do when you shorten that time, or you add a time pressure to it. And so I've been really fascinated with that idea as of late, and I've been working on something that I think speaks to that. Cool. So if you would indulge me for a second, I'm going to bring out a giant timer. Yeah. Okay. And so basically we're going to create a card under some time constraints. And I'm just going to ask you two binary questions, yes or no type of things, or red or blue, that kind of deal. But just to practice, I don't want you to think about your answers. You just say the first thing that comes to mind. And so we're going to do some unrelated things. All right. Pirates or ninjas?
Pirates.
Let's see. So ninjas. How about apples or oranges?
Apples.
Okay, interesting. And then do one more. Max PC?
PC.
PC. All right. Well, we're on Twitch, so it makes sense. Okay. So here I'm going to have a timer, and I'm just going to ask you a bunch of card-related questions.
Okay.
And I'll need you to use your imagination for this.
Okay.
Okay. And ready, set, go. In every deck of cards, there's two types of cards, numbers and pictures. What would you like, numbers or pictures?
Numbers.
Numbers? All right. So we're going to take the numbers and we're going to remove them out of the deck, leaving just the pictures. And there's the Jack, the Queen, and the King. Which one of those would you like? Just name one.
King.
King. And then name a suit.
Spades.
Spades. The King of Spades. And it took us 24 seconds to generate that card. Okay. And so I find it curious that you end up on the King of Spades. So you notice that this deck has been sitting here the entire time, right?
Yep.
And I haven't touched it at all. I haven't gone near it.
Yep.
That's correct?
Yep.
All right. So I'm going to pick it up for the first time. Obviously, like normally I would just hand this to you if we were to do this in person. So right now we have two pieces of information. We have the King of Spades, and we also have the time it took to generate that card, the number 24. And so if I count down 24 cards from the top, hopefully if I'm able to like kind of attune to your wavelength, the King of Spades should be at the 24th position.
Okay.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. This is the 23rd card, so hopefully that's right, the 24th card.
Awesome, man. That was really cool.
Thank you. All right, do you feel more at ease now? We're ready to...
Yeah, so what was... why the pirates, apples, and ninjas? Or is that...
I just wanted to, like... Sometimes it's, like, hard to... Like, because there's a timing aspect, sometimes people are not ready to, like, answer immediately. They'll, like, think a little bit. So there's just to prime people to just say the first thing as soon as they hear it.
So that's really interesting. I'm just trying to think about, whether we should do a spoilerino.
Nah.
Okay, no spoilerino. Okay. But that's really cool. I really enjoyed your trick, Albert.
Thank you.
Honestly, I'm impressed because I can almost duplicate it. The one thing that I can't do is show the cards face up. That's what I can't figure out. So if the deck is face down, I think I could duplicate your trick. But I don't think I could do it. I don't know how you did it face up. That has me thinking. Yeah, anyway, that's fantastic, dude. I really like it.
Thank you.
So it sounds like you spend your time with creative pursuits?
Mostly, yeah. Well, I would say now I'm mostly just someone who I basically go on YouTube or I go on Reddit and I find like a video of something that I'm like, wow, this is really cool. And I will think to myself, I wonder how one goes about learning this. And then I'll start doing research. I'll go down the YouTube rabbit hole, watch every video on something, and then find like the really niche subcultures and the communities that surround it, and then try to like immerse myself in it. And so in a way, I'm more of like a collector of hobbies rather than like an expert at anything.
Sure.
Like, I just like knowing how things are done and kind of like how far you can push a skill or a knowledge set.
And you say you use the word now. So does that imply that it's changed for you recently?
I would say it's something that I've always held at the back of my mind. Like even like as a kid, like I was like really into a lot of different things, but I was sort of raised in a way where like it's good to have hobbies, it's good to be well-rounded for college applications, but like no, you can't make a career doing this, you know, because that's all it is. It's just a hobby. And so I guess for the longest time, like I just didn't think it was like worth putting in more effort into getting better at this stuff because there wasn't any kind of financial gain. It's just something that I would do for myself. And essentially, like when things didn't work out in college and like I didn't end up going down a traditional path, I still like well, music was this thing that I was studying or ended up switching to in college. But I'm like, well, this is kind of difficult, and I don't know if I know if I'm ever going to be good enough to like be in an orchestra because I play the violin. And so then I switched over to like filmmaking, and then eventually it landed in streaming, but I didn't really like know what my niche was in streaming. I play games, but like above average, but not good enough to be viewed as like a gaming streamer. And like my music was good, but not good enough to be a music streamer. I think magic was the one thing that I kind of stood out. But even I think when you do like any performance art related thing on Twitch, you're always going to hit a wall where when you've oversaturated your audience with everything that you can do, then people lose interest because they've seen every trick you've done. You can only do so many variations of it before you will tap yourself dry. There's only finite amount of things that exist in the magic resource, universe. And I guess as of late now, I'm like, well, if I just make my passion for learning and like getting into all these weird things my hobby, like maybe, or like my job, like maybe this is something that I could see myself doing, 5, 10, 20 years down the line versus like only for like a couple years.
I see. So it's almost like you're taking the acquisition of new skills and exploring a new hobby as your constant.
Yeah. And I think it's something that I've always done, but I never thought that it could be something that I could, I guess, do for a living. That makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, I think that sounds really cool because I think it actually mirrors a lot about, what people's experience on the internet is, which is that we get relatively excited about something and then we kind of dig into it for a while and then we sort of move on to the next thing. And that sounds really cool. And so Albert, yeah, man, that sounds cool. Is there something in particular you wanted to talk about today or something that maybe I can help you with?
Let's say I wrote down a bunch of stuff. Give me a second. I just have a list. Nothing in particular. I feel like a lot of it is I have a fairly grounded stance in kind of where I am positioned in the whole grand scheme of things. But some of it is just okay, these things make me feel bad, and I know why it makes me feel bad, but the solutions don't seem to be it's like I'm trying to do the things that I know I'm supposed to do, but it's difficult regardless.
Okay.
So maybe you can help me out with that.
Yeah, I didn't understand what this sentence meant. You said I have a grounded stance in the way that I
where I am, where I exist. It's I know kind of in I guess the streaming world and the content creation world, I know where my position is in all of that. And it's okay. I don't have any. So here, I'm trying to figure out the best way for me to just try to clarify my sentiment.
Tell me what your position is in the streaming world.
So as someone who used to be part of an online streaming community and is no longer part of that and is not likely to be kind of welcome in that close-knit group of people, it's now I'm just trying to kind of figure out what I can do as a solo entity. And then but what I've been struggling with, both kind of business wise, but also from a personal human fulfillment level, is it's hard to stream when you you are the only person you are the only person responsible for your content. I think unlike YouTube videos where you have a lot of time to ideate and you have like editing and a lot of external things that you can do to spice up your content, with streaming, you're doing long hours, and if you're not gaming, like you're essentially trying to market your life and like your interpersonal relationships, and that's like what people tune in to watch. And as someone who like doesn't really have that anymore, and also knowing that there's a lot of like people that I would normally want to reach out to or be friends with that I feel like are cut off to me. It's been like a struggle trying to figure out how I can sustain myself, and also kind of dealing with the loneliness of being kind of like on my own and doing my thing.
Yeah.
And I think, yeah.
I mean, Albert, it sounds to me, so I just want to comment for a second about drama. So like, we're not really here, and I just want to make it clear to everyone that we're not here to talk about drama, right? That's not really what I care about. And if that's what people are looking for, they can go look elsewhere. But what I'm hearing from you is actually a story of rejection. What I'm hearing is a story of being alone, of being part of something and now no longer being a part of it. It's almost like, I mean, when I hear you talk, what I'm envisioning is like a wolf that's like no longer part of the pack. And what I'm almost hearing is like a sense of like, you know, how does the lone wolf survive? And it sounds really challenging for you, and you're trying to figure that out. I mean, that's what I'm kind of feeling between the lines. And I'm not saying that from a drama perspective. It's just like, I think that's you know. And
yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. And I think it's like particularly difficult for me because I've always been a very extroverted person, even though like my demeanor is not like the typical like loud, outgoing archetype that you normally think of when you think of like extrovert. But I've always been someone who like values friendships and relationships and having like being surrounded by people. And I think a lot of my struggles comes with the clash of that sentiment, but also feeling like I want to be somebody as well at the same time. Like I want to be recognized for what I have to offer. But I'm also, you know, but I struggle with wanting to use the people that I'm around and making them happy, often at the cost of my own personal ambitions. And so these two, I guess these two ideas always clash with one another.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? That you want to make the people around you happy, but at the cost of your own personal ambition?
I'm like the most conflict averse person like ever. Like if someone wants me to do something, I will do it. Even if I don't necessarily like, even if it's not good for me, or I don't have the time for it, or I don't have the resources for it, because like I'd rather see them like succeed and do well and be happy than like do what's best for me in the moment. And I think I've always thought that like, oh, I can do all this, and because like that's just the kind of person I am, and like took pride in being someone who could like shoulder it a lot. And like as of late, you know, in the past year or so, I realized like that's definitely just not true. It's something that I've told myself. Like it's like a false identity I've given to myself. You know, I think I'm just really good at like repressing and internalizing feelings like over like long periods of time.
Okay.
And some of this just stems from just the way that I've always dealt with conflict as a child. You know, it's just like people won't be mad or won't be upset if I disagree with it or do whatever they tell me. And so it's gotten me to like where I am to a degree, right? So I'm like, if it works, you know, why stop doing it? And I know that's obviously not a healthy mindset or not the way you should approach everything. But
Albert, can I think for a second?
Yeah, go for it.
So my first thought is, boy, you've been doing a lot of thinking, haven't you?
That's all I've had time to do, so.
That's all I've had time to do. Do I detect a little bit of frustration in that sentence?
Maybe not frustration, but just kind of acceptance. I've had a lot of time
Cynicism.
off. I took a year. Cynicism, maybe that's a better.
Yeah.
Cynical accept.
Yep.
This is just how things are. It'd be like this sometimes, and I'm just trying to make the most out of it.
Yeah.
Try to.
And
Uh-oh, how's this gonna... That's life. That's what all the people say. Riding high in April, woo, shot down in May. But I know I am gonna change that too. When I'm back on top in June, I say that's life. And as funny as it may seem, some people get their kicks stomping on a dream. But I don't let it get me down. Oh no, 'cause this final world keeps spinning around. I've been a pirate, a pauper, a poet, a puppet, a pawn and a king. I've been up and down and over and out. And I know one thing. Each time I find myself flat on my face, I pick myself up and get back in the race. That's life. I tell you, I can't deny it. I've thought of quitting, baby, but my heart just ain't gonna bite. And if I didn't think it was worth one single try, I'd jump right on a big old bird, and then I'd fly. I've been a puppet, a pauper, a pirate, a poet, a pawn and a king. I've been up and down and over and out, and I know a thing or two. Each time I find myself flat on my face, I pick myself up and get back in the race. That's life. And I wish I could deny it. Many times I thought of cutting out, baby, but my heart is not gonna buy it. But if there's nothing come this here July, I'm gonna roll myself up in a big ball and die.
There's some hoes in this house, there's some hoes in this house, there's some hoes in this house. There's some hoes in this house, there's some hoes in this house, there's some hoes in this house. I said certified freak, 7 days a week, wet ass pussy, make that pull like game week, yeah. Yeah, you fucking with some wet ass pussy. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass pussy. Give me everything you got for this wet ass pussy. up, baby, catch a charge. Extra large and extra hard. Put this pussy right in your face. Swipe your nose like a credit card. Hop on top, I wanna ride. I do a Kegel while it's inside. Spit in my mouth, look in my eyes. This pussy is wet, come take a dive. Tie me up like I'm surprised. Let's roleplay, I'll wear a disguise. I want you to park that Big Mac truck right in this little garage. Make it cream, make me scream. Out in public, make a scene. I don't cook, I don't clean, but let me tell you how I got this ring. Gobble me, swallow me, drip down the side of me. Quick jump out for you, let it get inside of me. I tell him where to put it, never tell him where I'm about to be. I run down on him for I have a baby running me. Talk your shit, bite your lip. Ask for a call while you ride that dick. You really ain't never got a fucking for a thing. He already made his mind up for a king. Now get your boots and your coat for this wet ass pussy. He bought a phone just for pictures of this wet ass pussy. Pay my tuition just to kiss me on this wet ass pussy. Now make it rain if you wanna see some wet ass pussy. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, you fucking with some wet ass pussy. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass pussy. Give me everything you got for this wet ass pussy. I'm talking wop, wop, wop on this wet ass pussy. Macaroni in a pot, that's some wet ass pussy. Give me everything you got for this wet ass pussy. There's some hoes in this house, there's some hoes.
Baby, take my hand, I want you to be my husband, 'cause you're my Iron Man, and I love you 3000. Baby, take a chance, 'cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie.
I see you standing there in your Hulk outerwear, and all I can think is where is the ring? 'Cause I know you wanna ask, skirt the moment will pass. I can see it in your eyes, just take me by surprise. And all my friends, they tell me they see you planning to get on one knee, but I want it to be out of the blue. So make sure I have no clue when you ask. Baby, take my hand, I want you to be my husband, 'cause you're my Iron Man, and I love you 3000. Baby, take a chance, 'cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie. Now we're having dinner, and baby, you're my winner. I see the way you smile, you're thinking about the aisle. You reach in your pocket, emotion unlocking, and before you could ask, I answer too fast. And all my friends, they tell me they see you're planning to get on one knee. So now I can't stop thinking about you. I figured out all the clues, so now I ask. Baby, take my hand, I want you to be my husband, 'cause you're my Iron Man, and I love you 3000. Baby, take a chance, 'cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie. Ba-da-ba-da-da-da. No spoilers, please. Ba-da-ba-da-da-da. No spoilers, please. Baby, take my hand, I want you to be my husband, 'cause you're my Iron Man, and I love you 3000. Baby, take a chance, 'cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie, baby. No spoilers, please. Ba-da-ba-da-da-da. No spoilers, please.
Life's funny when you're with somebody. The days go by so fast. Alright, your nose with your morning coffee, saying, baby, this love will last. My life's been like a dream vacation since you grabbed my bags right at the station. Now I hope I'll never wake up without you there. Because you know me better than anybody else. Life was so cruel before I met you. I was so lost. And you showed me how to take care of myself. I'd end up lonely and bitter if I even considered anyone else. I'd end up lonely and bitter if I even considered anyone else. Georgia, wrap me in all ya. I want you in my arms, so let me hold ya. I'll never let you go again like I did. Oh, I used to say I would never fall in love again until I found her. I said I would never fall unless it's you I fall into. I was lost within the darkness, but then I found her. I found you. Georgia pulled me in, I asked to love her. Once again you fell, I caught ya. I'll never let you go again like I did. Oh, I used to say I would never fall in love again until I found her. I said I would never fall unless it's you I fall into. I was lost within the darkness, but then I found her. I found you. I would never fall in love again until I found her. I said I would never fall unless it's you I fall into. I was lost within the darkness, but then I found her. I found you. Yeah.
Today we're talking about Clara, how taunts work, her best relic, light cone, and how you want to build a team around her. Before we get into the nitty gritty of Clara, first we need to talk about Clara's skills and talent. First we have to talk about her talent, because her talent is the most important kit that she has by far. Her talent is a counter that procs every time she is attacked by the enemy and mark the enemies with mark of the counter. So what is this mark? First, we need to get into her skill. Her skill is an AoE attack that generates 30 energy per cast. This skill marks the enemy, while the enemy has this mark Clara's skill with her. Her counter ultimate. Her ultimate is a buff that increases her damage reduction and taunt value greatly for 2 turns. This is important to pinpoint how much Clara will be attacked by the enemy per turn. We'll talk about this later on. Her ultimate will also buff her talent, so that after she casts her ultimate, the counter will also be triggered when allies is attacked, not only her. Her counter will also become an AoE that does more damage. For traces, her most important upgrade is this one, the one that increases the counter damage. The other two are pretty important, but the most important part is the extra counter damage traces. Well, you're going to level up both of them anyway, so yeah, it doesn't hurt. For skill, you want to prioritize her talent, her ultimate, and followed up by her skill. If you want to play Clara as a tank, not as a DPS, it is advised for you to max her basic attack, or energy regeneration. Her ultimate costs 110 energy, while getting attack in order to kill Clara. Natasha is going to be here for safety measures. Natasha's slot can also be filled with another DPS if you're strong enough to go without healer, and the last party member is going to be a flex. You can use a character that counters the enemy here. So a good candidate is someone like Serval, Asta, MC Fire, and even Dan Heng, because he has a wind penetration, so you can run him almost anywhere, in any content really. Someone like Asta and MC Fire is really good here because their basic attack is really good in order to fill the skill point requirement that you need. If you're strong enough already and probably want to change Natasha for another DPS, Asta's basic attack can burn enemies, and MC Fire can do a fire AoE attack and also shield your team with her basic attack. So if you want to run another DPS, definitely consider running Asta or MC Fire in the slot. The way you play this team is quite simple. You always want to shield Clara and refrain from shielding any other unit unless they are very close to dying. This way, our Clara will have the highest chance to be attacked by the enemy since March 7th shield also work as a taunt. Natasha will most likely be auto-attacking and spamming her ult, while you use the flex member skill while you have extra skill points to spare. And also another thing to keep in mind is to always put Clara at the edge of your team in order to protect the 4th member of the team. You can decide which member you want to protect the most, either it's your Natasha or your March 7th, or even if it's your like flex member. So yeah, definitely put Clara at the edge of the team in order to protect the 4th member of your team. Now after we build our team, we can finally pinpoint how often will Clara be attacked by the enemy. Let's say we have Dan Heng, so with her ultimate, assume that it actually differs from works is at 20 and the enemy. Now let's talk about Relic and Light Cone. For free-to-play Light Cone options, we have on the Fall of the Aeon, for in my opinion the best in slot when it comes to free-to-play options. This will increase her attack stats every time you attack, but this will not be triggered by her counter, as far as I know, since her counter is a follow-up attack. And after breaking the enemy, you will also gain another 12% damage increase, which will happen very often if you play Clara, since she will attack a lot with her counter. For the 4-star options, we have a Sacred Vow, which is Arlen's Light Cone. This Light Cone will increase your damage by 20% and another 20% damage if your HP percentage is lower than the enemy. The second part will probably not trigger as much for you since you are of Streetwise Champion Boxing, since the 4-stat skill is literally made for Clara. And lucky for us, we can actually get the 4-star version of the relic pretty early on in Belobok doing when you the video. Make sure you subscribe and hit the like
Roar. 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 Cute.
Oh.
A lot's happened here, but this wasn't just for our own safety. You're injured. We can't just leave you alone.
It's just a flesh wound. I am fine.
He's just constantly
I shouldn't let
bleeding.
myself be a burden to you.
You're not a burden. Don't think that for 1 second. We need you, all of us, for our
place that I've been dreaming of. Oh, simple thing, where have you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to rely on. So tell me when you're gonna let me in. I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin. And if you have a minute, why don't we go talk about it somewhere only we know? This could be the end of everything, so why don't we go somewhere only we know? Somewhere only we know. Oh, simple thing, where have you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to rely on. So tell me when you're gonna let me in. I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin. And if you have a minute, why don't we go talk about it somewhere only we know? This could be the end of everything, so why don't we go somewhere only we know? Somewhere only we know. The day I opened up Memory's door, I found something that I could live for. Curtains shook as you opened my eyes, and light came rushing inside. All the colors of the night and the way they help you hide. I'm learning what it's like to love and be alive. Oh, there will always be a tomorrow. You'll never have to be alone. Diamond City lights illuminate what's inside, and all the love I feel by your side. Decoding these emotions, you're the ocean I wanna dive into tonight. Rainbow colored skies invite us to take a ride. I know time won't wait, 'cause it only leaves behind. Don't cry, look in my eyes and you might find a shimmery light. Now let me guide you. Let's go to the place. Let's go to the place. Let's go to the place where our happiness won't fade away. If you could only see the joy you show to me, I think you would realize everything we could be. Diamond City lights illuminate what's inside, and all the love I feel by your side. Decoding these emotions, you're the ocean I wanna dive into tonight. Rainbow colored skies invite us to take a ride. I know time won't wait, 'cause it only leaves behind. Don't cry, look in my eyes and you might find a shimmery light that will guide you through the night. Diamond lights, rainbow skies. In the night there's no need to hide. The joy in your eyes fills me with life, so let it shine. shook as you